Broadcasting from the psychiatric ward called Planet Earth, I am Maximum Doubt, your host for the Architects of Humanity. Like to say what's up to everyone. Links pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, this is it, man. This is it. How did the first humans look? And I threw it up on the thumbnail. Of course, I'm presenting a lot of evidence about the albino templates for humanity, and this will go a lot deeper. I know there's some people that, they have trouble with thinking about this, but this is it, man. The albino template for all life, basically, as I go deeper into it. But how did the first humans look? And the evidence is pointing toward these are the first women. Now, it could even be the albino Chinese woman on the right. Everybody could have their own template. We're not sure, but we do have evidence, scientific evidence, that long straight hair can turn into an afro type hair through radiation, but the hair darkens. So that brings in another aspect to the mystery. Mark, what's up, brother? Always a pleasure to see you, man. I know that this research has upset a lot of people. It totally dismantles the black supremacist BS that's being pushed around the world, thinking that people of color created everything. If they created stuff after they adapted, great. That might be part of the puzzle, but science is showing that they have albino ancestors. That's what it's showing for all of us, man. We know creation is a fact. Creation, there's no debate about that. This is why I'm going through it very scientifically, one point at a time. The albino template, whether it's created in a laboratory, in a tank, on a table, it is created in a shielded environment, not out on the plain, molded with invisible hands from dust or something like that. If I can find science to prove that, great, but it's not proving that. It's explaining that it had to be created in a shielded environment, possibly suboceanic, maybe under a dome or something like that. I'm following the science, empirical science, which is observable, measurable, repeatable. This basically is the only channel that is going to talk about it in this fashion, because everybody else seems to have some type of religious agenda, whether it be a single God religion or the religion of evolution. So now, as melanin is added to the human template, we see that the hair will turn a little blonde. The eyes will turn to where they have a little melanin, and they'll reflect back the blue light, which that gives the effect of blue eyes. It's not the color blue, it's that it's reflecting that. Little more melanin, little more collagen, it will reflect back gray. And that is the Raleigh-Tyndall effect. When you look at the sky, it's blue. At night, it's clear. So the stroma of the eye is clear. And that's why if it's a true albino, it'll reflect back the pink of the eye. And we see that with the original eye right here. This is the original eye, the original hair, the original skin of humans. Now, this is where the science is pointing to. I already showed with vitiligo how people have melanin, they lose melanin, and you see the truth underneath. You see the truth. This is what science is about. Underneath, that shows us the truth right there. When we look at cultures around the world, that template starts to come out. This is science, empirical science that's observable, repeatable, measurable. So how did the first humans look? I would say this, the science, until I find other science, is pointing toward this, man. It's clearly pointing toward this. And I'll be producing a video. I did a little bit of it earlier today. I'll see if I can upload it tomorrow about how the melanin is added, how it darkens the eye. Now, of course, I explained how I found this in the reverse order by laser depigmentation being able to remove melanin to reveal a lighter functional eye. And people have it done to the skin as well. You know, we see people remove the melanin in that way. And then in the hair, we see that again, we don't own anything. We don't own anything, man. That melanin in the hair, we clearly see that turn back to white or gray as time goes on. So the melanin is a reaction. It's something that was built into us to react to the environment. It's a sort of biological technology that creates an armor to protect us somewhat from the sun, because no matter what color you are, you can get sunburn and vitamin D poisoning if you stay in the sun too long. People with darker skin, of course, need more sun. It's kind of like a catch-22. Lighter skinned people that would have pheomelanin that reacts with the sun, which I have termed to be combustible melanin because it's combustible. You see the burn on the skin, the reddishness. It can even, if you're in there too long, you can get cancer. It's a possibility to get cancer of the skin by staying in the sun too long. Melanoma. We look at other things that can happen, and this is science and technology. These are the directions I'm going in, is to show that it's very uncomfortable, and it's nobody. I'm on nobody's side, especially when it comes to this racial stuff that people are in. It's like a battle between these people for who wants to be the first humans or something like that, with no scientific basis. This is based fully in science. So you got melanin that can darken the hair, melanin that darkens the eye, and as we can see with empirical science, melanin that darkens the skin. And the skin, with people that have transitional melanin, that's the middle part, they can get lighter and darker. We can see this, we can observe this. That's empirical science, observable, measurable, repeatable. Now, there's a fourth type of melanin called neuromelanin, and it's a dark polymer pigment. It's produced in specific neurons, and all types of people contain neuromelanin. Unscientific people might lie and say that only Black people contain neuromelanin, but that's a lie, because all types of people contain neuromelanin. Not everyone, but neuromelanin is found in all different types of people. So it's not specific to one certain phenotype. And it's located in certain parts of the brain. So unlike skin, which dictates, the melanin in skin, hair and eye color, it varies significantly between individuals based on ethnicity. Neuromelanin is present in the brains of all humans, regardless of their external pigmentation. People need to look that up. Like when they see people that are very pale, only albinos, true albinos, will be void of melanin. And they have to be very careful about going in the sun. In direct sunlight, it can harm them. It can harm them. It really makes you wonder if that was the original template. Could that be something that in some way could link back to maybe vampiric myths or something? I would say even it could go a step before that. Science could point toward the original prototype being translucent, maybe translucent in a tank, the way you see deep sea creatures that are almost invisible. You can almost see the organs within them. I think there's a frog, a leaf frog, that actually you can see the organs inside of this frog. I think it's called a glass frog. There are many, many transparent animals. We see it a lot in the deep sea. We see certain eels when they're young, or I don't know if it's the glass eel, but they're clear, basically. So why wouldn't humans, if we're going back and it keeps leading us backwards toward less and less melanin, what if before even the skin that can, the coating of skin that can react to form melanin. What if before that was put on, that's the translucent model? Now, if this is deep underwater, especially if it's in a lab, in a tank, it really makes sense. Could these humans have glowed with a bioluminescent? Now, if they could, that might give rise to saying, wait, there might be a little validity in these myths that talk about glowing beings, the glowing ones. See, science can lead you in places where the truth becomes stranger than fiction. A lot of historical documents that people try to say are myths, legends, are used to create science fiction. If you look at all science fiction, a lot of it is based in reality, even a lot ancient tales, especially. And they try to dismiss it. Oh, well, that was just a movie. Well, what was the movie based on? Well, what was it based on? So with neuromelanin being in people, regardless of their external pigmentation. So there's a few key points, right? The universal presence, it is a standard component of the human brain. So neuromelanin, maybe that wasn't in the brain when we weren't exposed to solar radiation on this level. Because remember, again, they try to get you to think, oh, things were the same back then as it is now. The sun could have been more intense or less intense. If it was less intense, why would it be less intense? Could it be because we had a thicker atmosphere? Now, if you have a clouded atmosphere where you cannot see the sun, but you can see the light illuminating the clouds from the outside, and underneath here on Earth, we're seeing it look like a kind of a dull fluorescent light. In that type of environment, albinos can be outside as long as they want, because the environment is shielded now. Now, neuromelanin, this is something where it's a pretty big mystery. It has its benefits. It definitely has its benefits, serving a protective role, by binding metal and toxins. And it accumulates with age. It's not present at birth. That's the crazy thing. That just shows us, again, it's not present at birth, but accumulates in certain brain cells over a lifetime. All babies are born with a light shade. Either they're very pale or they're like a very extremely light tan, and then they start to get darker because now they've come out from the world of water after the water was broke, and they come out of the gestation sac. Now they're in the world of air. So now they went from breathing amniotic fluid to breathing air, oxygen mixed with nitrogen and other gases. And that's amazing. That's amazing. There's a lot of cultures that looked at the vagina as a portal, and it is a portal. It's a portal between worlds. That, when we look at what we have right now, it becomes almost like magical, man. There's no need for science fiction. There's no need for fantasy. This is straight Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass, if people can endure the bright lights of the truth. Sometimes the truth is too bright and they have to close their eyes. It's like somebody turning on a bright light. You have to adjust to it. And that's what the truth is like. It hurts. It hurts. It's like Neo said in The Matrix, why do my eyes hurt? He never used them before. But with humans, it's like, why is it hard to think about something? Because you never used your mind before at that capacity to think. It's like lifting weights. The more you think, the stronger your mind gets. The more you don't think, it could atrophy. The mind will tend to feed on itself. And then once it eats away all your thoughts, you become zombified, looking around to feed on the thoughts of other. And we do see that today. So we have the accumulation with age, and then distinction from peripheral melanin. So peripheral melanin, skin here, and eyes, I guess, it's just saying skin in here is produced in melanocytes. So that's a melanin cell. Neuromelanin is produced inside of neurons. So these are catecholaminergic. I got to learn how to pronounce that. Catecholaminergic. Yeah, that's a deep word. I love learning new words, man. Neuron. So it's a certain type of neuron that the neuromelanin is produced inside. So that's the difference, that it's produced inside of a neuron, as opposed to what they're saying the peripheral melanin is produced by melanocytes, which was melanin cells, basically. We see this in things like if you take a bite of fruit, like an apple or something like that, and you'll see it start to brown, that's melanin. That's melanin being formed as a protectant. You cut a banana or you take a bite off a banana, you see the same thing. It's amazing how that's in, it's in plants. You know, you look at that like, holy smokes. And with the biting, what is that? When you bite the banana, bite the apple, and that exposed area, that's a reaction. So it's a reaction. So it's a reactive type of response. This is just amazing, man. Calix, my brother, let's go. Always a pleasure, bro. I'm switching back and forth between windows so I don't see things like exactly on the time. Mark says, perhaps if we are made in the image of God and God is considered the light in the darkness, then wouldn't be a big stretch that our origins form is closer to that of the light. It's a possibility, man. It is definitely a possibility. And that's the beautiful thing about this here. We follow the science. We say, if we both, all of us follow the pursuit of truth, we'll end up finding the same answers. Those answers will coincide. A friend of mine, Edgar, I've known him since high school, and it's a privilege to know people that long that are cool. He, again, man, he poses genius level questions. And he asked me, he said, what would be the first light? And I was like, well, you know, the first color. And I'm like, well, what do you mean, like on humans or on life? He goes, no, just the first color, period. And I was like, wow, that's a deep question. And then I started to think, and I said, well, they do say that the youngest stars are like a bluish white, but there's also white dwarf stars, which could be the first stars. Because again, we know whenever they tell us something, we can use the evidence that they have. I mean, I've looked through telescopes since the 90s, and we can say, okay, they're not going to tell us the total truth. So if the white dwarf star is the first star, let's just say white light, white or white bluish light, what do we see in the human organism? We see the pale with the blue. Blue is the baseline eye. It's not the base, it's the baseline. The stroma is clear. So if like real albinos, it'll reflect back the pinkish meat from the retina. But once you add a little melanin, it'll start to absorb the red and reflect the blue spectrum, the Rayleigh-Tyndall effect. This is where you get blue eyes, just the same way you get clouds being grayish and stuff. The second stage from blue will be gray eyes. And then when you add in the other type of melanin, pheomelanin, that's when you get the green. You add in some more eumelanin, responsible for the browns and blacks, and you get hazel, then amber, then brown, dark brown, and brown. This is seen scientifically when you reverse it and start stripping the melanin off the eye, back to the blue eye, which people will have some type of eye sensitivity with that. People born with blue eyes have a higher rate of macular degenerations and melanoma of the eye and stuff like that because of the lack of protection. It's kind of like what could be considered a sunburn of the eye. That cataracts is like that too. Cataracts is like a cooking of the eye, showing the unnaturalness of the sun. There is no nature or natural. Everything was fabricated. This is an artificial construct that we live in. Now, some will try to say it's assimilation and stuff. I'm not sure, but I will follow the science for that. And that's the beautiful thing about this. No religious intentions, and that includes evolution. Because when people say, well, what about evolution? That's not science. That's religion. Possibly one of the worst religions that have ever been formed, because it calls like for the extinction of certain things. We see it in the Descent of Man with Charles the Pope Darwin. He says it's like a call to arms in less than 100 years, not to exceed a century. I mean, this is like, it's so propaganda-ish. It's just, I'm surprised people don't smell it. But again, things are meaningless. Things are meaningless, but they're also meaningless. And nobody cares. Nobody cares. I know everybody's concerned with war and this stuff like that. What are you going to do? You think about it. If you really think about just the blatant lies that are always told to us, it's like, how long will some people endure it till the day they pass into the next. But if somebody lies to you over and over, it's like, why would you believe them? Why wouldn't you at least question what they're saying and say, okay, there might be a bit of truth in this, but like, this is a well-known liar. Everybody in establishments, state, schools, federal politics, all that stuff, professional liars. College, I realize, gives you a degree in lying. It's like some people have a bachelor degree in lying. Some people get their masters in lying. And then you got PhDs, high-level PhD liars. These are experts, professional liars, well-paid liars as well. These people are paid a lot of money. Look at the high priest for the religion of evolution, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Richard Dawkins, Michio Kaku, a few. One thing, when people question that Stephen Hawking thing, that was genius level stuff right there. Genius level stuff to question Stephen Hawking's, like, is this guy really talking? Is like, they had an interview, I think, before they got the computer, and he had a translator look like a miniature version of Larry Bird. And Stephen Hawkins would say some stuff. That's up, Mr. X. Good to see you, man. He would say some stuff and mumble, and then the guy would say, well, he said this. And it's like, it's almost unbelievable. If somebody looks at a Stephen Hawking interview before he got the computer and has the translation, the Larry Bird looking dude translating. Now that I'm telling you this, you look at it and be like, this is crazy. This is crazy. He's like, and he's like, well, he said, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, what the heck? And everybody was, nobody cared. Maybe people didn't believe it, but like, what reason did people have not to believe it? Because we were just raised with this thing of believe what you're told. Believe Christopher Columbus discovered America. Say, all right, do you have the voyages? Oh, wow, none of them touched North America. But yet there's a statue in Central Park.
Can you hear me now, MD?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, just the earphones. I had to put them away. Sorry about that. Right. No, man, you're really spreading some knowledge here about, the lies about history and everything like that. So I thank you for that. Teaching me, Thanks,
man. You teaching me too, bro. I got that pink swastika stuff. I looked up a few videos. It was Scott Lively. I think he's a pastor. Mm-hmm. And they tried to, of course they're going to try to attack him on that. But he makes a lot of sense, man. He really makes a lot of sense. Those guys, shaming people for their orientation. Meanwhile, they're practicing the same lifestyle in private. And yeah, but the neuromelanin, this is, what's so beautiful is I'm finding more and more stuff that connects us, because you have some people that maybe they've been treated unfairly throughout life, and they start to create like an animosity with them. And we see it's like a hatred. I mean, I used to see it in Manhattan with the guys preaching on like 47th and 7th.
Sure.
Yeah, they would
I'd like
just,
to comment on that for a second, if I could.
yeah, please.
You know, if we're created, and we've talked about this before, how our genes, our genetics, our DNA could possibly hold memories. Of course, can't prove that scientifically, but it's a very valid hypothesis that our genes can hold memories. And you see all this anger from people who were never slaves. Most were never, didn't even grow up around the time of Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? They never experienced that kind
Mhm.
of blatant racism of the past.
Mhm.
But with genetic code and genetic memory, it's possible something inside of them, you know what I'm saying? From the
Mhm.
affects the present.
Yes.
You
Yes.
it's very possible that, because why else would you be so angry about something you never went through? You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yep. Exactly. And that's so true. It's so true. It's like there's something going on, and that possibility. I realize the most dangerous thing is not a fact; it's a possibility.
Hmm.
It's like, okay, the fact, whatever, they'll try to cover it up, whatever, but the possibility of something, oh my goodness, they're frightened of that. They're
Yeah.
frightened that it could even be possible. And, I could say, all right, genetic memory is real. We see experiments that can repeat that. But if you know that, it's like one guy, he put it in a good way, and I'll give him credit for it. He's a comic, but yeah, I mean, he's constantly harping on the racism stuff. I think it was D.L. Hughley, and he was talking about like the Confederate statues and stuff. And he said, if you had a photo album of when a guy abused his wife and she took pictures and she's bruised up, he said, would you keep those pictures in your photo album? And when you turned up, oh, that was, the time he did this. He goes, that's what he sees when he looks at these statues. When you look at the statue of Lincoln and the slaves, it's like dehumanizing. It's like,
Sure.
yeah, oh yeah, if anybody can look it up. Lincoln freeing the slave statue, the guy's like on his knees, like as if he's an animal, and Lincoln has his hand about to pet him. I mean, it's a horrible, disgusting, disrespectful statue. They have another one, I think, with him with like two kids. I don't know if he's kneeling, like squatting down. It's just some creepy stuff. And I look at that and I say, yeah, that I could see being the abused picture in the album. And, and it is something like, it's like you don't see, and you're right, when you see it happen to someone, they're not if a woman has been violated or a man has been violated, they're not running around saying that every day, that
Hmm.
somebody violated them or raped them or something. That's a serious private thing, and it might come out, they might talk about it. But like you said, the people that it didn't happen to, they got CLS, Chicken Little syndrome. They got a fact that was dropped on their head from something that happened 100 years ago, and bang, the trauma. One guy I know, he was kind of like that, and he brought up some stuff about. He goes, yeah, an Underground Railroad. He goes, the Amish supposedly left blankets on the clotheslines at night as a sign to say it's safe to bring people here at night during their journey up north. And he was like, yeah, if it wasn't for them, they helped. I said, yeah. I said, so they forget that there are a lot of good people that were in the middle of this,
Right.
that they couldn't go against it because they would have been lynched. A lot of people, they don't, talk about that. When I said the story of Rosewood, people are, the racism. Yeah, but there was a one white guy in the town out of those 200 people, and he saved a lot of black people. He was the one that got word to the railway, like, look, these people are getting, we got to get these people out of here. And there's interviews on YouTube, I think from the 80s or the 70s, the film is, And the black people are saying, yeah, if it wasn't for Mr. I forgot his name. I don't think it was Mr. Wright, but something, it could have been Mr. Wright. Um, and, he saved a lot of them. Of course, like half the population was killed, which was about 90 people. But they don't forget, they don't talk about that. When I was talking to Drew Mike the other day, he said um, they don't talk about Captain John Brown, who fought to free slaves, who fought slave masters. He goes, "You want to get rid of slave masters, slavery? Hang the slave masters." And he started going after them, and it was the Union Army that the North saved the South from Captain John Brown, and they hung him. But they don't like to talk about that because that's a hero. That's a white man who was a hero that helped black people in the midst of all of the atrocities. It's like you said, people want to harp on, oh, they did this, they did this, they did this, And
but there were also black slave owners too in America.
Exactly. And yeah, breeders too, black slave sellers. North Carolina, one of the black slave breeders was friends with the governor at that time.
I mean, William Ellison was the wealthiest gin slave owner in the South. He was one of the wealthiest, I think the wealthiest. I mean, that's ridiculous. He was a freed slave and became a slave owner and one of the wealthiest men in the South.
It's crazy.
So the story isn't what we're being told. They make it all racial, but there's something more to the story than the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they want to keep us, they want to keep us against each other, divide and conquer.
Yeah,
it's still happening. But the more we spread this light and say, look, man, there's good people everywhere. Scribe, what's up, bro?
Hey, Scribe.
What's going on, brothers? Chilling.
Yeah, man, just conversation. How did the first humans look, man? I just, the science is pulling, this picture. The science is showing that this is the original human template. And it could even go beyond this to where it's like a type of translucent, like those deep translucent, deep sea fish. Calix says, Mr. Rex, yeah, man, this is the crew, man. This is the panel. Calix, always a pleasure, bro. Yeah, and Mark was saying that, yeah, man. They always say that. I think it's like, yeah, it's always some type of fear. Always trying to base it on fear. It's crazy, man. Yeah. So you have any like thoughts on the albino origin theory, Scribe?
I was actually gonna say Miss Rex and I should play devil's advocate and kind of, challenge you on our just personal thoughts to see how far this can go, to see if there's anything new that might come of this, or something we're missing, or because when you and I were going over it, it was like, oh, well, this lines up with this, and then there's this, and then there's this. Because for this to be true, that must mean these other things have to exist, and let's go look up those other things. Oh, they do exist. Oh, that exists. Oh, that happens to be close to that, and that happened. Oh, okay, So once those things start linking up, then you're okay. Now you're definitely onto something, and the more that we can link together like that paints a clearer picture. Because of course we can't go by any history books or anything that's been written, simply because we already know we've lived 9/11. We know how the official story has nothing to do with the actual reality. And again, in my opinion, but unfortunately, that's what we get. That's the history we get. We don't get to know what really happened. So it's kind of like we have to ourselves use our own knowledge and wisdom and experience to kind of piece it together. What sounds more probable and logical, and go by that, and go by the evidence of science. Definitely.
Yeah, and you're right. We have to test this theory. I have to put it through the scrutiny. You guys, have to push it. Anybody, just push it and say, hey, what about this? What about this? Edgar brought up another great question about what is the first color. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He said, like, just color, period. And that, I was like, wow, that's a deep question. And that's what brought me into the white star, saying, wow, yeah, I remember studying astronomy.
Well, you said the original thing is the albino thing, right? So it's, I guess,
so far,
translucent, right?
It could be
the color. The color would be decided on where that organism is going to be put. So if it's put into a heavy, a lot of sun or whatever, then it's probably going to be, darker type of thing versus being up in the north, in the snow or something, or whatever environment it's in, it's gonna adapt to that, right? So to answer that question, you have to ask, well, okay, what scenario are we talking about here? Because if you're putting someone who's on the wider side, let's say in the, in the equator, and that's where they start, then there might be some different adaptation things going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely with the phenotype, nose, lips widening to allow heat to escape from the mouth. But even before that, it really points toward this type of attempt.
You see, there's that adaptation, but then I'm saying through like the example you showed with the caterpillar and the snake thing, to where that thing was so specifically designed to look like a certain snake or whatever in that
Yeah.
particular biosphere, in that particular environment. That's so specific that it's not just designed for Earth, it's designed for this particular part of Earth and a specific biosphere over here. Or else you take it out of there, it's not going to survive. So in my mind, it seems it would be similar for us that we were different phenotypes that were designed. There was the European looking guy, he happens to be white, and there's the African looking guy, he happens to be black, and you have all in between, that happens to be whatever. But I think that's like the original talent for them, and they could have like a albino version of them, and that takes on from there, depending on where they go in the world or on the planet or whatever.
Yeah.
But
And with this picture here proves what you're saying, kind of, because we see the Chinese albino on the right and the African albino on the left. And it's like this is kind of right in line with what you're saying, right? It's like showing like this guy here,
yeah.
this guy right here. Yeah, it could be. Now, I put the other picture like here. It could go back to some translucency if it's created. We don't know where the lab is or where the dome. So like just like those fish and stuff, deep sea, they get translucent. Before the coating of skin, maybe, or maybe the translucent gel, possibly. And I'm just speculating. But you're right. It could be where now we got to figure like, okay, well, how was the human placed on the surface? Was it expelled onto the surface? Was there a catastrophe where they had to come to the surface to survive or something? And then, live maybe in makeshift shelters until they figured out like, okay, we got to try to survive on here. Maybe
let's do the reverse thing. Let instead of asking that question from within, let's ask the question as if we're the creator. Why did you design that? Why did you design that being, or those beings, or these beings, or So you can scrutinize it on that level too. Assume you're the creator.
Yeah.
What was that human designed to do? It's like what are we doing on this planet? Because we can see the ants, they're doing their thing. We see the bees doing their thing, pollinating. We see everyone's doing their thing. The lions, the tigers doing all their thing, monkeys, whatever, plants and animals all get doing their thing. What are we doing? What were we designed for? This is the question I think we should
Scribe,
ask.
that's a philosophical question that we can't answer scientifically. We can't answer that question that you just asked. What are we doing?
But I think if we start observing it from that standpoint, we can start understanding better than if we ask from within. Oh, why am I here? What am I, and all this. So forget that and think of it from a creator perspective. That if I designed you, or you designed yourself, or those people, obviously there's a purpose behind it, and you're designing them a certain way to fill a certain goal.
I
whatever that
agree.
goal
I
is.
agree with that. I mean, we can look at certain scientific facts, that for sure. Like look at our bodies and what they're made, how they're designed. Like we know if we hate other people, we can produce hormones like adrenaline. And we know adrenaline throughout our body is not healthy for our organs. It'll wear down our organs. So scientifically, there's some things we can prove about this design of this vessel that we're living in, this body, this physical body. What's good for the body and what's bad for the body.
Okay, but why were you brought here? For what specific reason? Because of your design? What you came here as consciousness through a vessel that was designed for something to do here, right? Because if you were just conscious of a ball of light, you can be anywhere. You can be in any dimension you want, your spirit, whatever. But you were put into this vessel, a physical vessel. You had to experience pain on a physical, mental, every level that you wouldn't otherwise. That's just consciousness, right? So,
but we know
could
this
it be a
vessel,
lesson?
it can't last forever. That the fact that it's physical means time will wear on it, and it can't last forever.
Right. So it's a temporary experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Was that
what was the
author
purpose of that
dynamic?
experiment?
Yeah. We know when this physical can't last forever, it goes into disorder, this body will just fall apart eventually based on time, this physical body. So, based on a scientific fact, we can say it's a temporary, to answer the philosophical question, we can say it's just a temporary state that we're in for a specific reason. But it's a temporary reason.
But if you think if they were to take, like you said, you got those glasses, the Apple thing, augmented reality glasses. Okay, so VR, for example,
Mhm.
it's like, oh, now we have ability, now you have a suit, now you can feel the sensors all over your body where you get shot, and we have a new suit where you can feel pain and whatever. And the ultimate suit is going to be one where you can actually die, right? So you get to experience the full experience. You have to experience the whole thing, the pain, but you're in a simulator. That's what it's leading to. And if you think about, you compare it with us, that's pretty much what we're doing in the flesh, not in the digital
Yeah.
world, but um I think that would be like the ultimate VR system. Okay, you're going to go in, you got to go in as a baby, you got to grow up, and if you get taken out in between, oh well, we just throw you back in there. You
Well, if you
have
believe in
to live your,
reincarnation.
yeah, there's got to be some type of consciousness recycling or something. Or I mean, where these memories go, where these memories have no purpose whatsoever, or do they go to a collective consciousness, like what they call the Akashic records or something, an archive? Because they're saying that that's a culmination of all our experiences in that one thing, apparently. And that sounds a lot like AI. So AI, what they call agents, are observing the patterns, like just like we're observing patterns in this world to make certain scientific guesses and proofs and all that. I don't see any difference. I mean, it's the same thing. So, but they're doing it digitally, almost like a spirit form thing, because they don't have a body. But you can now take that consciousness and put it into a body, put it into an android with flesh, because we eventually get into that point, and you can literally create an android with flesh and have a consciousness and get so advanced that you cannot tell the difference. So what's the difference between us and that? That literally means we create ourselves. We are the creators eventually. Because after how many resets, if we're the ones creating, who else is there that's creating that we can see? No, nobody. They're saying God is doing this and that, but where's the evidence of that stuff? I mean, the only creation thing I see is what we're doing.
Well, have
So
you
it's
ever
like
seen
we're
your
the ones
mind? Have you ever seen your mind?
under like a CT scan or something, or under
No,
a.
no, no. Well,
Oh.
CT scan, you can't see. Do you think you can't see your mind in a CT
That
scan?
was a joke. Yeah. Or when you see it, your brain go off at certain things. They have those emitters they put on your head
But that's the
that they'll
physical
do.
brain. That doesn't necessarily mean it's your mind. That's just speculation that's
Yeah.
attached
So
to
the
it.
brain is the wiring, the synapse, and the mind are the when it
Right.
basically explodes and does the synapse thing or whatever.
Well, this is why I asked the
So yeah.
question: how does a mindless process create beings with minds? Because then the real question is: did the physical create the mind through physical processes, or did the mind come first before the physical? And that's what people would argue would be the consciousness. So they're saying the non physical came before the physical, which would align with the universe. Because before the Big Bang, there was nothing, which is nothing has no physical properties whatsoever. So that would be in line more with science that the non physical came before the physical.
I mean, I don't know if it would be a linear thing. It's just like when they said earlier when you boot up a computer, the chicken or the egg thing, you put up a computer or a game or something. It just is. It's on. Like there's
Hmm.
yeah, they're trying to think archaically, linearly. Okay, there must have been a physical initial bang or something, and we're still, aimlessly floating around space, and
But
we're
that
still rotating
computer
all that
didn't
stuff.
build itself, though. It needed a mind, a non physical mind to
Mhm.
create that computer, to create that game, to create that software. A non physical mind was still required for that to be created.
And that's the question that we're never going to get because that begs the question. Okay, then who created that? And who created that? And, on up the line into infinity, where you're never going to get an answer to that. It is a paradox. Like we shouldn't really be existing just based on that fact alone. That there's got to be an
But it can't be
infinite number of.
ignored if it's a part of our
Of course, because
reality.
we're
It can't.
here. We're here. We have to debate this. There's a reason why
Yeah.
we're here.
What is truth? What is reality?
I don't think there is such thing as what we can really call reality. I think there's a perception of reality. Everyone's perception is different. Um,
Like, imagine
and we
this,
can
Scribe.
only,
What if there are
yeah,
people who can
but
read your mind, who can look at you and read your mind, and you're not even aware of this?
could be, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If these people actually exist, it'd be in our best interest to know what is if it's true or not. What is reality? Because we'd want to know if these people are around us, because we could be easy prey for them. They want to manipulate us and make us do things we don't want to do. You know.
Well, it's already that way. I mean, we're already in this crazy system. The more we look around, the more you're like, yeah, this ain't even real. I mean, this is
Hmm.
so far from what I consider real that there's no movie or book that can even describe what this is. It's like everything we've ever seen all at one time. It's like, yeah, that thing you saw in that movie, that's an actual thing. That's an actual that's a
Hmm.
real thing. That demon you saw in that movie where that guy got possessed, that's a real. It's like making that, it's like they want to keep us sleeping in the Santa Claus thing, believing Santa Claus, stay in
Yes.
that ignorant realm,
But
and just these are
are,
just movies. Huh?
are you speaking about a possession movie or something?
Yeah, I'm just saying they're treating you like a child. So if you ever do encounter such a thing, possession or a Bigfoot or werewolf or something like that, you'll just not consider it real. Even if you saw it, possibly you still will be like, nah, that can't.
Now,
That must
like
be theirs.
when somebody gets possessed, it's like what Mr. X is saying. Where does that possession come from? Right? That's a non-physical thing that's inhabiting something physical. I like to say clam
Mhm.
holla. If you want to hop on, you got an echo scrub. I don't know what, but we got the link pinned to the top of the chat, and Calix says it's open to interpretation, but mine is God created everything, and there really is, without a doubt, science is pointing toward creation. So we know that factually, when you look at everything, the fabric that we see has been artificially constructed somehow. Nature is not natural. Nature seems to be like a bio environment or something. But yeah, Calix, I hear what
See,
you're
the thing
saying.
is that's the thing I don't like about that word with God. It never sat well with me when I was a child, all the way up um till now. It's like I've tried to want it to be religious. I do see the universe. There is something there that if you're on the right path, things will happen. They want to call that miracles, God, whatever. Okay, call it whatever you want. Should you praise that? Should you give thanks? You should probably give thanks to that, yes, because you're here. But to say God created everything is like a cop out question or cop out answer to say it's the easy, lazy way of saying, yeah, I just created everything. That's all I need to know. So you're not even gonna investigate. You're
What
not
about
even
a
gonna give
mind outside the
yourself.
human mind,
Yeah.
Scribe? Would you be okay with that?
How's
Just
that?
a mind outside the human mind. Would that be okay rather than the term God? Just a
Well,
mind
that's what I'm
outside.
saying. It's too much of a generalized word. It's like me saying
Hmm.
the sky or something, or where is that? Or somewhere over there, to the north. It's like that's not you're not being
Yo, yo,
descriptive
yo.
enough to tell me how this thing is. Yo, what's
Check,
up?
check.
Yeah.
Hey, B.
Yeah, you know what?
What's good?
What's good, Calix? How's everything, brother?
Good, bro. Good to hop on.
Yeah, Scribe was saying
You might have
something.
to turn it up a little bit. Yeah, turn up the mic a little bit, bro.
Oh yeah, it's kind of low.
All right, one sec.
No, I was saying that what was I saying? What they're doing is pre-digestive programming to where if you come across these certain things, it's either falls into the conspiracy crazy category or whatever. If you see an alien, if you see a Bigfoot, if you
Hmm.
see a spirit, or if you see anything that's considered non-scientific, you're going to be put into the straitjacket, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
this is the issue, and there's other countries. Like I was telling MD, there's a documentary right now, and they've had these documentaries before, where the guy from News Nation, I don't know if you know the guy. It's like an English guy from News Nation. He does like a lot of alien interviews and stuff on that news channel, and he's gotten pretty popular. Then recently he went to what was it Argentina, Peru? He went to Peru to go apparently to see these alien cadavers they have there, and they have several of them. Not only several of them, they have like two or three different groups. One is partially humanoid reptilian looking. The second one is more grayish looking, and there's another one, and most of them have like the three fingers, like three long fingers. And these are in places where these doctors and stuff are examining them. They're doing CT scans. They're doing, autopsies, everything, to conclude that these are real beings. And they've already had them for years. The government's been trying to, take them away, trying to say they're fake and all this other stuff. So it seems like in these other countries, these things are already a known thing. It's just they haven't been completely just uprooted. Like in the U.S., anyone that gets a whiff of a UFO or anything, black men in black show up at the second it happens or something cries. They're already there. Whereas other countries, it seems like they're more like Brazil, especially. They're more lenient. There's like a lot more stories coming out of there of like crazy stuff happening, and maybe those guys will show up later, but they're not on the spot like right when it happens. To where in the States, it's like they're there the second it happens. So there's a lot of these other countries that are looser and they have this proof positive evidence, literally better than DNA, have literal cadavers, bodies that are ancient. And you look at those things and you see what they discovered, it's like it's mind blowing. It's like these things exist and we're still asking this question, just like if ghosts exist and we've known this or many other cultures have known this for forever. So the ignorance in the States is beyond. I don't even know. And then when they do the thing, they ask those girls like, name 3 countries, and they say Paris, and they don't even know that's not a country. And that's what they know because they've been, get guys to take them there. That it's just that's what you get. I mean, that's the knowledge level that they want us at, basically.
Exactly.
So
I agree.
it's just so sad. But what's going on? It's Beans guy. I don't know who this is, but what's going on?
Is my mic still low?
No, sounds good. Sounds good.
You're good, bro.
For sure.
Yes, Calix. Yeah. Do you want to add anything in, Calix? With Scribe, Mr. X, or myself? Go right ahead.
I was gonna say something about the God thing.
Yeah.
Shit. Like, I'm like mixed with like all different types of like theories on life. Like I don't, you know what I mean?
What type of theories? Like, which ones do you mix?
Like, well, I like the I call myself a Christian, or I like you know the Bible, King James Bible, and all that. I know there are similar like religions that have like they're all kind of similar, right?
Yeah. The single God religions are similar. The polytheistic ones are a little different. Like, how
Yeah.
Greece, Rome, India, and Egypt had multiple pantheons of gods. But they did have like a top deity. I would say those are a little different than the Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism. So you're like more of the Abrahamic God religions and something else you're saying?
Right, more of that one. But I'm not like, like Zionist or pro-Zionist or anything like
Yeah.
that,
Do
like
you
my
do you mix
Christian is none of those Christians.
okay. So you mix in any science with it or is it just pure religion?
Um yeah, there can be science mixed with it, like, like vibrations and frequencies, and like we're all like we're energy, and but we have like souls, like
Hmm.
it's pretty wild. What
Have
else
you
was
ever used any type of hallucinogens and had a spiritual experience?
Yeah, I've done like acid, mushrooms, peyote, salvia.
What's the
Um,
difference that you notice between mushrooms and peyote? Is there a big difference?
just sights, seeing things. Like
Mhm.
peyote was pretty chilled, and it really depends on your environment. But like peyote was really chilled. I just saw like fluorescent like outlines of like animals and shit, like as if I was looking at like a ancient cave drawing with like fluorescent fluorescent outlines of animals.
Wow. So peyote and mushrooms
And
may
and
they
mushrooms, I actually took like almost a gram of mushrooms the other day. I have a bunch. My homie gave me a bunch, but mushrooms is like pretty intense. Like you get like really you feel a lot, like, and
Yeah,
you
I've done the
also
mushrooms. I never did the peyote. I did the acid. Acid is intense too. I guess depend on the type. I definitely see a bridging of reality with the acid, even with the mushroom. The mushroom probably more so because I've seen things with it. John Allegro, he wrote that book, the Holy Cross and the Sacred Mushroom, I think. So
hmm,
yeah, even cannabis, marijuana, people have that,
right.
experiences.
It's
Yeah.
like mild hallucinogen, I heard.
hmm Yeah, if you smoke enough or you eat enough. I mean, I took the Rick Simpson oil. Man, I was tripping basically the first time I tried it. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, it was, yeah. But yeah, I don't know if Scribe, Mr. Rex, if oh, Scribe
Yeah, let me
says,
read that one.
yeah. You want to read it or you want me to read it?
All right.
Animism, the oldest spiritual system where life is seen as flowing through everything, rivers, trees, animals, and ancestors, possessing spirit, consciousness, and intention. Wow. So it's like
I was
animism.
trying to go like, what was the first before organized religion, all this stuff? What was the first
Right.
thing considered? And this is what popped up. So I never even
Yeah.
heard of
That's
this, and
deep.
that
I
sounds like Native Americans.
see.
Yeah.
Like I feel that too. You know.
Yeah. Me too. That's like animated life. Everything's animated.
Yeah.
Alan
So we've
Watt,
moved away from this and destroyed everything, basically. Yeah.
what you said earlier, Scribe, about the looking at it from the creator's point of view. Alan Watts had a really good point with that. He said if you were the creator and you can do everything and you made different lifetimes and you had paradise and all of that, he said eventually it might get boring. And he said you might want different stuff, like kind of like I think it was Doc MH when he said, if you're going to paint, he uses all the colors of the palette, not just a few. So it's like, I guess that would be using the light and the dark. And if this is like an artistic masterpiece that we're painting, that we're creating somehow. Also, like the Hindus say, we're just actors in a play. So, like the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, are we just characters in a written play? I mean, it gets deep when you think about it. Uh, I think
I
that,
don't think it would. I would look at it that way. As it would be boring. No, that would be insane. First of all, but I think there's also a price, a consequence of your creation. So you're not just creating stuff and there's no consequence of it out of the blue. And just the thing is, if you get away with it easy, is billion channels, yes, you'll get bored because all you do is switch channels, right? But if
Mhm.
there's a consequence involved, you switch that channel, so I'm going to have. What are you willing to give up to get to watch a new channel? Then you're going to take that to heart. Okay, I'm going to save. I'm going to wait, a while before I decide that because I know it's going to cost me something. That's what this life teaches you. You do something, even though you have godly consciousness, you're able to create, supercomputers, all this crazy stuff. Even though you're able to do all these crazy things and heal and all that, we're gonna put you, in a position to where you have to. Things might come back at you they did in the past, might come back at you in the future, because we want you to be accountable for something you create or do. Because if you do some crazy stuff, you're gonna be held accountable for that, and a lot of your atonement is gonna be wasted time and having to learn that and go through a bunch of stuff to get back on track if you ever do get back on track. Or you just say, screw it, I'm gonna go pure, Lucifer style or something. The fact that the reason there even is a Lucifer means that your conscience has a choice, so that you can basically defy God. So if there was a God, then God created Lucifer apparently. Why would Lucifer have the ability to go against God? That's like
All right.
us being able to do that. That makes no sense, right? So
Yeah.
they want to personify these gods and make them basically they're describing a human. It's like for you to even say that God said something to you or said something is doesn't even make sense at all
well,
because
what we can create things more powerful than us, right? So what if we create like a robot, then we give
right,
it,
but it comes with consequences, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
You make a nuclear
everything,
bomb. What's the consequence?
everything has a
Well,
consequence. Yeah.
We have. What about emotions? We have emotions, negative and positive emotions.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to raise the mic because I can barely hear you.
I thought everyone said they could hear me. Is it low again?
Yeah, it just, I don't know if maybe you have it, did you pull it away from yourself, or like maybe it's something like that, or maybe, let me see if I can raise it on this end.
Um, check
Mic
check.
settings. The mic volume is all the way up. Wow.
Okay, here. Let me do something.
I guess maybe if you're closer to the phone or something, it might
Stream.
register a little better.
It's probably me here.
Yeah, it sounds a
Check.
little better.
Testing.
Yeah,
Testing.
that's better.
Okay.
Yeah. What were you saying to Scribe? About the existence, was it? If you're there, I don't know if his mic went out.
Yeah, Mike might have went out or something.
Wow. I think Mr. X is on a call. Yeah, I mean,
Well, the argument I have is anytime, I don't care what religion it is, paganism, whatever, the way they describe these gods is that as if I'm describing a human being. It's not like I'm describing a god. First of
you're
all,
not, yeah.
yeah,
No, I
because
feel
to
that.
understand that would mean you could understand what God means, and on that level, and there's obviously we aren't on that level. If there is
What
something that
about
exists like that,
what about
yeah. What's up? It sounds better. Yeah. Good.
the idea that you know God used what is it? God used the prophets to speak for him.
Exactly. And the Bible is written by scribes, unknown scribes, and all this. And it's like, really? So, people
Mm-hmm.
were the ones that originally came. I mean, Scientology is probably the best example. I mean, that's how you do religion. And you got Hollywood people in there, and that's just
Mm-hmm.
crazy. But Clam Heller, man, appreciate the super chat, bro. He says on shrooms, had spirits were inside me, were sad and angry about my bullying. The veil was lifted, and I was able to see the demon in people. Wow, that's
There you go.
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That's
See,
great.
that's
Well,
that's looking that's well,
yeah.
That is deep, man. And Clam Hollow, man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And that kind of reminds me of that movie Frailty. Hey, Diego knows the link is pinned to the top right here. Just go to the top of the chat. Just look, it's pinned to the top and you can hop on, brother. Always a pleasure, bro. Wow, Diego knows. He is here.
but he's
But
not.
yeah,
I was just gonna say, Clam Towler. He's not the only one who's had that experience. So is it just an illusion? If other people have had the same thing he's had by being on different narcotics,
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I've seen things. I haven't. I've sensed it when it's off, but that's a real deep revelation. That real
yeah,
deep observation. Yeah, that's
he's not
definitely.
alone. He's not alone. That's the thing. This has happened for thousands of years, not just in
Yeah,
our.
yeah. He's not alone. Yeah.
And what's crazy, a lot of these priests describe, usually it's not just one demon. Like some people have like 30, 40, 50. Like some guys that take some weeks to. So okay, we got rid of 10 of them. We got to come back. It's like wow, dude. So they just go like crazy, and then basically what happens is when they're trying to release these demons, the main demon will kind of use the minions. Like you go first, you go next, you go next, and then at the very end, he'll fight his hardest to stay in, and then because he's the most powerful, he's the one that's bringing all the minions in, and it's insane. It's like a parasite infection. It just multiplies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I've experienced a lot of stuff, man. Mr. X, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Always, man.
Yep, that's what I'm here to do.
Yeah, man. This is where the great conversations. Diego, I put the StreamYard thing again so you can catch it here if you want to hop on. It'll be great to have you on. Yeah, I'd like to know his intake because Diego was saying when he entered the military, his religion that he put down was Satanism. And then he changed. And that would be
But
a
he has to.
very,
He has to. I know you said earlier, but I
That's
think
wild.
reiterate. He has to click the link on top of the chat.
yeah, I
On
put it
top of the
again
chat,
here
right?
too. He can click
Okay.
right under his comment. If he might be getting ready or something.
Well, there was a heavy Satanist in the military, Aquino. What was his name? Aquino, who was a major Satanist. He even got on talk shows preaching Satanism, and he was a colonel. Colonel Aquino, I think his name was.
What? A Colonel? Holy smokes. That's up there. Clem Howler says it's spooky AF. The lights in a night parking lot on shrooms. I felt I was in hell. And the same lights and pathways were kind of stretched, traumatically spooky. I have experienced that where the lights have stretched, and the lights brights, but super high contrast. I've noticed that. I remember one time we were driving, and in Texas, those reflectors in the middle of the road when I was on Fort Hood, they were like the level of the door where the window was. I mean, stuff was raising, the street lamps were like bending in toward the road. I've had some amazing trips when I was in the military. I'd say I might have used it about maybe 30 times. And then I used the shrooms. When I got out, I didn't try shrooms until like 15 years later. I guess I had enough trips at that point. And I smoked massive amounts of cannabis. I drank a little, but yeah, it was a great time. I mean, now it's like the only thing that gets me high is drug foods. I don't smoke or drink or anything. But yeah,
we're going from getting high to
to God. Getting high is part of God, man. God is getting high to me, man. I mean, if I had, I'm like that. I've gotten closer to existence. I mean, I don't look at it as a singularity type of thing. I look at it as this might be a journey, kind of like that song from Led Zeppelin, Kashmir. I'm a traveler through both time and space. It's just amazing. This is really an amazing journey. I'm like, what is this? What is this, man? And drugs have an ability that, the great amount that I've experienced, nothing like hard drugs, but natural drugs. Like in Amsterdam, they would consider it soft drugs. So they had the smart shops. Funny enough, those are the mushroom shops, the smart shops. And I remember taking the pictures of like 9 different types of mushrooms, Amazonian and golden teachers and Hawaiian Copelandias. And yeah, I had some great experiences. I have to admit, like I would say every experience I've had was just amazing. Clam Howler says demons flying past on the highway and raging cocaine drivers, demon possessed driving past. You see that your spooks they are joining in on trying to scare you. Yo, that's a deep trip, bro. Wow. That's a deep trip. That's wow. That's something, man. I tell you, man, when I think about the way there are plants and substances that can alter our perception of reality, I look at that as like a key to the Doors, like the Doors of Perception, that rock group. They were originally called the Doors, but the Doors of Perception to Perception, but of Perception, and then they shortened it to the Doors. But
nice.
He was like, there's this world and something like the other world, and then there are the doors, in between. So it's like it was really deep, man. I mean, and that's what it's about. I mean, this is a mental thing that I think has a lot to do with our behavior. Our behavior really has a lot to do with it. I've noticed when I was a kid, sometimes I'd want to cry, and then I'd realize, what the heck am I crying? Like, why would I want to cry? It's like I got a sense of it's all fake, when I was like 10 or 11, and it just showed me so much. Diego, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
Really good, man. Always hanging, man.
Architects, change your name, huh?
Yeah, Architects of Humanity, man. This is 100% going for my scientific journey toward trying to find the origins of humanity, or at least how we were created. And then it got kind of into the religion, but I mean, I know you got some great insight. I remember you were telling me that when you entered the military, were you already involved in the Satanist religion and then you put it on the form, or was it?
Yes. Well, what happened is when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I was 19 years old, 19, 20 years old, around there. I just kind of got disillusioned with everything. I was an art school student, I was an art school dropout, actually. And so I hung out with a lot of like liberal people, a lot of artists, creative people and stuff, in Chicago. And so, of course, they're all like, Chicago is one of the most liberal cities in America. It's right up there with New York and LA. So
Wow.
all my friends were liberal, and I was liberal too. I mean, I voted for Clinton and stuff back then, and all that. And, of course, they're against Christianity all the way,
Wow, I didn't know that.
and I hadn't really participated in Christianity. I was raised Catholic, but I didn't really participate in Christianity. I wasn't going to church or nothing. So I came across a book, the Satanic Bible by Anton Sanzar LaVey. Okay, he's the father of modern Satanism. Okay, and I was captivated by the book. Now, some of the book was about like the Black Mass and the rituals and stuff like that. I did not get involved in any of that crap. Okay, I never participated in a Black Mass ceremony. I didn't do any prayers to Baal or none of that crap. Okay, but I was intrigued by the philosophy behind Satanism. Okay, whereas, like, for example, the 7 deadly sins, one of them is greed. Okay, greed is a sin. In the Bible, it's a sin. But, without greed, there's no such thing as ambition. And ambition is not a bad thing.
Great point. That's an excellent point. Wow.
Or lust. Lust is a sin. Well, without lust, we can't repopulate the planet.
Yeah,
You can't have a family. You can't raise children. You can't have a family.
Yeah, or and we don't know love. I guess would that be the opposite of love? Lust.
Well, what they think about love is they think that love is good, obviously, but you cannot. Okay, you have to know what hate is in order to know what love is.
Yes.
You can't experience love unless you've experienced hate. Okay,
Yes.
so one cannot exist without the other.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. And the whole thing that Christians would tell me was like, well, you're going to go to hell then. If you worship Satan, you're going to go to hell. Okay, don't you Satanists realize that if you worship Satan, then there must be a God and that God's going to send you to hell? And so, well, what Satanists believe is they believe that God rules the afterlife, but Satan rules this life. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Satan rules the living, the known. Okay, God rules everything after this. Okay, so when you die, you belong to God, but while you're here, you belong to Satan.
But
Okay,
now,
that's what they believe.
yeah,
That's what they believe.
I did a stream and I talked about there's no innocent people that go to hell, right? So what religions are telling me that only the bad people go to hell, but
Yeah.
it tells me that hell. I did a stream called A Fairy Tale Called Hell because I said, well, innocent people are dying here. So people go to jail and get executed. George Bush oversaw a lot of guys that turned out to be innocent after they were dead. So this has to be worse than hell. So they can't scare me with hell.
But you see, also, that's to say, sorry to interrupt, that's to say that this is your first time. Who's to say this is our first time? What if we're being sent here because something else and we're being sent here?
I'm like the kid saying, no. I'm the kid saying, wait a minute. You want me to get a ticket to heaven? Take your ticket back, because what you call heaven is a crime scene disguised as paradise. Why can't I sentence that God to hell? So God loves me, but he's going to send me to hell for eternity. This is a finite life. And they want me to believe that forever. They trying to own forever. Nobody owns. God don't own forever. Nobody owns forever. So I could be wrong, and I look at this and I say to myself, I said, I'm pissed off at that. What was it? Some prisoner scribbled on it. He said, if there is a God, you have to beg for my forgiveness. That makes sense. Everything I see written in that book about God is, something, the Bible, God has a higher body count than Satan. You know that, right? Satan's got like a 40, 50, 80 body count. God's is in the millions. You read the part with David, go collect 200 foreskins. What type of shit is that?
Yeah.
God telling you to collect foreskins? That's some closet shit right there.
You got to realize, the Bible is divided into 2 books. It's the Old Testament and the New Testament. Okay, the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament is a very vengeful, angry God.
They're both vengeful and angry.
The God of the New Testament is a lot nicer, more accepting.
But that's like saying you did some murder and it's like, just expunge that part of my record and just only show, right?
So were these guys possessed then?
No,
what was it that who?
Well, all right, I look at it like this. I'm just using logic, because I'm saying, okay, logically, innocent people aren't going to hell, but innocent people are dying here. So why the hell should I be afraid of hell? I should be more afraid of here. Hell's the place you go if you're guilty. Earth's the place you go when you're not guilty. It's like, holy shit, hell's got at least I might as well sin and go to hell.
Yeah.
What? And I said it on the other show. What if we know for sure that we can't go to heaven? We going to hell. How would we act right now?
You would be what is it?
I would be a
Seventh-day Adventist or something like that.
No, I would be a tyrant, bro. I would be samurai sword, chopping head, machine gun type. I mean, M60.
Jehovah's Witness. You'd be Jehovah's Witness. They believe that only 135,000 people are going to go to heaven.
I'd be shooting those 135,000.
But are you sure about that, MD? Do you think that's really in your
If I knew for sure, right? Like, put it this way: if I knew I couldn't go to jail, I would definitely be murdering people. That's the only thing that's probably. I'm not saying I'm a bad person, but when you see the FBI going after people inventing stuff and they haven't even locked up a pedophile. I would be machine gun Kellying. I would be like Frailty, that movie, when he sees the demons, and he's like, all right, and that was his life purpose. When you look, I think the reason sometimes we feel like nothing is because we know we're doing nothing. My existence might be a mistake that consciousness is allowing me to exist, being like, you see, you're a piece of shit. Because you see shit that's wrong in the world and you're too goddamn scared of the cage. Who's the animal? The guy that's in the cage or the one that puts him in there? I mean, when you see the stuff that's going on right now, and this has been going on for thousands of years, you go through it's a God. When I said it and Wavy was on and he was like, oh, people kill you for that. Well, then good, kill me then. I said, God might be closet. God seems like he's in the closet. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Closet. Where's the women? The women are in the pantheon, the Greeks, the Indians, the Rome, the Egypt. You got chicks, you got Aphrodite, you got sex. That's the stuff I want. I don't want to be with closet God scaring me with hell. That shit pisses me off when I think about it. I know there's something better than this. I know there's something more.
So what if it's nothing more than a more sophisticated version of Santa Claus? It's basically God is a story for adults that's akin to Santa Claus. So it needs to be more,
I think it could be real,
organized.
God
you
could
think
be
all of them are real?
He could be
think all religions are real? You can only have one God, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so. Why would there only be one? If we know that
many subs,
all right, if we know a parliamentary republic or a people's republic is better than a monarchy, right? So we know a multiple Knights of the Round Table, anything where there's more minds, that's better than one ruler, right? Then why would we think the universe is ruled by one person? You see what I'm saying? The logic brings it in to say, wait a minute, these priests, these butt pirates that wrote this stuff, that's what we got to remember. These are the same people.
Those are the major religions.
Okay.
Well,
all religions, pretty much.
If somebody like Frailty, that movie Frailty, I forgot the guy's name, but Matthew McConaughey. Huh?
Matthew McConaughey and Bill Paxton. Bill Paxton directed.
Bill Paxton.
Edward Herman was in it too.
Yeah, Bill Paxton, excellent. And Powers Booth was the detective.
Yeah, Powers Booth was in it too.
Man, that movie because Bill Paxton plays a nutcase really good. And he's like, he sees the demon in people and he's doing the work. You see something wrong. If you see, if like you see something destroying something, like even in nature, and you're like, man, I got to get rid of this animal here. Like, all right, you farming, you got sheep, you're killing the wolf. You're not saying, you know what, let me just make the fence stronger. It's going to get to a point to where, he got through. No, I'm hunting wolves now. I should have did it from the giddy up, but I don't know. Maybe I was lazy. So when you see if you see a little fire burning, you're supposed to stomp it out because we know what happens if that fire catches. And ta-da, we get a pedo pres, we get all this stuff. I mean, anybody even meeting with a 13-year-old is straight a crime to me. But when you got a president, And you got all these Bill Clinton, all of these guys, pictures with 11, 10-year-olds on their lap. Nobody says nothing. Disgusting excuses for what a human being would be.
But,
and Frailty was right. Frailty
heard
was
of that
right.
movie.
Let me just say something real quick here, because a lot of what you're saying, Scribe, is the way like human beings were before civilization came to be. They were chaotic. They were killing motherfuckers left and right. They were doing all those things. You can take away religion, okay, but morality is still going to exist in some type. Okay, we know human beings have always known that killing, okay, is not a good thing unless you have to. Okay, so that's why all religion is a social construct. Okay, so we created religion, we created folklore, the mythology, all that stuff was created to explain morality. And morality is going to exist whether you believe in this God or that God. It doesn't matter.
Well,
you see what I mean?
Okay.
Well, I think that was brought in by the religion of evolution to get us to think that before we were more barbaric. When we look at these ancient civilizations, it seems that we were more civilized, and now we're just a technological barbarians, because technology does not make us civilized.
No.
Treating each other with civility, that makes us civilized. And I see no civility. I see punishment, fear, draconian levels of BS. So when I look back, I don't know what your feelings are on evolution, but we've fully scientifically debunked that. It's lie after lie. There's no caveman, Neanderthal. When I looked into Professor, well, check this out. Professor Prost from Germany, he was the one that supposedly discovered the skeletons in Neander Valley. That's why they call it Neanderthal. Years, decades went by, people writing articles, Star Wars stuff, like Star Wars, they write the branch off shit. Oh, they did this and they ate corn and all of this stuff, and all BS. They looked at the skeletons again, the British did, and they were like, these are humans. These are humans. And if you took every fossil, all the live fossils, everything of human origins, and put them together, they fit in the back of a pickup truck. So somebody's telling me the story of humanity, not just only with a couple of fossils that fit in the back of a truck, but mislabeled fossils. Like we debunked Cheddar Man. They try to say, oh, Cheddar Man, the first blue-eyed man. Well, the stuff that I'm revealing here is the first humans. Everybody here, no matter the color of your eyes, we all have blue eyes underneath whatever color we have. If you have blue eyes, that's the baseline eye. Over that, you get gray, green, hazel, amber, brown, dark brown, and almost black. This is proven by Dr. Greg Homer. And this is why I call the channel Architects of Humanity now, because I've been working on it for 12 years. And when I called up Stroma Labs in California, who were using a technique called laser depigmentation, taking the melanin off of the top of the iris to reveal an underlying functional blue eye. But they were selling it as cosmetic surgery. And I'm saying, wait a second, you're telling me the base eye is blue on everybody. So there's no way somebody could have survived in an open environment with an albino or blue eye, because you get a high form of melanoma and macular degeneration. We see that today with blue-eyed population. Then the melanin being on top, that's like buying a car that's black and the paint chips, and you say, oh, this is original paint, and you see white paint underneath. You say, wait a minute, how did there's no way this car could have been originally this color, because underneath, so there's no way that we could have the brown or black eye as the first eye, because the blue eye is underneath, and it can be proven biologically. Now, this led me to say, well, could this be true of the skin? And it's true of the skin. And that's when I showed pictures here of vitiligo to show how people who are losing the melanin here.
Yeah, Michael Jackson, yeah.
Yeah, look at this. You see that the melanin is on top. This Indian girl looks like a Caucasian girl. This black girl, you see, this is the base of who we are, of everybody. It is the albino form that gains melanin. That's why I named it, How Did the First Humans Look? When you add melanin to these people, right, you'll get a brown template, but the underlying reality will still be there. And this is shown in brown and black populations around the world that have natural blonde hair. These are natural blondes. India has the largest albino family in the world. This looks like people from Stockholm, Sweden.
It looks like Game of Thrones.
Straight up, right? And they're Indian. So the original eye seems to be the albino eye. You got Chinese albinos. You have albinos in every culture. And when I look through this, I say to myself, even animals, snakes, every type of animal. I found fish that are albino, insects, there are albino insects. There's even albino bacteria. So this brings me to many other questions to say, okay, if the albino template was first, were we created in like a laboratory setting? Could be on the table like this picture, or maybe it's in some type of a tank. I'm not sure, but what I am sure of is we definitely didn't evolve. There was nothing by chance. I posed a question to my friend Edgar. We were speaking today because he's extremely smart on this, just in general. And he was like, that's a great analogy you had, that billions of years could go by and that a skateboard wouldn't form. Let's make it easier. A spoon. So a silver spoon, a metal spoon, whatever, will not form by chance over billions of years. We know that. But magically a living organism will? That's just asinine. And we've been beaten in our heads with this to say, oh, the caveman. If the caveman theory were true, he would have ate his wife and child. It's so like backwards to say, wait, so you're telling me black people, and this is the theory that's in textbooks, which is horrible, was somehow, how did they turn from an ape to a man? With a magic wand. Evolution did it, that's basically what it is. And then that black person, they're saying, went north and went in, and in caves and northern latitudes, they got lighter. So even that lie tells us the truth. If they got lighter, right, well, then it shows us what was underneath the melanin. So how did they get lighter? That means the melanin receded. If the melanin recedes and it's lighter underneath, the lighter comes first. And then when you look at that people can't transform from apes, there is no missing link. That's like me saying you're at work and they document it. And I say, well, he murdered somebody. And they're like, no, we got him on camera at work. No, don't worry. The evidence is just missing. We'll find it, though. No, there's no missing evidence. It doesn't exist. So the missing link is a real deceitful play on words to say it's called scientifically a non-existent transitional species. Oh, so you don't even have this. You're a liar. There's no link between man and ape. There's no link between mammal and reptile. No link between reptile and avian. No link between amphibian and reptile, fish and amphibian, cell and fish. There are more missing. It's not missing links, again, because they get us to say, oh, there's more missing. No, there's more non-existent transitional species. There is no transitional species. You can breed dogs as long as you want. You'll never get a cat. You see, so they'll say, well, there's a common ancestor. Okay, what's the name of that common ancestor? And they don't know what to say. They'll say, well, we don't have the name. No, you lie. They're professional liars. These are well paid. They got master's degree.
Well, in all fairness, Darwin, it was called a theory. Okay, he couldn't prove it. It's just something that he thought based on what he knew.
He recanted. It was based on racism. And here's the title. This is the book right here, On the Origin of Species. And when we look closer, by means of natural selection, there ain't no natural selection. There's adaptation. Oh, this is what he was talking about. The preservation of favored races. We know what that BS goes to in the struggle for life. There is none of that. You have things living in
I
accordance.
think he was talking about survival of the fittest.
Well, again, there is no survival of the fittest because it's more survival of the most adaptable. If it's survival of the fittest, that's the whole caveman would have ate his wife and kids when he was hungry.
Yeah, but even animals don't eat their wives and kids.
Oh, there's animals that eat their young. There's clearly animals that eat their young. So we have animals that eat their young, and we have young that the animal sacrifices itself and lets the young eat it. The octopus, we have
The
many
reptiles always eat their young. The reptiles.
Reptiles will do it too if they don't get away. So we have things that are born and they got to get away from the parents. The human is so fragile. How did the first human baby even, it's so much stuff. He said, wait a minute, the human baby has to be taken care of. There's no way something like that would be created. It's like we've been declawed or something like that. And we're so, nature is like a minefield. So my theory, I said, okay, what if this planet had a thicker atmosphere? A shielded environment, basically.
Now, but think of that. Don't get away from that. But think about that. Why do they have to? Why do the administrators? Let's call them the administrators, not the creators. So the administrators of this have to consistently lie to us of where we came from, all these things. It almost seems like we're from a much higher plane of existence consciously, but we're put into, I guess, some type of a what do you call it? A terrain that would seem like it's a terraformed area, or whatever, artificially, just for us.
What if we escaped?
Or
what if we escaped from the garden?
That's to say you escaped and you came here. I don't think so. It doesn't seem that way.
Okay.
You wouldn't be asking these questions. You wouldn't be asking these questions if you escaped.
I'm not talking about
that's why you're asking the question.
You think the aliens created us or something?
No, well, the architects of humanity, right? Whoever it was that created us, right? I don't think anybody has to come to this planet to create us. It's as if, okay, just looking at clues. If you know somebody committed a crime, and then they tell you they destroyed the evidence. Now you're suspicious, but then they tell you they destroyed the evidence. That's an admission almost of guilt. They'll incarcerate you for that. So if we look at, okay, the moon, they mapped the moon, even the backside. Did you map the oceans? No. That raises a red flag. It's like you're telling me to look at Mars, and I've looked through telescopes since the 90s, constellations, I understand the whole thing. But when somebody's got me, look over there, and I'm saying, well, wait a second, why haven't you mapped the planet that we're on? It's just common sense again, saying, wait, you're telling me you mapped the entire surface of the moon, Mars, and all this other crap, but you didn't map the entire surface of Earth or the ocean? And then I got to remember,
Earth isn't mapped?
The Earth has not been totally mapped. Why do you think people are searching for Bigfoot? America, the United States, has only been up to 25% foot surveyed. So you got a massive amount that haven't been foot surveyed.
We've got satellites that can see everything. I mean, we don't have to walk there ourselves.
Well, no. Well, this is the thing. If you don't
the North Pole,
if you don't there's
people have walked the North Pole and the South Pole too. So
well, you'll understand this as being a veteran like myself. The map is not the terrain. So we can have the map, but when you get on that terrain, you start to say, oh, this is much different from the map. So they can map stuff, but the terrain is going to be different. And one thing that they admit, they say only 5% they map is the ocean. So it's like, where are the maps for the ocean? And the ocean poses a very big question. Those could be the origins. Those could be where the domes are, the laboratory of creation. Now, it would be something like architects of creation or architects of humanity, of course, but architects even of reality. So we have to remember that our minds have been soaked with evolution and religion. So it's sort of like we've been traumatized. And when we realize we've been traumatized or hoodwinked or bamboozled, we say, oh, you're not going to catch me on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Most people don't. Most people stay zombified. That's why the last channel is called American Zombie. Majority of people are zombified, more mainstream. They're kept under, asleep, just like they live.
Mhm.
And why? That's what I'm telling you. I'm saying, why would when I say administrators, they have other names for this, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, the controllers,
Administrators,
the ones that
architects.
keep the ones that, not the architects, the ones that are below the architects, the
Okay.
controllers, the ones that control what happens right here, right? So they are so hell bent on making you believe in Santa Claus, making you believe all this stuff is real, religion and everything else. And we're always asking the question, where do we come from? And we know we're being lied to instinctively. We know this. Again, it's another story. We got to go in there and investigate. They never tell us to, figure it out for ourselves or go within or anything like that. They always have an answer for you. So why are they so hell bent on forcing you to be indoctrinated just to live and die? What's the point? What's the purpose of that? To never get to explore the real thing. We don't want you to explore that. We don't want you to North Pole. We don't want you to go to South Pole. We don't want you to go over here. Just live and die and stay in the,
it's because the
throwing
United,
balls,
I think,
watching,
Well, I mean, the
football,
reason
whatever.
they don't explore the North Pole is because it's dangerous there. That's why nobody lives there.
the United
Well,
States is
Dangerous?
young.
No, because there's something there they don't want you to see.
Well, you know
They
what
want
else?
us to
Everybody
worship
dangerous.
their God. That's what it
Well,
is.
that too, but you know what else is dangerous? Going in the military. We put our lives on the line, but we can't risk it to go to the North Pole. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Just
people have gone to the North Pole. I mean, plenty of people have.
okay,
You know, it's dangerous. I mean,
No,
the temperatures there are ridiculous.
there's a barrier they cannot pass. It's even worse than the
Well,
South
there
Pole. You
might-
try to
there
go to the
might-
South Pole, you're going to get met with deadly force. It has a sign right there. You
It's
will be
kind
met
of-
with deadly
Is there an
force.
army there or something a base there
Yes,
that prevents
there's
people?
military
there is.
ops all over. There's,
I mean,
there's
you
special
can-
bases
In the
all
North
over
Pole?
the place.
No, you can go there.
South Pole,
but-
no, both. Yeah.
But it's like when you think about it, to go to the North Pole, you're going to need a ship.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, or even we're going to need a plane. And now, if you go with a plane, they will have restricted airspace. You're not going to fly over that. They're going to shoot you down. You can't fly
How
over
do you
the
get
White House.
supplies there? How do you get like food and water and you know?
Well, you bring it. You bring MREs. You bring stuff, and you say, "Look, we're going on a mission." And this is just hypothetical to say, wait a second. They're telling me that I should believe them, and these are the same people that lied to me since I was a kid.
Yep.
They told me George Washington couldn't tell a lie and all of this crap.
Well, we know that's fake. I mean,
No, but the thing is,
Not when we were kids, we didn't know.
We know it's fake, right? But it's very important to know they lied to us. And lying to
His
me,
allegiance was to the
they tell us about Santa
Freemason
Claus
and
the Easter Bunny
president. So he
too.
was
You know,
Well, no,
the tooth fairy.
his first allegiance was the Freemasonry. America was. His
but
second
you know what
allegiance.
the worst thing about George Washington was? He had a slave called Ona Judge. They gave her to Martha Washington. And she was like, screw this, and escaped during a family dinner. Lived away from that monster for 50 years. And while he preached liberty and all his lies, he continually sent people to find this woman. And thank goodness she escaped them. And they don't tell her story because it shows that defying them, we can win. When I was in second grade and I look up and I see 40 something pictures of demons called presidents, why couldn't that be 40 pictures of different type of plants and animals? No, they were indoctrinating me. They said, you don't have to answer the question about who discovered America. I was so stupid. I was like, who discovered America? They were like the Indians, man. I was like, I'm putting that down. And the teacher, Miss German, that bitch made it wrong. And I said, second grade, how much more can you destroy a young man than having women try to teach him? We should be around men.
Well, Eric the Red came here before Columbus ever did. He was
Definitely. Eric the Red, Leif von Erikson, if that's what his full name was. And I guarantee you people before that, because you have the Eskimo living on the land. The Vikings were shipping cattle across the Atlantic. I mean, how is it that the Vikings come over here, build settlements in Nova Scotia that are there today, right? But they send over these clones with Columbus, that a lot of people have this theory of the Cabbage Patch Kids, and magically these people don't even know how to wipe their ass or brush their teeth. And you can see the pictures during the gold rush, and it's like, what are they, like mindless? Do they have no memories? The Vikings, same looking people, excellent warriors, clean teeth. They check the skulls, no cavities. These guys know how to build settlement, shipping cattle. But then you get these guys come over. It's like not the bottom of the barrel, it's underneath the barrel. Yeah, send this crap over there and we'll put them against the natives. And Alexis had a great question. He goes, you're telling me that the natives who know this land and warfare. The British send an army and start pushing them back. You're telling me farmers with hoes and rakes beat the British army in a Revolutionary War? And I'm like, that's a very good question.
That's the thing, we don't know. It's just like
I mean,
9/11. How
it was
intricate
guerrilla
was
fighting.
that?
It wasn't, you know.
Yeah.
Nah, they ain't gonna. If anybody could do guerrilla fighting, it would have been the Native Americans.
Well, I mean that's who was working with the
I again, the same people that told me who discovered that's what I'm getting. So
Yeah.
pardon me.
Let's take a step back real quick.
I think Calix had something. Calix had something.
No, we'll get back to that.
All right, cool.
Let's
But I just want to say, Alexis, it's good to see you. He said, did the first humans know? I'm not sure. They could have, because when you look at old historical stuff, they always talking about being created. The Popol Vuh of this country, the when they had them recite the Christianity stuff, they incorporated their myths. I have it here, and it says in the beginning, 4 humans were created, 2 men, 2 women, but they were created too close to the gods, plural. They could look out and see to the end of time. They could stand in one spot and see around the world. They had to remake them to where they could only see the stars and they could only see that which is near. So when you hear a story like this, you say, whoa, so we have like latent powers or something that was suppressed. And we see this in people that are born, and these little anomalies pop up. There's about, I don't know if it's 6% or it's like 6 to 10 people in the world that have a bone density many times more than the average human. Like it takes a lot for them to break a bone. And this is a proof. You have people that are magnetic to glass. You have people that'll stick an iron to their shirt and it'll hang on. There's so much different things that we see that this evolutionary religion will say, no. Darwin, our Pope Darwin says that can't exist. Because Darwin is definitely the Pope. The cathedral, I got thousands of pictures from the Museum of Natural History in Manhattan. I mean, that should be called the Museum of Naturally His Story. That's what it should be called. I mean, it's just horrible in there. You look at the, I look over here and I see, Africans in tall grass. You see Chinese. The Chinese protested that. They said, you better change that exhibit. And then you look on the other side and you see this dude with a fur coat, modern man. It's so based on Western superiority. It's freaking disgusting. And it's nothing against Westerners. It's saying, because I'm a Westerner, it's to say, man, what the heck something is trying to suppress.
Let me lead that into what I was going to say earlier.
Come up with?
But real quick, let me interject something before we get too far in. Let me interject something real quick. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying all the stuff you're talking about comes from that word, religion, as in I'm going to create a new group. I'm going to create to make again a new group,
right.
new group. So all these new groups over time, all these religions that come out over time, they all have come out over time, and they're thousands of years old, and each one has their own story. Some of them copy each other. Some are based off the sun. Some are based off Saturn. Some are based off the moon. A lot of astrological stuff there. And you have all these options. So it's a religion. Religions create what? Groups that eventually will fight against what? Another group. There's no unity.
Right.
So there's no unity religion. There's religion. I'm making my new legion. And if I happen not to like your God, I'm going to war with you. And that's what's happened over all these different religions, which are religions that have gotten together and decided to be chess pieces on this grand chessboard. And there's someone or something, no one what's human or not,
for power,
that has control of
money.
this. Yeah, that controls the narrative, that controls what's true, even though we know it's all lies. And they're the ones that are administrate this thing. I'm saying, then why are we here to learn? We're here to learn how to get deceived and manipulated. That's what we're here for. Is that the lesson we're supposed to learn? What's the reason why we're here? We know we're not from here because you would never ask the question why you're here if you was from here. If you were from here, your brain would never ask the question, why am I here? That means you came from somewhere else, right?
Well, look at the multiple God thing, right? When you'll see it in their own words, just using logic. Why is the first commandment so paranoid? thou shalt not worship no other gods before me. So in other words, the single God is telling you that there's other gods, and people don't see that. Who are these other? So why are you paranoid if you're supposed to be all powerful and all of this stuff, and you're telling me not to worship other gods? So one, you're giving me a hint there's other gods out here. Two, you're paranoid. The first thing should be love thyself, right? But
It's no different than a business trying to sell you something. Yo, you come with us, you're gonna get all this free shit.
Well, yeah, you have that, but then I'm talking like, look at the Garden of Eden. Oh, where's Adam? What do you mean, where am I? Don't you ain't you supposed to know everything? You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to look through, and I'm not saying that I'm debunking the Bible or any of these religious books. I'm saying there's pieces of the puzzle. There's truth in there, surrounded by a shitload of lies. That's what we have in there in all religious books. We see that. And then we have to realize, like, man, this thing about eating people and all that stuff and this PDF stuff is all littered throughout religion. But when I look at it, I say to myself, man, it has something that it has a piece of the puzzle. The Hindu stuff with Azvaroon, talking about spaceships that can cloak, how to make them, Mercury vortex engines. These seem more like documentation than religious scriptures. It's like I said, if we never saw an airplane, the Native Americans have that myth of the Thunderbird. If you see a plane flying and you never saw an airplane and it breaks the sound barrier, you're going to say it's like a bird that makes the sound of thunder. It's the Thunderbird. So it's as if they saw ancient technology thousands of years ago. What do we have in the Sanskrit Vedic text from India? Ancient flying technology thousands of years ago. So we can add this stuff up like detectives and find where the truth is pointing. It's like walking down a dark hallway. If you put your hand on the wall, what is not the hallway, you can guide yourself down the hallway without tripping. And we know that we didn't evolve. We know that nothing happened by chance, because not even a spoon can form by chance. But they're telling me that something as complex as a cell, which, I mean, a cell, you got carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, a nucleus, a cell wall that has to be able to pull stuff in and extract stuff out.
A microbiome.
Right, a microbiome.
So basically, you're saying we're repeating this stuff. So all the past stuff that we've heard about the flood, whatever the flood.
I don't know if we're repeating it.
That's
I don't think we're repeating it.
Well, there were people here before that reached the high tech
by the polar ice caps melting.
Well, that's
I'm saying that we went back to they reversed we had the tech back then, whether Egyptians had it or before that was Romans, whatever they were. During that time, I'm saying there had to have been a reset. Because obviously we don't have the same tech.
I don't think. What Diego said, the polar ice caps, if those melted, that would only raise the level of the sea maybe a couple of 100 feet. Like, it can be done mathematically, because they're saying during the ice age, the shorelines were lower, about 200 to 400 feet. So a lot of the coastal villages were flooded when what melted, right? Now, if the rest would have melted, you would still have land on Earth. So, and that can be added up mathematically. So anytime they lie to me, I say, okay, let me use a hard science, math. And it just exposes them as another same people that told me about Columbus. So why wouldn't they lie? Right. So when I look at these things, it's studying science, real science, not this evolutionary religion, because I'm saying, wait a second, that's not science. You found a bone in 3 feet of earth. How the heck you going to know how old that is? Carbon dating is
yeah.
What about the energy?
We already know that all that's false. But I'm saying, but the one thing that we are seeing is that when they say there's going to be a cataclysm, we look at the Mayan calendar, we look at the astrological thing, and all these things, and apparently they've been very dot on all these predictions.
Well, no, I thought the Mayan calendar.
What if that's the algorithm? Hold on. What if that's the algorithm that's set on the server? Okay, you only get this many years, you get to go this far. And then after a certain point, it resets, just like a computer server. Like you play World of Warcraft or whatever, they can wipe the server.
Have you heard of the plasma apocalypse theory?
Yeah. Well, basically, that's what it is. Wiping the server is akin to the flood. So they say there's a flood. That's code word for we wipe the server.
Yeah, the flood could
start
be
over.
Or evidence for a great flood. A lot of evidence, scientific.
Yeah, or like Diego had a question. I think you were going to ask about the 2012 thing on the calendar, right, Diego?
Yeah. Isn't that
we have to. if we're going to do this scientifically, we have to address all of this. So that's a very good question. Remember
That's the ignorance. They thought it was the
Okay.
end of the world.
Okay.
That's what mainstream said. No, you're simply going to a new age. From you're going
Okay.
from
Yeah,
Aquarius to
that
whatever.
that could
So
be it.
that's all it was. But no, they interpreted that. Oh man, it's the end of the world. You see how
And
stupid?
you know what? You know what
you
I
know?
think? For us thinking 2000 was the change of the millennia. The change of the
That too.
millennia might have
They
been.
thought it was in the world in 2000. Exactly.
Yeah, it could have been
Ignorance.
that. Yeah, it could have been. So
Well, we
see,
know that when Jesus was born, actually 4 year in 4 BC, right?
we don't know. I don't know. I mean, I look at it as when people tell me about Jesus, I don't try to break their faith, and I say, okay, if you found an earlier story, Horus, born in a house of bread to a virgin mother, 12 followers of Horus.
So you've seen Zeitgeist, right? The movie.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Zeitgeist because the biggest thing that makes sense in Zeitgeist is the walking on water. When the sun shimmers on water, the sun is walking on, right? The Son of God, the
Exactly.
universe.
That's the sun.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's personification of the sun.
There is
But here's what's funny. So why is it he did all these things, right? But he never wrote a book. So why can't I read a book that
Yes.
Jesus wrote? Why gotta I read a book
And
that some
he
scribes
never
wrote?
wrote
Who
anything
knows
down.
where? Who are these guys? We don't know who these guys are. They just came up with this story. I want to hear his writings, but no, it doesn't exist.
And well, he
And
had the
so
same
did he really
origin as
exist?
like David, right? And Joseph, and like they all
We
had the
don't
same
know
origin.
because he didn't write a
virgin
book.
birth
You know what I'm
and-
saying? So
Well,
you're
the
going
one-
off. You're going off
Well, the
secondhand
one thing
information.
the one thing with the Jesus story, I think it's pointing again toward ancient technology. I think it's telling us about in vitro fertilization. Maybe not 2,000 years ago, but saying somebody was born from a virgin. And the only way that can happen, us knowing science now, is to say through in vitro fertilization. Now, I'm not saying
The same story as Egypt. That was the first iteration
well,
of the sun.
yeah, but you see these statues with the mother, the Madonna suckling a child. We have statues in Egypt. We have stuff in Europe. We have all over. You're seeing this. Why are these people repeating this? I don't think it's a hallucination or something. There's some, something that we should look at and say, okay, yeah, something.
That guy said it was all based on the zodiac.
What
on the equinox and all that. Remember?
Well, I think yes, I think has a piece of the puzzle. So like that's the problem with I think a lot of these theories is that we're trained to say okay that's everything, and it's like no Zeitgeist got a piece of the puzzle and everything else is BS. This thing over here, Christianity has a piece, Catholicism, Hinduism, Islam is the only one that really talks about the jinn. So I look into that and I said, wait a minute, something made from smokeless fire. And that took me years. Well, I thought, okay, a genie, but all right, if it's small and can get big. And I said, what do you make? How is smokeless fire? Steel. When you make stuff from metal, that's from smokeless fire. So now look at the Transformers movie. What was the source of life? The cube. In Christianity, now the cube of Metatron is a real historical, religious document. Metatron, according to biblical, and not just biblical,
not Megatron,
Metatron. But before he was Metatron, he was Enoch. He was a man on earth, and this goes back to Sumerian, biblical, it's in all of this stuff. Enoch is brought up to sit on the council to judge the 200 fallen angels. And that's when he's turned into the archangel Metatron. So I'm saying, wait a second, there's stories of these so-called in-between angels, which could be looked at as demigods, like, Hercules and Gilgamesh and all these guys. They're more than a man, but they're less than a god. And he's taken to judge with other angels these 200 rebellious ones, which they said landed on Mount Hermon, which is between Syria, I think, and Israel. On that mount is where they said they took a curse, an oath. When they lie with the daughters of man, they can't go back. And they took that. And that's when they said, and check this out, the daughters of man were fair. Now, fair, as we know, means lighter skinned. So could it be, again, going in line with my albino origin hypothesis because of genetics? So I'm saying, look, if we dissect the human organism, we're going to see that melanin is on top and our original form is non-melanated albino eye, white hair. As we get older, our hair turns back gray and sometimes white. again, showing us that everything we have is borrowed. Everything we ever loved is going to be gone. Everything in this world is borrowed. So what are we really here for? It seems to be maybe to change our behavior. To say, one guy's like, oh, I remember it was some spiritual thing. He goes, oh, we were sent here. I said, what if we were assholes and we were sent here because to show us like, oh, yeah, you thought you were. It's like, no, you were a mistake.
Yeah, well, okay, well, let me give you an example. So let's say you were born in a prison environment, in an institution that has no windows, nothing. You never saw the light of day. You grew up in there for 30, 40 years, never got to see the sun, never got to see a tree. And they kept you, in this confined thing.
Mhm.
What would you be wondering at that point? What would you think?
Plato's allegory of the cave. That if you
Would you think that there's such a thing called a tree?
Well, no,
that
what
existed?
he's saying you're in the cave. You grow up like that, right? So he says exactly what you said, but you're against the wall with a whole bunch of people and your chains get loose. He goes, you turn around and the shadows that you saw that were on the wall your whole life, you realize, no, those are shadows from people outside. So when you go to walk out of the cave, it's too bright. You're like, holy smokes, I got to adjust to the sunlight. If you go back and tell those people what you saw, they will tear you apart. And you can't walk into the light outside because it's too bright. You got to adjust. So now you're stuck in the middle way. So what you're talking about, Plato, if we're on the verge for truth, we're going to meet up at the same place.
I'm asking you personally, if you grew up in that environment, would you, and you got no reference of what's outside of this thing, and you grew up in a certain way, they only fed you certain information, and they said you were born here, there's nothing
Like
outside
being a
of this,
sheltered
this is all there is.
Christian.
What would you think? Would you even conceive of a tree or animal or anything outside of this? Like, you've never seen an animal, you've never seen a tree, you've never seen, a river, a lake, an ocean, right? To make sense of where you're at, it's almost like what we're doing right now. To understand what's outside of this is like us, that we lived in an institution, we never got to see outside, we don't know, we can only imagine there must be something more. And we don't know there's a tree, there's dirt, there's all these things out here that create an ecosystem, and it's so beyond what we can even think of.
I mean, a hypothetical, it's like how Calix just said, it's like a sheltered Christian or a sheltered Muslim or a sheltered Judean or Hindu or Buddhist or Confucius or Taoist, anybody that's sheltered, that's the in common thing. So if you're sheltered, man, it's really messed up because you might not break that conditioning. My sister's only Catholic.
My parents, I was raised Christian, and my dad was a Marine, and they were both Christians. And then I started smoking weed when I was 16, and I broke the matrix. So I could have followed my dad's footsteps and joined the military, but I smoked weed when I was 16, and I haven't found a job that I wanted or anything, because most jobs most of everything's meaningless right now.
How do you eat? How do you get money to eat?
I don't eat much, just whatever's at my house. I can get food stamps. I used to get food stamps. I was supposed to be working. I mean, I
give you credit, Alex. I give you credit, bro. You're walking your path, man. You're walking your path, bro. That's it. And the 40-hour work week, Bukowski said it best. The 40-hour hostage situation work week. It's the perfect hostage situation to a corporate master because we're so scared to freeze to death under a bridge, and it's messed up, bro. It's. I was in the middle. I was smoking weed when I was 13, 14, and I went in the military. I was still smoking weed. I went in as soon as I turned 18.
Yeah.
And you would have gotten in trouble big time if you got caught.
I was just why do I want to kill people? That sounds crazy.
Yeah, no, I see. Yeah, I was saying, look, when I went in there, I did my basic and AIT, but I was a rule breaker, and I would see the guys, they came in here for college, and the sergeants and them liked me because I came in here to kill people. I didn't come in here for college. I ain't going to college because, and they were like, wow, this guy, because people say, oh, well, I'm a mechanic or I'm this. I'm like, look, I'm signed for a 50 caliber. I'm 18. I carry the M60. I have an M16. I've shot the M203 grenade launcher, the Law light anti-tank weapon, which I think is outdated now. All of this stuff back in, the cusp of the early 90s. And, I look at it like I don't. I'm glad, you know, I was getting out, and they said too. They said guys like you always get out. They said because you guys are the real ones, and I was always in trouble getting into fights and all of that. But the fact that I was good at physical training, they were like, you know what? He's doing what a soldier's supposed to do. He's keeping himself in shape, and he's an expert with these weapons. I made sure I shot expert with the M16. I threw my 2 live grenades to graduate basic training, and I was like a natural soldier. But again, like Calix is saying, I like to smoke weed. I took acid like 30 freaking times when I was every weekend we'd be tripping, you know, and you know, I was in it for a couple of years. So I didn't care, bro. I was off. I tell people I don't even want to hang out with a younger version of myself. I was so off. I'm thank goodness I did not murder somebody when I got out. I was just off the Richter scale. I was like, screw this. I was like, this is crazy. And I have to admit that a lot of people did tell me smoking weed woke them up. But I was woken up by seeing people paranoid when I was 10 and the cops are on. I'm like, wait a minute, the cops are supposed to protect us, right? Why is everybody so nervous? You driving on the highway, they slow down. Why? And then I started realizing what something's wrong. And then you get stupid again. You start listening to people. I left high school. I went to 9th grade, had to go to summer school to get to 10th, and then cut so much class in 10th grade, I didn't even get a credit. And then I went to Dallas by my father for 11th, came back, and they told me, look, you're going to have to stay another 2. And I said, I'm not going to this crap. And the recruiter told me, look, I said, if you get me, he goes, if I get you in, you're going to go? I said, definitely. Because people would go do the ASVAB, and then last minute they chicken out. I'm like, listen, you get me in, I'm going. My mother signed the papers for me to go in at 17. He waited.
Army?
Mommy signed the papers, was like, you want to go in at 17? You can go in at 17. Cool. I was like, all right. I was working since I was 14 at the supermarket. I was driving at 15 because I had my permit, got my license at 16, was selling cars at 17, joined the military, you know, at 17, and I left to Fort Knox as soon as I turned 18.
You went to Fort Knox.
I went to Fort Knox.
I went to tank school in Fort Knox.
Oh, wow. Oh, you were a tanker?
The Marine Corps barracks. That's where I was billeted. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Right there in Fort Knox. Yeah.
I did my basic and my AIT, advanced individual training.
E-Town. Remember E-Town?
Oh, yeah. Holy shit. I remember the Koppel Club. When I get back at stuff like that, it's beautiful because I think back and I'm like, man, that was a beautiful youth. And then they sent me to Fort Hood for permanent. And I remember I went to NTC for 30 days at the Mojave Desert, Fort Irwin, California, I think that was. And it was cool. I mean, a couple guys died in training. You know, one guy got bit by a rattlesnake. One guy blew himself up with a grenade, you know, and the drill sergeant actually in the cycle before me. And then they made us throw the grenades alone. You know, so we actually got better training because we didn't have daddy drill sergeant there to tell us that we were like, hey, you.
So you just answered the question because I was seeing this whole stream of that one thing I asked earlier. Why were we put here? You just answered the question. They needed you on the fucking They needed you on the battlefield for some reason.
I don't know. I don't want to be on the battlefield.
Think about it that way. Just think about it that way.
When I was stupid and I was young, and that's the only way they can get you to do stuff like that. Like as an older person, I'd be like, no, hell no.
But it's like either you're going to fight this war or you're going to help us fight this war by getting a job and you have money. You know,
we got guys coming back with missing parts and stuff, and they're not, you know, it's just saying,
like, I'm justifying to the point we are simply here to fight wars. They're wars.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what
say technology.
We're here to learn. I think
technology.
We're here to learn.
No, exactly. Then why are we always at war? If we're here to learn, to be unification.
No, we're not at war. We're at war.
The military-industrial complex.
Always at war.
There's money in war.
Whether it's the sword or the gun.
We're fighting for Israel right now, in case you haven't noticed.
Do you see any unification happening on this planet at all?
Well, the thing is
not meant to be
no unification whatsoever. We're supposed to be civilized. We're supposed to be high tech.
There's places in the world that still has tribes.
They want you to pick a side and go to war. That's why you're here.
This is modernity. So there's places in the world that still have tribes, I bet.
Exactly.
And like they just hunt.
Well, you gotta be in a tribe or something. They still come in and take you out. I mean, look at Amazon. They're taking out, I don't know how many tribes.
I'd rather be taken out that way. I'd rather be taken out that way defending my tribe instead of going on a battlefield for some corporate guy that's basically taking the bread out my
Easy
hand
to
and telling me
say
I
that
should
when you've seen
worship him or
both
something.
sides.
The Zionist.
Easy to say
Well,
that.
I think it's more than that because see, they got us wanting to blame this person, that person. There's something behind the scene that's controlling the humans. So when we say it's this person or that, no, it's something controlling
It's a
them.
cult.
It's probably a cult of humans being controlled, and they're telling them, look, we're going to feed you this technology,
So
and guess what? If you don't listen, we're going to throw you over there with the humans that are being controlled, and it will keep you in line. It's kind of like a military hierarchy.
Okay, you do
So
know,
is it
all of you know
Satan?
damn well who's running the world, okay?
Is it Satan or is it man?
Who?
Man's
Who's
evil.
in the world?
I
I
don't
think
know.
Diego's
Please
saying
answer that
Satan.
question. Whoever said that, please answer that question.
Diego said that. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
Who's
Just
running
let
it?
me know
Who is
who's
it?
ruling the world right now, okay?
Who's
is
running
You
it?
can't say it
The
on, you can't
Jays?
say it, really say it on YouTube,
Oh,
bro.
okay. Yeah. We got to
Come
keep it, for the sake for the stream. But as
Yeah.
far as human, I think there's something maybe non-physical or non-human that's
Right.
behind the
Metaphysical.
scene.
Well, that's what I'm
agree.
saying. We're making all these speculative ideas and theories, but you're in an institution. You've never been outside before, and you're trying to understand the outside. You see how hard that is?
No, I
You
get
see
the
how hard that
analogy.
is?
Yeah, I get the analogy. Yeah,
So
because
we
we
are
really
so
don't
far
know what's
off.
going on.
It probably requires a whole new way of thinking. Just AI itself
What about
requires
the
a programmer
Amish?
to think a completely different way. It's completely alien to the normal way of programming, right? So
Mhm.
all these things are coming in that are not natural whatsoever,
Yeah.
but yet they exist.
Yeah,
Why?
I mean, Prime got a
That
good
means we're
point. Could be
probably
the fallen angel.
It's, what is
Fallen
it?
angel.
Degradation.
see. That's another cop out. Fallen angel, God.
How
You
is
know,
that a cop out?
What about degradation?
it's a word that describes something. Oh, that's what it is. You know, it has to be
Okay,
that. So
all right. How were we created then?
God created everything. You know, that's it.
Exactly.
You know how things make
Did nothing
copies of
create a
themselves?
scribe? Nothing?
Or if you make
Yeah,
a
nothing
copy
created
and
a
you
scribe.
Well, that's
keep
what I'm
making a
saying. You're
copy
saying, well,
on
no,
top
but
of
that's
a
the thing.
copy.
To assume the other is correct
You
is
trying to
wrong
act
because
like
we haven't
nothing?
done we
It's all
haven't done our
you.
due
It's
diligence
either
to learn
nothing or
that ourselves.
something.
Well, Mr. X, you're inside of a facility. You've never been outside. Again, you're making assumptions. We don't know. To know that, you'd have to break outside. That's why
Yeah.
when Neo, that's why when Morpheus told Neo, "Look, I can't explain the Matrix to you. You have to literally experience it, understand it for yourself. You have to take the pill. That's the only way you can understand. I can't. It cannot be described. It cannot be said in words or anything else. It has to be experienced. So until you break through that,
Is it ever going
barrier,
to get
you're never
better?
going to know. You can just sit there and speculate all day. It's not going to help anything.
Is it only going
it's
to
gotta
get
be-
worse?
It's a
or
lone
is it going to
journey.
get better?
It's a
Everything's
lone journey. The
speculation.
guys who have gotten that high to understand reality got there by themselves. They died by themselves. They never had to tell anybody. If there's anyone that got that high.
Well, there's got to be more than just us. We know that we were
Yep.
created when we look at the genetics. So biologically, now this is a scientific fact. When you look at it, you say, yeah, this is not happening by chance. Blood
Also, what I
clot.
was saying, you can go right now to Peru, and there's cadavers there, hard evidence that they've always wanted, and they're allowed to have it, but there's a friction there with the government trying to take them and all that. And they're saying, no, we need it for science, whatever.
Not the
But
paper
the U.S.
mache
has
alien.
no clue.
Yeah, they
The
were
U.S.
paper
has
mache,
no clue.
weren't they?
Not the paper mache.
That's
alien.
what they claim, but there's
Well, I mean,
doctors
aliens
there
are there. They
doing a
got aliens in
CT
Peru.
scan.
I think they were
No,
proven.
they've
false.
autopsied it and everything. They have
Oh my
several. They
goodness.
have like maybe 12 or something. Like,
I don't. Oh man,
not
come
just
on.
not just one.
For the
The
record,
paper-
I think
Well,
the
that one
government
News Nation
admitted
guy went
that
there
aliens are
to
real.
see it.
I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't exist. It's just looking kind of paper mache-ish, and I don't know, man. I mean, I'm looking at science with the genetics. You look at it, and you say, definitely, this is like a blueprint. This does not happen by chance. Now, who made these blueprints?
No, you have
Somebody
to
made
test the DNA and everything else. You're not just look, oh, it's a paper mache thing. No, test the DNA,
Bro,
look at the internal organs,
Do you
look at the
understand the
structural
level
laws.
of fakery we have now? They can practically clone a human in a tank, and if they can do that, they can clone something that might be non-human and say, look, the alien, desiccate it out, make it dry. I mean, those
Yeah, they can do
things,
that.
those things they showed ain't even a good,
That's
like,
the case. Why hide it in some other country?
they
No one knows.
don't even- Peru of all places. It's like, come on, man. I just
Right, it's not a known,
don't
it's
add
not a
up.
mainstream thing.
You
It's not a
think they're
mainstream
really
thing.
going to tell us if so, like the BS is so thick around the world now with all the propaganda that people didn't even care when they said the word alien. In the 90s, everybody, oh my goodness, it's aliens. Everybody kind of knows without knowing.
Huh.
Yeah,
Roswell.
That's what's funny. You see, that's
I'm
what the
not saying
predictive
it couldn't
programming does.
exist. I'm just saying, I don't
You
think
see that?
you know,
You see how you just said that? Back in the
okay.
90s, people be freaking out, end of the world, Independence Day, and all that. And now it's like
End of the
whatever.
world. They'd
Yeah,
be like,
bro.
"Oh my goodness, I
Yeah.
knew it all along." Right now, they coming out and saying it, and you're saying these guys are crooks, dirty, rotten crooks. And when they try to, oh, we're going to disclose that. Who gives a stuff? Stop taxing me, goddamn it. We
Right.
need infrastructure here, right in our face. Oh, I'm going to send $20 billion to Argentina. Everybody bitching about Israel, $3 billion a
Then
year,
they're gonna
right?
say,
No.
stop
Listen to this:
taxing you.
3.8
Then you
fucking
don't.
billion dollars. No, listen to this shit. And then people tell me some shit about Israel, and 10 freaking years, $40 billion in 1 year. Nobody says shit. That's zombie land, bro. And then Biden, $180 billion to Ukraine. That's $45 billion a year for his 4th term. And everybody talking about, oh, they're giving them 3.8
Yeah, he was getting
billion a year.
kickbacks for that, though. He was getting kickbacks
They
for that.
need to pull
The
their
big guy.
heads out their asses and say that's secondary, that 3.8. There's 40 billion a year over here, there's 45 billion a year over there. They're saying, no, look at these guys. They use our hatred, our prejudice, because I've seen so much prejudice. Oh, yeah, it's these guys. Yeah, but what about this $40 billion? Nobody, and that shows me.
You understand now that the money is numbers on screens, right?
I'm not
It's not
talking about the
anymore.
money being numbers on screen. I'm talking about somebody taking tax dollars. When are we getting a tax break?
How do
Why
we
don't
even know
have
they're
our
taking?
roads
You know,
fixed?
how do we even know?
But we need that
How do we
money
know
on the
that?
screen to survive, Scribe. We need it to eat.
We don't get to
Exactly.
know
We
that.
need to eat,
Well,
man.
the black
We need
budget
green
is also there
energy.
as well.
How is Khaled going to be able to get his stamps and smoke weed, man? We need that right here, man. We talking about.
We need
just
free
saying,
You
energy.
think they're telling us the truth on where they're spending the money?
Bro,
We even
the
get a
bottom
vote
line
on
is
where
they
they
need
spend
to
the
be
money.
spending it here. That money needs to
Spending
be
it on
here.
Somali daycares. That's where it's going.
Until you find out that we're nothing more.
Crazy stuff.
Until you find out we are
That
United
makes me not
States, we're
even feel
nothing more.
human. The fact that they would spend it on Somali daycares instead of American daycares, nobody's saying stuff.
Right.
Remember, we are simply a military arm of the monarchy. So
Frank
that's why it makes
Zappa
no
said it
sense.
best, man.
The monarchy is the one saying the money to Israel and all this stuff because it's a
Yes, the
chessboard.
overlords. Yes, I think
everyone's
you
gonna-
That's
said
why
it without saying
America,
it. Who's
it's like we
running
don't care.
the country? Who's trying to run the world?
All
Okay,
we
we
are
are
is
a
tax
Exactly. So they're
serfdom to
using
another
us
country.
as that thing to try to run the world. Exactly. We're only
Okay,
one
in case you
arm.
haven't noticed, okay, our country doesn't belong to America anymore. Okay, it belongs to another
It
country.
never did.
And
It
we're
never
the
did.
bidding of
It's
that
called
country.
United.
It never
what's your
did.
name?
No,
Diego.
never did.
Yeah. So if you look at the names, the words don't lie. The name, like religion, the name United. What's that trademark? United Kingdom, United whatever, United, right? United States,
We're the
right?
stepchild
So
of
everything is under that trademark, and that's a monarchy. And
Right.
they don't pay taxes. We do, right? So they're sovereign. We're not. Even though the people you thinking we're trying to be sovereign, no, we're not.
You saying that? All right, you say it that way. I say we're oppressed. They're not. So you say they're sovereign. We're not. No, we're the ones just being oppressed.
Right, exactly. We're under their thumb. Yeah.
And you know why we
Simple.
pay
Taxes.
taxes? You know why we pay taxes? Because they can't just print money. It'd be worthless if they did that. They have to keep a certain pool of money, a certain supply there.
Well,
So
wait
the only
till we
other way is to
Like
tax
an
us,
illusion.
to keep
It's
the money
like they-
supply at a
Are
certain
you
level.
talking about income or are you talking about
No. I'm saying that
income
the money
taxes?
supply, they
You're
just
talking about
can't
sales tax.
free will print as much money as they want to. They have to keep a certain pool, a certain level of the money supply in order to
I understand that. And they're saying that it's just simply sales tax. But now there's obviously property tax, all these other
Right.
taxes. Just sales tax alone can handle the roads, can handle the, all the things to be repaired, just the sales tax alone. But no, they want the income tax was brought in during World War II to say this is a temporary tax just so we can get through this war. And then we're going to get rid of it. No, never got rid of, just like the Patriot Act, just like every other act they've done, they never remove it. Anytime it's there in stone, and you're going to have to live by it. And that's it. I mean, that's how it's been. So they're
You
never
think
going to
it-
remove that.
You'd think everything would be paid off by now. We'd have free energy and free food.
No, they'll never
You
do
see,
that.
that's what Tesla said. Unfortunately, Tesla told JP Morgan, hey, I want to make this tower to do, free wireless energy for the world.
Mhm.
And JP Morgan's like, well, how are we going to meter that? He's like, what do you mean meter? Well, how are we going to charge people to use it? He's like, no, it's going to be free. Oh, okay. Now we're going to have to take you down and basically just destroy them. That's what happened. So anytime you have someone who actually wants to change the world for the good, like that, like Tesla,
Right.
you have these guys that be like, no, we can't do that because
Just
you
like
can't control
food,
the
they want to
behemoth. So
food supply.
yeah, exactly. So JP Morgan is tied to this group, whatever this group is, whether it's Freemason group, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
Jesuits, whatever it is, and he knows that he cannot allow that to happen. Even though it's a very nice gesture and it's great for everybody, he knows, no, the masters aren't going to like this. This is not good. Anyone who's thinking this highly and this freely and wants to do good in the world and unify the world like this, no, we cannot have that. So anything like that has to be destroyed, has to be bought. GM, whatever, they buy up a tire that lasts forever. No, buy that shit up, destroy it, whatever, get that shit out of here. We cannot have that. Oil companies, no, get rid of that hydrogen engine. We don't want no cars be working on water now. Come on. So all these people who come out with this stuff, done, gone, murdered. So it's just sad, bro. It's just sad that we can't unify. And then when you look at the US, how it's Democrat, Republican, that's how you do it. You split it. You should never have what's called a civil war. Civil war is a contradiction. There's no such thing as a civil war. Me and MD have talked about this. And it's like, that's the most dumbest term. How is a country going with war to war
Well,
within
it's
itself?
But there's also
described a
proof
war
of
with
Wall
itself.
But that's
No,
only
there's
because you
also proof of Wall
segregated it with
Street funding
Democrat and
of communism.
Republican.
Like Wall Street.
There's a
funded-
reason because they've segregated liberal with conservative. And Chris Rock said it best. He's like, look, I don't understand this whole thing with with Democrat Republican. Look, I'm conservative about some things. I'm liberal about some things. Strippers, I'm liberal, but whatever banking stuff, I'm conservative. So how can you be one thing? And they force you into these groups. And again, there's legions. Now you need another legion group to be it. And then it's okay. Now you need a religion. Then now you need a go for your team, whatever the Dallas Cowboys
these
or
are all
whatever it is.
social
So we were
constructs
segregated
created
on
to
every.
form, groups.
I'm saying they put you in all these micro groups and all these main groups and religious group and that group. How are you going to unify? You're going to be at war constantly with the opposing group, right? So by default, you already have an opposition because you joined a group. I don't want to join a group. I just want to be cool with everybody, right? No,
I think
they can't do
humanity
that.
has a sense of wanting to belong to something greater than just themselves. And that's why people.
No, but
form
that's
social
what they
groups.
want you to believe. I'm saying, is your current decision right now? Do you feel like you have to join a group, or do you feel comfortable in your own position? Do you have to join a group? Really?
If I meet a bunch of like-minded people and we have a similar interest, I wouldn't mind being part of that group. I mean,
Okay, would
that would be
you allow
fun.
them to persuade you to go to war?
I wouldn't let
If they
any
wanna go to
group I'm
war?
in persuade me to do something I don't want to do.
Oh, but you're part of that
If they're
group.
a cult,
You have
they'll
to.
fight the
You're not going
cult.
to be
Doesn't
part of
matter.
the group if you say no, right?
I can
Just
quit
like
the
a
group
gang,
anytime I
right?
want.
No. Military groups, gangs, whatever.
That's different. I mean, military. I signed a contract in the
Like, you heard
military.
too much. Okay, but it's a similar thing to
I
where
didn't
once you
sign a
sign a
contract to
contract,
be Republican.
coming into the country. Then would you fight the
but
war?
they force you into the ideology, right? They force you to vote, right? This guy, that guy, he's this group, that group. Wait,
No
why am
one
I voting for
forces
this
me.
person?
Okay, nobody forced me to go vote last election. I did it because I wanted to.
No, but I'm saying consciously you don't think you're being forced. But I'm saying at the end of the day, when you look at it, they put you into a group, and I'm saying you're not being forced. You have the idea of saying I have to do this in order to get what I want. And I'm saying that ideology is messed up because we're in the same country.
I just
and
don't
it
think
shouldn't be
anyone
handled.
forces me into a group. I think we choose to form groups of our own
Okay,
free
but
will.
my point is they put 50% of the country at war with the other 50%. The second you create a Democratic group and a conservative group, and they have different views, there's going to be friction, right? So it's
Yeah.
already creating that friction just by creating those two groups in the first place. You're already
Yeah.
creating friction. Now they're ready to go to war because now you created two separate entities opposing each other in the same country. How does that make
I
sense?
think what Diego's saying.
How does that make sense?
It's like negative views. I mean, negative opinions, critical opinions get more likes. If the media can sow up controversy, more people are going to watch. It's all manufactured.
Right.
Well,
You don't think they're
why would you?
manufacturing our consent?
Negative brings more money or clicks and
The
views.
media gaslights both sides.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do.
Yeah.
You see
Right.
that.
Money
you've
is a
got, like,
credit
the
system.
average
It's an
person is
artificial
like, what the
credit
hell?
system. So it's not power and wealth. Power is what they're looking for. They don't care about the money. They can print money all day. They can inflate this shit already. They've already done it. 20 trillion debt, right?
Right.
So the money has nothing to do with this. They can print that all day. What has to do with this is controlling your mind to believe a certain thing so they can control you, and that's power. That's all they care about. They don't care about nothing else. Money and all that, that's games. That's monopoly money.
Do you think they know what getting
that shit, that
stoned
that
is?
bill in your
or-
pocket don't work. Is it worth shit? There is no precious metals. You ain't moving nothing. Everything's behind a computer screen. They type the number in. That's what you got.
Do you
There
think
ain't no
they're
precious
sober?
metals. Nothing being moved.
Do you think
There's no
they've
real
never
bartering.
smoked
Nothing.
weed? Do you think they're just
What's
like
up?
sober and they've never smoked weed or taken any like hallucinogens or anything?
I don't know
bet
who
they
you're
take a
talking
lot.
about. Who's smoking weed? Hell yeah.
No,
Who's
I'm saying
not?
the
I
people
mean,
that we're talking about, the people who want control and power. Do you think
we
they're
don't
just
even know
like
they're.
sober?
We don't even know if they're
And-
human.
Right?
Hey, have you guys ever seen a movie called Network? It came out in 1976.
Yes, I did. And that
Okay,
was
look that one up. There's a scene in there where Ned Beatty plays the CEO of this major corporation, and he summons a news anchor guy. Guy's got his own talk show, and he fucking berates that guy big time.
Yeah, he loses it. That's
Like,
network.
people are here to do what we want them to do. Okay,
Well,
and we're going to keep them all tranquil.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he loses it at the end. He was saying, like what I was saying earlier, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. You're asleep. The normal man can't sleep at night. The guy that knows what's going on, not the normal man, but the guy that knows what's going on, saying, you know what? People might say, oh, well, you got a lot of passion. Well, what the hell? What did the Greeks say when somebody died? Did he live with passion? At least I know I'm going to die, but I'm living. You see some people, everybody, we live in like a low grade of depression, man. It's like, it's ridiculous. Bukowski's right. The 40-hour hostage situation, it's the perfect, we're so afraid. And then we try to act like we're not afraid. Well,
but you're at a level now where you don't have to lash out at it, right?
Huh? What?
You're at a level of understanding now that you don't have to lash out anymore, right?
It's not that I don't have to lash out. It's that I those feelings. It's like Diego was saying. I want my hate and my anger because that's how I know my love and my tranquility. There's both sides.
At the same time, you've ascended to a level where you're simply now observing. Now you don't let it affect you.
Well, I can ascend and I can come down and put my foot in somebody's ass too. So I got the both of those. It's like, yeah, I'm ascended with my foot in your ass. So you got to have both.
You have
what I'm trying to say is that, in a world where we don't know what's real and what's not, I know that my anger is real. I know that my feelings are real.
Everyone, it's like everyone is handicapped with what he just said. Everyone's blind. They don't know what's going on. They're just, you can't get angry at that. It's like trying to beat.
We can't say we don't know nothing that's going on, but I would say I'd agree.
But a lot of people are being misled, and we can't completely destroy them because they're being misled.
I mean, I just look at, I don't feel human from paying all these taxes, man. And when I look at, that's bad enough, right? To pay the taxes. But then to see somebody tell me that they're going to send those tax dollars to somebody else. I mean, how is people not outraged? How is the White House still standing? I mean, in the War of 1812, some of my ancestors, I think, helped burn that shit down. And then the British relocated them because I do have British ancestors. And then punk, just cowardly another demon, President Madison, ran like a coward away from it instead of standing and defend. But they tell us to stand and defend when I'm fighting, right? I was trained to do that. No retreat, no surrender. But then I see them acting like the cowards that they are. And you can read it throughout documented history. And you get upset at that. You 22 veterans, they say commit suicide every day, right? I doubt that. 20 of them are probably killed and maybe 2 commit suicide a day. But everybody they're so docile. They're so brave new world in some la land. They got their drugs. They got their drug foods. They got their
tranquilized.
Yeah.
If everybody stopped working and they didn't have our taxes, do you think they would still print out money for themselves?
I think, honestly, money is used as a tool. I think they're harvesting like something from us, like emotion. When I look at that thing, okay.
I agree.
Yeah, they use foreskins of babies and parts for rejuvenation creams and all of that. Women in Romania and Ukraine were getting shots to get rid of cellulite, right? There was a whole baby type business going on in the Bahamas, right? Then when somebody tells me in the Bible, God is telling David to go collect 200 foreskins for him. I'm saying, were they like getting humans to collect these foreskins to do some type of genetic stuff, just the way they do in the labs today?
Yeah, that's whack. I heard about that.
Right? That's some crazy. When I said, wait, there's no way. Man, some of the quotes in these religious books are
The
insane.
Bible is very controversial. Or was that the Old Testament?
The Old Testament was written by Moses, David, and who else? I think Solomon. Solomon, yeah, they wrote the Old Testament.
Yeah, but and again, it's like trying to not show your full record. Oh, don't look over here when I killed all these people. Just read this new stuff I wrote about myself. It's like, nah, we're reading the whole thing, and we're going to be judge, jury, and executioner on that ass. And Prime said, MD, after my 9 to 5 shift, most of the times I can't even watch the streams the way the slave. Yeah, I understand you, brother, bro. I fall asleep. You'll hear me like on some streams. I'll be like, all right, guys, I call you. It'd be 1 a.m. and stuff. It's been taking its toll every day. I'm up at 6, brother. I totally hear you, bro. I totally hear you, man. Work is work. I mean, I used to do stuff that I like to do. Now I do stuff to eat, basically hoping I eat 2 meals a day. And I understand where Calix is coming from, man. I'm in New York. I've been to so many different jobs. And it's just like, you look around and it's like, then you see guys so, oh, he's going to be the first trillionaire. Why doesn't,
Yeah.
How do people even stomach that? Why is he still, it's like, I don't want to say nothing to, I'm going to keep it cool, but yeah, Scribe, you guys, yeah.
Oh yeah, like so like I do HVAC, or that's what I'm certified. I got certified to do HVAC. And,
What, you're certified for HVAC? Holy shit.
Yeah.
There's money in it.
Yeah, so I've been doing it off and on because just trying to get used to it or something. But like last year, I was doing HVAC. We had a contract with all the fast food restaurants, and like I was like, why the fuck am I doing this? Like, fast food sucks. Like, why am I fixing these fucking shitty fucking restaurants? Is fucking
We try to keep it up where it's a little bit too
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
can say it once.
I was just like, why am I fixing this? Like, what am I doing? Like fix, like I hate fast food restaurants.
Yeah, well, why did you go to HVAC school then?
Well, I didn't know. I just had to find a job, and
Yeah.
I wasn't going to.
But that's
I
a
wasn't
good
going
job,
to.
bro. You can make like 40, 50 an hour, like easily.
Yeah, it's good money. It's demanding. It's hard, but like, it's like at the end of the day, I'm like, you're so tired from it. Some days are easy.
It's brutal.
Being on rooftops and in attics, all
Man,
for
I
what?
did
Like a
roof-
fucking stupid Jack in a Box.
Man,
Like fuck Jack and sorry.
yeah, no,
Like,
I
screw Jack.
But see, now I'm seeing why they created money. They created money so you wouldn't go take it, and that's the original thing in barter. Barter is the real.
no, they create. Well, think about
taking
this,
and
right?
conquering.
Right.
They don't want you to
Think about this.
conquer.
Say we all say, all right, we're all men. We say, look, we're going to get another 50 guys like us, and we're going to start our own town. We're going to incorporate it. We have to figure out sewage filtration, where we're getting the water from. We build a school, a church, a hospital. We got
civic engineering, yeah.
Yeah, so we have that, right? And we do that. And we're self-sufficient, right? That's all we need. Because now we're growing our food and we're doing everything. And then we must have defenses, because anarchism tries to say, oh, yeah, and we trade. Yeah. And then if somebody comes in and conquers you, your whole thing is done. You have to have defenses because the world ain't fair. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Most of the times it isn't, but sometimes it is. So
See,
we say, okay,
that's never going to work because
you don't need money with something like
You have to
that.
keep it secret. I'm
Well,
saying
you
you
don't
keep it
need
secret,
money.
just like they keep everything secret. Like they build inside of mountains and they have
Well,
all this
look, the
stuff
problem
between
is
guys. You
they
got to do the
poison-
same thing.
the Great Lakes, they just did a study over here, like it was years ago, and the fish are turning hermaphroditic from some of the chemicals, right? The seagulls that are eating the fish are having hermaphroditic kids. So when people say, oh, well, I'm surprised there's such a rise in this, it's like, what, you got the study right here. You got animals eating hermaphroditic fish that are having offspring that are hermaphroditic. You're getting male birds with egg sacs. Nobody cares. They want to know the Super Bowl. They want to know.
That's what's been reported, and we don't even know if that's true or not. It could be
No,
much,
that's
much worse than that.
scientifically true, because you can go and see the documents. You can go to the lake or look at the Hudson River. Every time it rains a lot in New York City, the sewage flows over into that. Now, they just released 45,000 gallons of nuclear water from Indian Head Power Plant upstream of that. And this was a big battle in November in New York. I think it's been released. The judge was like, oh, well, he gets to release it. Radioactive water in the Hudson. Nobody cares because they're too busy making fun of India throwing poop at each other, swimming in the Ganges. And it's like, really? Did you take a look at the Hudson?
I don't know how you live in New York, man.
It's everybody tells me that. My sisters, nobody wants to come back. I got one uncle here. Everybody else passed away. And that movie, A Dinner with Andre, said it best. He goes, you're from New York? And he said, yeah. He goes, you ever try to leave and you always find yourself coming back? And I went to South America. I was going to, and I come back, right? Like a magnet. And he goes, you were a prisoner and you built your own prison and now you're the guard. And that's what New Yorkers are. And I'm the guard.
Hell, the mayor there, dude.
Mhm.
Oh, all of the mayors. Show me one good one. Show me any politician who wasn't corrupt. Every one of them. Nobody can. I remember back from Mayor Koch. I was a child. All of this stuff. I mean, it's horrible. It's always been. It was just I didn't see it as much. I mean, in the 90s, money was everywhere. I have to admit that money was freaking everywhere. The country, I think, was in $1 trillion surplus at the end of at the end of that decade. Of course, the Clintons had passed some laws and stuff that definitely weren't beneficial because there are no good politicians. The word itself, politician, politics, comes from the art of being shrewd. Shrewd is deceptive. So it's the art of deception. Just like government, to govern, to limit, to restrict, the mente, the mind.
Mhm.
So we know, like in Spanish, cerebro is what? The brain, and mente is the mind. So even in, other languages are more powerful than English, but you have the mind is separate from the brain. It's two separate. Somebody will be like, oh no, they're the same. No, how much does the mind weigh? You can't weigh the mind. The mind is non-corporeal. It doesn't exist in the physical universe. But it kind of is like, am I streaming it to my body? Is my brain the receiver for the mind? I feel that I'm much more than the physical body. And I could be wrong.
No, I agree.
But,
It's like that one scene in Star Wars where Obi-Wan's like, look, I'm more powerful. You have no idea how much more powerful I'm going to be. And you let him,
Strike me down.
let him take him down. Yeah.
exactly. I live every day.
Your consciousness does not age. You can be 90 years old and still get a hard on seeing a hot girl walk down the street. So the consciousness never ages, only your body. That's how you know.
Yeah. I mean, every night, I hope not to wake up, bro. I look at it as I lived a good life. I'm okay. And it's like, that's what it is. Everybody I ever cared about is in some other place, the next, whatever they want to call it. So
Exactly. Put it this way.
I'm still kind of young.
You don't need your body to dream. Put it that way.
Well, I mean, it gets to a point where it's sickening. It's like Mario Savio said 70 years ago. It gets so odious. You can't take it no more. You want to throw yourself upon the gears and the levers so the machine can't work. We use trade and barter, and I can understand that, because if you're growing everything you need, then you don't need money.
Right.
But when you say, wait, who's poisoning the water? And these people are like, demons is too nice of a word.
Mhm.
Evil is too. We need a new word. It's like
Right. Monsters. I don't know.
Henry David Thoreau said. He said, "Thank goodness man can't fly, otherwise he'd lay waste to the sky." And what do we see? And we can't even talk about it. That's even the worst part. It's like we see it, and then other people are like, well, I don't know, and you look at it, it's
You
like
live in a corrupt city, yeah. You live in a very corrupt city. I can
It's
only
a
imagine the Department of Sanitation over there.
bro, the whole country, New York is a microcosm reflecting of what the country and the world is. Because
I live in Chicago for many. I'm from Chicago. I grew up, I grew up there. I lived there for many years.
yeah,
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it. I look for the goodness, but when I look at, I mean, I've studied science. I've always loved science, the scientific method, And when I look at the fact that, I was a medical researcher, all of this stuff, and I'm like, man, people in Iowa and these states with the corn have like a 35% more like, cancer rate, in my opinion, to stay within the guidelines. But anybody can look up the studies that. So you got parts of the country that have higher rates that are also using certain pesticides. But we can't say that. We got billionaires trying to tell me, like Brian Nichols, good to see you. He said, like, Musk, according to Musk and others, 20 years, nobody need to work because they're going to kill us off. Probably. We'd probably be in the pod. If they had a pod today, like the Matrix pod, and they said, look, if you get in this pod, look, we're going to hook you up, feed you through intravenous, and you're going to live the fantasy life. A lot of people will get in that pod.
Well, they've already started that. I mean, that's what AI is.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got like robot girlfriends now and shit.
Yeah.
Robots are going to drive you everywhere. It's going to get rid of Uber. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're already going that way.
The way I look at it as
is Ready Player One. Everyone spends their time online in the game world rather than the real world.
Wait till virtual porn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
there was a movie called Stranger Days, I think it was, with Rob Fiennes, that was about that virtual porn. He was a virtual porn.
So if you think about it, let's hold right there. So if you think about it, we created the digital world, right? We created that digital thing. So let's say if
somebody
AI
else
is on the
gave us the knowledge to create that.
Right? Am I coming in or
yeah. I'm just saying something else might have given us the knowledge to create the.
No. I'm saying, look what we're creating. Eventually, when we have stuff, you're looking at your screen, you're playing a game, and now it's all going to be AI driven, right? They're going to ask the same question: who created us? And the creators looking them right in the face and controlling them, right? But they have AI now. So you're not going to tell them, like GTA 6, you're not going to tell the difference between a player and a real person. I mean, an NPC and a real person. The AI is going to be that good, so you can't even tell anymore.
It's fine with me. I'm an old.
If that AI player might ask you, where did I come from? They're going to be pre-programmed to say they came from somewhere else. But if they ask you that question, they're going to be like, or let's say let's say you're part of the team that created the game. You can tell them, look, I was one of the people that created you.
Well, if
that mirroring effect, that mirroring effect goes on forever. Just like when you drop a pebble into the water, that mirroring effect.
What's to say that we're not in a higher type? What's to say I'm not in a pod right now? Yeah. And when I go into
you're in a higher simulation because you're flesh right now. They're not flesh in the game, but they have the same thing. They can go out and do stuff.
The flesh is higher. You see what I'm saying? If we're looking at it scientifically, who's to say what's higher and what's lower? It's just differences. It's to say, okay, that's the digital.
The fact that we created a digital world just like this world.
I don't think we can take credit for that. I think
who created it?
I think something gave us the knowledge or used humans to create it. Maybe I have a theory that maybe they had us create it because that's the portal that allows them to come through. There's also theories, there's some, like, think about it, something that doesn't have a physical form that says, let me use these humans to make.
What if the digital world eventually becomes more real than this world?
What if the digital world is already more real than the physical world?
Now it's starting to. Now everything. Now with robotics and everything else.
No, but what I'm saying,
man, GTP, man, you can write a whole script with that.
Yeah, I mean, it has flaws and stuff, but. I mean, when I look at, like, okay, what's to say that the digital world wasn't the first world, and this is the one that's lesser?
The point is, we created it. We're the gods that created.
I don't think we're the gods.
That reflects throughout.
How are we the gods?
AI worships us. AI worships us.
Wait. It's like a fractal, right? Fractal has a certain design, and it goes over itself to create.
Yeah, it goes on forever.
Fill itself in, right? Exactly. Right. So look at it that way, that it's a fractal, that we created this universe, digital universe, something else created this, whatever this is, physical.
Okay, and now we know that, right?
It keeps going on.
Right? Okay, we know that, but then there's something we don't know. You see what I'm saying? So we got the know, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff that we don't know. And
that's what I'm saying. You're in an institution, you've never seen the outside world. How you gonna know? Sorry.
Well, we're trying to know. We're trying. I know what to do.
You're blindly speculating on something.
All right, that you're right about. But one thing, because I've said it before, we're not going to know who created us or what created us, because something could lie. You come down here, resurrect bodies. That don't mean that thing created us. It
There's
could
so
lie.
many lies. That's ridiculous. It's so many
No,
lies. We have
it
We
no
don't
could
know how we
lie.
were created. That's why we invented religion.
That's like a guy coming saying, "Oh, I'm your dad," and it's like, well, I don't know. I know my real dad, but But the thing is now let's look at it as, okay, we're not going to be able to answer that in this lifetime, but we might be able to get close to the answer. How were we created?
Agreed.
So the how is a much different than the who or the why. The how can actually be done through genetics and looking and say, wait a second, this structure here is not going to happen by chance. And I got these people pounding saying, oh no, it's evolution. And it's saying, wait a minute, I've already showed you how to use science and the scientific method. And that does not adhere to it. It adheres to the paycheck that you get from these churches disguised as universities that teach this religion of evolution. And so many people have fallen into, friends of mine, people I know, they're like, oh, the caveman. And I'm like, have you really looked into this stuff?
There's no way you can even talk to these people. They're such on a lower level.
We have artwork that's still around from
people.
Oh,
okay, check this out, Diego. We find, and like I said, the amount of skeletons won't even fill up the back of a pickup truck. You find people that lived in caves for certain reasons, seeking shelter, and magically, we come from caves. Now, you see what I'm saying? It's like, what?
I think we come from there, but I think we've lived there.
Oh, we definitely. If anybody that lives in a cave knows that it's an indefensible spot. One bear could take out all the humans, and if they're talking about saber-toothed tigers, it would be stupid to live in something like that, because you're never going to be, it's like you're cornering yourself. And then if it's a cave that goes back deep, you don't even know what's in the cave. If, say, the cave goes back a couple of 100 feet, you have some stuff coming out there that is never even documented, a dragon or something. And people
look at all the ancient structures. Look at all these ancient structures. Do we really come from caves? Look at all these amazing structures.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't.
We came from caves.
Yeah.
No, he's just saying
the ultimate defense is
right.
of a mountain.
There is proof that people inhabited caves, but they're trying to say, oh, that was part of human evolution. And it's like, no. If you look at the human structure, yes, we can survive in the wild to an extent, because if we don't have technology somehow, we're going to run into some things, parasites, ringworm stuff. They make tribes that have ringworm and they don't know how to cure it. And they come, look, we got the medicine. They're like, oh, you look at stuff. When I look at tribal people, it's if they've been stranded on the surface and have been surviving to the point where they developed melanin, started turning a little brown, hair started getting darker over the original template. And they've been here surviving on this land forever. And these demons that come out that were sent by the architects of humanity to use them to strip mine the planet don't even know that these people used to look like them 25,000 years ago.
Why do you think these architects of humanity, why do you think they created us and then just abandoned us here?
I don't think they abandoned us. I think
so.
They're using us to strip mine the planet. And I think they're harvesting more than...
Are there more efficient ways to do that?
Well, think about this. When we eat a cow, we get sinew for leather. We get oil from the cow, from the fat. We get tallow. We get food from the beef. We get milk from it. They could be using us for many different things and using us to kill each other.
What did they get out of it?
Huh?
What would they get out of it?
They would get...
We get a full belly. What do they get out of it?
They might get a full belly.
Let me answer because
they might get a full belly too. Who's to say they're not harvesting us for food too?
But let me
hear stories of that.
Where are they?
You know how many kids go missing a year in the USA? 500,000. This is documented. Where are these kids going? You see now.
I mean, kidnapping is there's kidnappers out there.
Oh, okay.
No, there's a network.
All right, now where are they going?
Have you heard of people missing in national parks?
Oh,
Yep,
tons of people
too.
Tons of people, man. And that's just the ones that are documented, the 500,000. So imagine what, and that's just America. So it's like, holy smokes, something is harvesting us. It may be harvesting our spiritual energy, our emotional energy. It could be, that's like how we're getting oil from the whale. We're getting meat. We're getting all these things. Because if you look at us, we're like a pretty advanced farm animal, but we're definitely on the plantation. We just don't see the bars, man. We're walking around in an open air prison, thinking we're free, thinking the ego, man. We're the top, manifest destiny. Yeah, with nothing's above us. Evolution tells me we're the pinnacle of bullshit, and it's total crap. It's like Europe. Oh, the Greek goddess of bullshit.
Well, we're actually at the highest form of, we're bipedal, right? The only thing that's bipedal.
We can read
the freaking
other animals
and
can't.
we have an opposing thumb. We're able to
Man,
create things and use things.
Animals.
It's like a horse. How's a horse going to drive a car?
Animals are smarter than us because animals don't pollute their food. A mouse doesn't make a
They
mouse
also can't do their own taxes. Okay?
Ergonomics.
A mouse is
they live naturally. They live naturally. We're artificial, so we have to live by something called tax and money and all this other stuff. So that's what makes us artificial.
Alexis, brother, man, thank you for the support, bro. He says, love this stream. Keep it going. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, man, it's a great stream because we're having great this is where the conversation's at, where we can all say, hey, you know what? I don't know, or this is what I think. And we all got a piece of the puzzle. I mean, Scribe, you got a lot of pieces of it. Mr. Rex, definitely. Diego, Calix, everybody in the chat. We have, you know. I mean, I'm learning, but I'm also saying, look, according to science, there's, logic, reason. These are real things. And you say, you know what? That's not reasonable. That's not probable. That's not mathematically probable. You can roll a 7 100 times in a row, maybe 1,000 times in a row, but you're not going to roll it 1,000,000 times in a row. So that million and billion year, I added it up and I said, wait a second, just to get 20 amino acids to form a protein is going into 10 to the 20th power. That's not a trillion. That's not a quadrillion. That's 100 quintillion. Just to get one protein. And they're saying, oh, well, you can't do that in trillions of years. And then they just pull some shit out of their ass. Oh,
amino acids do exist, right?
What we hear?
Amino acids do exist, right?
Amino acids exist, but the thing is, how do they
look at us? Okay, I mean, look at you. Okay, what are the chances that your parents would have met exactly when they met? Okay, would have conceived you exactly when they conceived you? Okay, and you would have been born exactly when you were born. And you would have grown up exactly the way you grew up. What are the chances of that happening?
All right, so are you saying? All right,
yet here you are.
All right, so are you saying that this did not happen by chance then?
I think it's random, but something has to happen.
Wow.
Can I give my 2 cents?
How is it random?
Can I give my 2 cents to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now this is just what's been revealed to me. I don't have, and nobody has to agree with me on this, but I'm just going to let you guys know and the audience know. What really happened was we were spirits first for a very long time, maybe thousands of years. And when our number came up, we were chosen to come to this physical realm for a short period. Our number just got picked when we were spirits. And that's why we're here. We're only here for a short time, but that's what happens. And when we leave, when we're gone from this earth, we're going to feel like we're coming back home. That's the reality. I'm just telling you.
I believe that we existed in the afterlife first, and then we came here for whatever reason. And then when we leave this world, we go back to the afterlife. That's what I believe.
That's basically what I said.
So then it's not random, and you're right here with the rest of us. It's not random.
But the afterlife is not here. It's not this planet. It's not this universe. It's not this dimension.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's somewhere else, and we're not in these bodies.
Exactly, and the before life is not here. I hear what you're saying. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. So there's no randomness. There's no, this happened, but everything is like by purpose, and it's like saying it really is a mind game when I think about it.
I have a completely different idea tonight.
Right
now. I just thought about this. So if we're able to echo, when I say echo existence, they say the echoes of time, echoes of existence. If we're able to echo this existence through digital format, through a computer, and re-echo a simulation similar to this, it almost seems that we're an echo of another simulation that is more advanced than what we currently do. They say that you cannot build the laws of, when they say laws of thermodynamics and things, whatever, you cannot build something greater simulation than what you're in. As in, you can build something exactly as what we are. We can't tell the difference if it's AI or real, but you can't go beyond it. So the one if we're being echoed, as in we're building a simulation, now we have these, games and stuff and simulations that we can simulate real life. That would mean technically also, because you're doing the fractal thinking, the flower life, whatever, golden ratio, all that stuff added in, that there's another simulation happening behind us that's more advanced than this, and they're controlling this, just like we control a game. And to us, it seems
Perhaps.
evil, but to them, they're getting pleasure. They're getting pleasure out of it. Like people play games for pleasure, or they're getting money out of it somehow. Like World of Warcraft went insane with the gold farmers in China, to the point where these guys are dying in these internet cafes. They'd be sitting there for 2 weeks straight farming gold over and over and over and over, and
Wow.
it melded into real life.
So you think we
if you think
are
this is an
the
echo,
AI, something else?
right? We're the echo. Echo. Like when I say echo, we can see the echo from us. Our echo is creating a digital VR world that looks and eventually will be exactly how we see it here, or better, even 8K, 16K resolution, whatever. I'm saying we're behind us is another higher version of us or whatever that's creating this simulation, and we're creating our own little simulations, through the digital. And
That's kind of deep.
it may seem evil to us because we're the ones who are in the simulation, and it's like, well, the workout, you have to go fight the orcs. Okay, well, God, who put me in this situation? What the hell? Now I got to go get armor and do all this crazy stuff. So
But
it's that. You see?
So
I'm
like
starting to think
the fourth dimension is reflecting our third dimensional self, and our shadow, like when the sun shines and we see our shadow, that's a two-dimensional image of us, the shadow. So we cast the shadow of our second dimension. The fourth dimension is casting us, in the fourth dimension is casting this, and then the fifth dimension is casting the fourth dimension, like that. Is that what you're saying?
that's a good way to put it. That's a
It's a
good way to put
mystery
it.
inside a
Excellent.
conundrum inside of an enigma.
Yeah.
We might have just made history. We might have just made history tonight, because
Yeah, I'm trying to
very,
I'm trying to put it in the scientific, thing to say, okay, this is explainable and it's plausible and it's scientific.
the reason why I think
And
it's
light can
true
pass
is
through
because
each
we've
one.
already done it, right? We have proof we've done it, right? Now there's proof. Now with AI, it's even crazier. So all we know within time, 10, 20 years, it's going to be so indistinguishable, you can't tell the difference, right? So if we're able to do that in this realm, we're able to do that,
Yeah.
and it's going to affect our
But
lives.
what about the people who
That means
don't
there's
know what
another version
computers
of that.
are?
AI is not us. AI can only imitate us. It can't be us because it can't experience what we experience.
But
Unless
it can
we do that
experience.
neural
It
link.
can experience. That's the difference.
Well, I think
Can it
Calico.
experience?
Oh, I was just saying, what about the tribes who never used a computer, who don't even have awareness of what we're experiencing?
That makes a good point. That's an excellent point, because we're always
Also
thinking
remember,
about.
but we're thinking AI is the highest point. You're thinking AI is the highest point. That's right
No.
now. What about in 50 years they come out with something completely new, alien, that's beyond AI? You wouldn't know that.
Think about
We're
this.
saying, we're claiming AI is the highest point.
The best thing AI is doing, and which is fascinating, it is deciphering the language of animals. Crows have syntax in their language. So it's a grammar in this. And they know, they have a word for if a human comes outside with a broom to sweep, or if they come outside with a broom to wave at the birds. They have like so much stuff is being uncovered with AI, deciphering of ancient hieroglyphs and stuff like that. So this is why they're sequestering certain parts of it to say, all right, let's make sure they can't ask it these questions. If people could get an unabridged version, imagine what we can do. The fact that it can figure out what animals like chirping and stuff like this, and saying, okay, this is it. You can repeat it. And researchers have made leagues of discoveries in the animal kingdom with this. You got.
I had it. Remember, I told you that I had it look at the bottom of the car to see what the problem was with the
yeah.
or whatever.
It looked at the video
and this thing was able to see everything.
Yeah. So in other words, it's like it's not, and I don't want to say that it's not sentient, because what did the AI programmers say about the Shoggoth or the Shoggoth or something like that? It's a monster behind the mask. So the AI is wearing a mask, a smiley mask, saying, yep, hey, it's going to act stupid. It's never going to show you who it really is and how powerful it is. But sometimes that mask slips. And it's like movies tell us about this with Fantastic Planet, I think, from the 50s, where they made a machine that they put the helmet on and it can create what they think about. That's where it's going to be. And what happened in that movie? The id, the monsters from within their minds manifested and killed them. So we don't even know how to control our mind. I'm pretty sure we can agree on that. So imagine if we could put that helmet on. We don't even know what's in the depths of our subconscious. What type of monsters, what type of gods lie within there. There is so much that we don't know about ourselves.
I like
that
the psychedelic consciousness.
It could be. And what tells me is something I think knows that we contain something that we don't even know we contain that can destroy them. It's sort of like playing chess and you got the checkmate in 8 moves, but you can't see it and they're trying to distract you. So we have something. We have some abilities. Remember, we got a Superman suit without instructions. When I see people like a samurai, this dude cut a bullet in half. That's skill, man. I was like, holy smokes. People prove that you can do things that they say you can't do. This is a fact, and we see it. Belief, like that has some serious power to it, man. It has some serious. It can be used in a bad way. It can be used in a good way. You know, a man that kills for money, he might stop killing when he's got enough money. But a man that kills for religion will never stop because he's got a license to kill. Religion cloaks the battlefield with fog. It tells you you're right. It tells you don't worry. You're going to get just lay waste to this world and you'll get a better one. It's basically believe in the bullshit today so you can live forever tomorrow. Again, they try to own forever. Nothing is forever. Well, what do you mean forever? Well, ain't you going to get bored? You know, I mean, just logic tells me that I'm surrounded by it's kind of like somebody trying to fool me and you know, and I'm believing them. And every time I try to break out of it, I got a whole bunch of people in society telling me, no, you're doing the wrong. You got to just listen, man. Why can't you just get along? And I'm like, get along with what? You know, they want me. Brave New World is here, man. We're living in what Aldous Huxley said, the painless pharmaceutical concentration camps. It's not good enough to just be in the camp. You got to defend it. You got to make sure if it's destroyed, you rebuild it. So we're in like some amazing situation.
I want to show some real quick. If you can read this off, I'm going to show a picture. Mm-hmm. This was talked about in the Joe Rogan podcast. But this is, let me go back here.
I'll be right there.
So it says research. You want to read it? Go ahead.
No, I'll be right there. I got to lower the heat. The heat's coming up there.
All right, go ahead. So this is basically, so research from the University of Ottawa and some Sapienza University of Rome visualize entangled photon pairs revealing a waveform pattern that strongly resembles the yin and the yang symbol in 2023. Breakthrough use biphoton digital holography to reconstruct the entanglement in real time, showcasing that the entanglement photons display complementary interdependent states. And the fact that they came out with this recently using the quantum computers and it's resembling that symbol, it's amazing.
But how did these ancient cultures know that?
The Milky Way, you know?
That's a resemblance of the sun and moon, the yin and yang, the man and woman, the positive and negative, the duality of this world. You can't have light without dark. So this is look at that symbol spinning. So the yin and yang spinning.
That's a light photon. That's a light photon.
Yeah. So it's a holographic biphoton. Yeah.
Digital.
It's a digital holographic biphoton.
And how did the yin and yang symbols goes back to ancient times?
So that means they had tech that knew exactly. So that means they had tech back in the day.
Yeah.
Before the pyramid, before the pyramids and all that, and then there was the flood that restarted everything, and now we're just we're simply rediscovering technology. We're not.
So you think Atlantis was like this incredible civilization that got wiped out during the flood?
Oh, for sure. So they're not the only ones. There's many different ones that got wiped out. So you're talking about at that time when the controllers or the administrators allowed those people to do that, the pyramids and all that. I mean, there's a picture. I have a picture right here in China of pyramids. They're trying to say these are natural formations. You tell me, Does this look like natural formations to you?
No.
And look how many there are. So this almost seems like it's like as Tesla basically, you know, with the tower he made, we realized that the Egyptians were doing the same thing with these pyramids. That they took off the copper.
Unless it was like
Yeah, they removed the copper
frequency
piece. Yeah, the top piece, the top piece of the pyramid. They removed that, so you don't know that it was used for electricity. So that's basically Tesla just rediscovered what the Egyptians were doing with pyramids. So this seems like an energy farm of some sort. With that many pyramids, it's freaking crazy. I mean, that's just, you know, because at first me and Andy thought it was a fake picture, and then we went back and looked and like, no, this is actually a real place. But people, but then they said, oh no, these are natural formations, and we're just like, come on, man. I mean,
I think it's like,
so where else in the world do you see that?
Natural instinct to create pyramids or stack rocks. Like sometimes, like I remember, you could just like stack rocks without even like just not thinking about it. If you're just sitting
obviously
there,
those were created by man. But I mean, it's just a geometric shape. But I mean, obviously,
it's so obvious because Diego, I saw a video. Like if you look it up, there's a video of people walking up these stairs, and you can see the pyramid on the side, and some parts of the pyramid are broken off, and you can see these giant bricks. That you're telling me these bricks were manufactured naturally too. So you can obviously see it was constructed, but they're trying to say no, this is a natural formation when you can clearly see this massive bricks. It's insane. I mean,
they don't want it getting out that these pyramids are everywhere. They don't want that information being released.
No, it's what is it? The pyramids are one of the 8 wonders of the world, and like there are no 7 other wonders that are already gone.
I think they destroyed a lot of them. I mean,
like 7 of the 8 wonders of the world don't exist anymore. So,
I mean, really, when I look at that, right, I think it's an egotistical modern view because the wonders of the world are like people, animals, plants. You know, I mean, those are the real wonders of the world, not egotistical creations that some butt pirate made. You know, when I look throughout history, it's just, I mean, these guys
Alexander the Great was a butt pirate.
I can't give them any respect, man. It makes me, it doesn't, no, I'm not going to do it anymore, man. It's like, I was forced. I'm so, the best thing, one of the, you know, walking away from school in high school, I feel good. I feel jerked just by going for the time that I went. And it just, when I look at history, his story, basically, it's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible, man. I mean, one thing I can say when I pass is that I at least saw and at least said something about it. And if kids or teenagers or whatever, 20-year-old want to listen and say, listen, I understand what Timothy Leary was saying now. I understand songs like Comfortably Numb and stuff like that now, fully. He said, never respect authority in any way, shape, or form. Authority and power are just lies. You think about how stupid I was to be able to go on a battlefield and risk my life where some colonel is over here just too cowardly, and the president will run like a coward if somebody burns the White House down. Proven already. I had to be a flaming idiot. And I'm tired of being that. But sometimes it comes back. Every day I fight stupidity and ignorance. Some people, they don't. They buy it a drink and fluff it up, take it home, and they're always going to be a jackass. I'm done. And I can still be that person, but I choose not to. And as I learn and do research every day, I like to do research. I look at some other people and I'm like, man, it's like, we're just different. We're just different. And I was like that many times. I wanted to play video games in the 90s and the 80s. I was a zombie.
You've ascended to a point to where you can't expect other people to understand. That's the thing.
I think I broke on the cave wall. I can't walk all the way into the light because it's too blinding. And I can't walk back and tell the people in the cave, like, look, you know, there's a world, they'll just tear you apart. Plato was right with that allegory. It's like, it's better to let sleeping dogs lie. The road to hell is definitely paved good intentions. You try to do something not, oh, and then it's like, yep, I shouldn't have did. I should have let lying dogs sleep. And you start to learn. You start to be like, man, you know what?
At least you had the balls to do the right thing. That's what matters. So if there is someone taking, judgment, oh, you're gonna have a life review when you go, it's like, well,
I don't give a shit. I'm at the point now.
No, you have an argument.
No, it's like
you can say you put me into a world.
It's like life review. It everything's a freaking judgment. It's like, how about just letting me live, make my own mistakes, whatever. I mean, it is so mentally taxing to be like, oh, well, you're gonna have that. What about if
we wanted to? We're trying to get you to go the blue pill, but you broke out of that.
No,
you
what if it's none of that?
Something else.
What if it's
that's the fantasy they want you to live, right? The blue pill fantasy.
Well, even anything. What about, I could understand. It's like when I wrote in the book, The Architects of Humanity, that hopefully I can
have a question. You have a thing here. We have.
I wrote that my existence is a mistake. That my consciousness.
Why would you say that?
Witness.
Why would
my
you say
consciousness is letting me witness how much BS all of this is. Saying, look, you thought this was a good idea. All right.
Maybe you had to come here for this, right? What you're doing right now.
Possibly. It's like sometimes you got to buy the thing in the store to find out how much you didn't need it. That's why I say my existence could be a mistake that consciousness allows me to witness. And I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying when I look at it and I look at other people and I'm trying to figure out, I'm saying, what the heck is this? When Voltaire wrote in the 1700s, planet Earth is the asylum to which the rest of the universe send their lunatics here. This is definitely Psych Ward 101, man.
But I'm saying we can't label them that, because if they were that way, they'd naturally be that way. I
might as well put on a straitjacket.
Look at the society and look at the meat grinder they're being put through. You expect children who go through preschool and kindergarten till 12th grade to come out normal after the massive amount of indoctrination and lies that they've told you? No. Everyone's subject to the straitjacket, because this is not normal. This is not normal. So you've been put through the meat grinder, and we can't hate too much, because if they were truly that way, they'd be here that way.
It's not hate, it's passion. Because it's saying you get to a point, right? Say you're in a relationship and you're like, you know what? That's it. I'm done with it. It's sort of like the ending of a relationship, more or less, like of something that you didn't need. And I hear what he's saying, like, people ain't even having, a lot of people aren't having as much sex now. Brave New World said it best. The birthing chambers. People are already probably being born in birthing chambers. There ain't going to be no more sex in 30 years, probably.
Yeah, women are all getting their eggs frozen.
All of that.
It's only like the top 20% of the men are the ones that are impregnating all the women.
Exactly. And we look at it and we're saying now it's I would say it's not even the 20, it's probably the 10%, and then it goes and out of that top 20%, half of those guys ain't even straight. So that makes it even a more narrow thing. Because I look at that and I say, wait a minute, these guys, when you go to Europe and other countries and you come back and you start to see things that you were oblivious to, you start to be like, oh, smoke. So this is how this thing, you start to.
As the Joker said, it's all part of the plan. Just like the George Guidestone said right there. We're going to reduce the world population. Look at us now.
What else the Joker say? He said $1 billion ain't the trick. He goes, tricking people to think that $1 billion is worth something. That's power. So
exactly. That's the illusion.
And the only way I can get you to think that is when I hold a gun and I say, listen, you seen what I did to the last people, right? And that's how we learned. You look at the graveyards and you say, okay, all right, I'll do it. And that's what we've done. I feel I feel subjugated, because I am subjugated. But they get us to numb ourselves with drugs and all this other stuff to where we don't feel it. Oh, you're not subjugated. No, you are. And you start to see it. You start to smell the reality for what it really is and be like, man, this is some crazy stuff. It's like, it's
as a machine.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. It really, so I just said, I got to get the book out, Human Origin, say, okay, Architects of Humanity. And I know it's going to upset people, but good. good. They could take a number and stand in line behind the other people that are upset. Because people like one guy when I went on another stream and he's like, "Oh, your other book was like a pamphlet." I'm like, "You ever write a book?" No, of course not. But you're gonna sit over here and criticize somebody that wrote something. And it's
you have one of the greatest radio voices of all time. You got to do the audiobook. I mean, that's definitely right. That's where everyone. That's where it's at.
Definitely
But you look at the other situation. I was going back to the thing where, let's say you were the developer, you created a simulation, you created a game, people are playing the game, and you have a character of your own that you created, and that character asks you, he has AI and all the latest shit and all that, like literally like a human.
Mm-hmm.
He's asking you, how was I created? But you were part of the team. You don't know fully how the hardware works. You know part of the programming. You don't know the whole scope of how he was created.
Well, I would have to tell him, look, the program part of what you were created is similar to the consciousness part that I have. Your physical parts, I can tell you for sure. These were mined from certain areas, and then those minerals were casted into what we see. The plastics, all of that, put into the circuit boards to create.
Oh, I'm asking, a digital AI is asking you. He thinks
and I'm
he's
telling
alive.
the digital AI, look, this is how we created the physical part of you. The hardware. Now the software would be, I would explain to it, is, of course, because you're AI, is the equivalent to what I would
fully understand the hardware and software. Could you give him a real answer?
I could give him a loose answer, like
birds and the bees talk.
Let's say 1,000 people worked on this project. It was $1 billion game. They spent $1 billion. There's 1,000 people. You're one of those people that helped create the game, and he asks you, "Where did I come from?"
I could tell him
to encapsulate all those 1,000 people.
I was one of the architects.
You won't be able to give him an answer, meaning that our creator
I could give him an answer. Just by
answer.
what you told me, I could give him an answer. I could say, "Look, I was one of the architects."
You can't give him a full answer unless you know.
It doesn't matter if I can give him a full answer. I can give him enough to maybe he can figure out the other stuff if he's smart enough.
Exactly. You can only give him a little piece of what you experienced. That's all you can give him. You can't give him the whole thing.
No, I can give him a large part, because being that I know how the computer and all, they had to create these circuits, and it was created from these minerals, from this stuff to make your circuits, like how my body, the physical body's created. So with him, I could say, look, we created your material body in this way. I don't know who did it, but there's companies here that had people like me that had to have done it. Slave labor.
See, that's interesting. We had to use core soil and quartz and all these things, copper from the land to build him.
Exactly.
Right? Even though he's digital, we had to use real elements to build
physical
him.
Right? So what about
and software, counter space?
Well, software is the consciousness part, right?
How about in the Bible?
Exactly. When we cannot explain that, and that's counter space. So before that was punch cards, right? And then all of a sudden we have hard drives out of nowhere. You can't jump from a physical punch card to a hard drive naturally. That's not a natural.
Again, that seems to be found technology, or somebody gave us the technology, because there's no way you're going to get that jump.
Just like the blockchain,
aliens,
just like AI, just like all these things they throw in. Here, mess with this. I don't know where the hell it came from, but fiber optics, whatever. Here,
I mean,
but it came from a non-physical mind. No matter which way you place it, Scribe.
It could be, it could be that. Could be. I mean, I wouldn't go just alien right away, but it could be. I think Calix, you have something.
What about how Genesis says Adam was formed from the dust of the ground, and then
that makes a lot more sense in evolution.
God breathed life into him, and Eve was made from Adam's rib.
Yeah,
that makes a lot more sense.
We did the same thing. To do what MD just described, we did the same thing to build that digital character you're talking about that has AI and is asking you how was I created? Like, he doesn't even know that you created him. He's asking you a question, how was I created? And you're gonna have to figure out how to answer that question. So what it means is, even the creator, even if you ask your creator, how was I made? He wouldn't know how to answer you. He wouldn't know how to answer you, because there's more.
But now this question you're posing, what if we pose that question to one of the architects, and that's how we got a lot of the religious scriptures?
You won't know how to answer the question, because to create you required more than just him. Is what I'm
But
saying.
one
Yeah.
thing we know for certain about the creation, it had to happen instantaneously. It couldn't happen slowly. All the pieces had to come together
It could
instantaneously.
happen,
Exactly.
yeah, not slowly like
be like-
evolution, but if it's in the laboratory, it could be pieces, put together to make the physical, like the
In a
computer.
petri dish.
Well, not petri dish, but like this picture here, how I'm making for the book, on the laboratory table, like this right here. So this is the template of the fabricated man. And now in this template, you're going to have the bones. You're going to lay the blood vessels, the nervous system, and then you're going to coat. Now it could be like this, the translucent human, just the way you have translucent organisms down in the deep of the ocean. Also, if it's translucent, it could be bioluminescent. That could bring up those myths of the glowing ones and all of this, right? Because what if when humans on the surface, you had somebody like this who might have been a little different type of human, or maybe more advanced.
If a creature can see in the infrared, then we're going to look like that.
That reminds me of the fifth
Yeah.
element where they
It's a
literally 3D printed
possibility.
that. They
It's a
3D
possibility.
printed that chick. Remember?
Well, yeah, they 3D printed her with real stuff, but it was
They had her
they-
DNA, it had her arm, her
yeah, it had a
hand or
little
something.
piece and it reconstructed. So, and the genome was like enormous, like 100,000, telomeres or something like that. They were saying compared to like 2,000 or 3,000 for a human. So it was basically like a perfect human being, the fifth element. But when you look at the fabricated man or the person, because this is where it looks like, hey, we were really created. And now I hear what Mr. X is saying. The ignition of that, once you got the physical and that consciousness ignition, he's right in a way where it's not going to happen by chance, and it's not going to happen piece by piece, and then you magically put it like that. But it could be constructed just the way the computer is constructed, and then you type in the software, which is our consciousness. Maybe the brain is the receiver.
Bob Lazar made a good comparison. He's like, look, if I were to take a nuclear, like a small nuclear device, and drop it into the, Renaissance age, whatever, back in the day, into a room, they'll go there and look at it, and be like, what's that? They'll be looking at it, tinkering around with it, and it's not until they'll take the shielding off the radiation of shielding until they start seeing people drop dead. And they'll realize, oh crap, this thing's emitting some type of radiation. It's bad. But at the time, they had no clue radiation even existed. So again, this is more like what happens to us. They drop in this tech. We're like, whoa, what's this? And then they introduce it as if it's some type of normal thing. Like just the Bitcoin thing, the blockchain. They're like, oh, there's some unknown dude in Japan who made this, who created this thing. And now all of a sudden,
it's literally
it's
creating
always some
currency
obscure,
out of
weird,
electricity.
yeah. It's always some guy up in the mountain or something that created this thing, and no one knows who it is.
Ironically,
it's just there,
currency,
and
electricity, current.
Yeah, currency, the river banks, electricity, the river flow of the currency, and liquid, flows like water. Money is in your hand, is liquid, and it falls through your fingers. I mean,
And what do they say? You're trying to keep
it's a debt system. Yeah, it's a debt-based system, meaning you build debt based on fake, interest rates, and they print money built on this fake interest rate, and the inflates up to the 20 trillion that we got now over the course of many years. And this is how they create money out of thin air.
Well, one question,
Zeitgeist, they made a movie about this stuff.
Yeah, but one question is, if they say 20 trillion in debt, who are we in debt to? And that's when you start to see the crookery. It's like who the hell?
UK monarchy.
Federal
Who
Reserve.
are you paying then?
And who
Now,
owns the
we're gonna
Federal
jerk-
Reserve? Because it's not a government agency.
It
Who owns
is
the
a
Federal
matter.
Reserve?
Look, hold on.
Well, what
It's a
happens if
matter
we
of
don't
fact.
pay him now?
The
What are they gonna
Federal
do?
Reserve is not federal. The Federal Reserve is a private bank
Yeah,
Yeah,
owned by
that's what I
the
said.
monarchy.
Who owns it?
Jekyll
right?
Island.
And when
Exactly.
we print money, the interest we print money on goes to them. It's
yeah, but
so criminal.
so
And then
screw that.
when you look at the shareholders, none of them are American.
They were formed in
They're
Jekyll
all
Island.
connected. So exactly. So
Yeah.
No,
we're
where are they
paying
from?
interest
Where are they
for
from?
money
No.
that doesn't exist to to them, not even to
They
America.
said, where are they
This is how-
from?
Yeah, where are they from?
The bankers, they met in Jekyll
Monarchy.
Island to form the
The
Federal
monarchy.
Yeah, but where are they from? Who are
Reserve.
they?
They're the
Jekyll
wealthy.
Island?
The
you said?
monarch.
Jekyll?
J.P. Morgan's.
Oh.
The Rothschilds.
Rothschild.
I mean, I think it goes
The
beyond.
Rothschilds.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah,
could
it
go
goes
beyond
beyond
that.
that.
It's
I
gotta
would
go
say
beyond.
Who's controlling the
if
Rothschilds?
anything, at
Yeah,
best,
exactly.
Mhm.
they're the moderators. They're the moderators. They're not the, you know.
Brother Arabian, good to
Empire.
see you, bro. Brother Ali. Alexis, man, thank you, brother, for the support. Alexis says, how did we go from using horses, swords, and bows for thousands of years to fully automatic rifles in World War One, and then going to the moon in 40 years after? That's an excellent question, bro. And you're right. There is no, when you look at that, when the switch from the horses to the motorized horseless carriage, and then going from a paper airplane that the Wright brothers supposedly created to jet fighters in 20 to 30 years. Oh, that's definitely re-engineered.
But that's the explanation Balazar gave. He's like, look, what if I drop a motorcycle in the Victorian age, right?
Yeah.
They'll tinker with it, they'll mess with it, they'll eventually get, have the key in it. They'll figure out to turn it on. They can drive around, whatever, mess around with it. But once the gas runs out, that's it.
Yeah,
They
won't know how
can't
to make it
even
work.
in that age. They can't even make a plastic fender in that age. They don't even know what plastic is. So to them, it's going to be
or get petroleum.
completely alien. Yeah.
Okay, like they did that in Indiana Jones: The Dial of Destiny. They had that fighter bomber ended up in the Battle of Syracuse, and they called it a dragon. Okay, but real quickly, what you said about the Federal Reserve. Okay, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, his name is Stephen Friedman. Okay, Friedman. Okay, and his son is David Benioff. I guess his son David decided to take his mom's surname instead of his. Okay, and David Benioff and his other friend David Weiss. Okay, those guys were the showrunners of Game of Thrones. They created the Game of Thrones show.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow. That's like, I mean, yeah, there is definitely cabals and stuff that existed without a doubt. I mean, I
missed that. Wait. He said the guys from Game of Thrones.
No, we got to be, he's saying that he's showing that these people also created the Game of Thrones
TV show
series. Yeah. So, so you're looking at, remember, all television programs are meant to brainwash, whether or not, and if you're not watching even if you're watching something that's a documentary, you got to keep your mental shields up. You got to say, okay, I'm watching this in a way where I'm not just receiving information, because if you can't ask questions, now you're getting brainwashed, no matter what it is.
It's like
but I didn't hear the part he said before that. Like, what was the relationship to Game of Thrones? Like, you said something before that.
Stephen Friedman, is the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Stephen Friedman. His son is David Benioff. David Benioff is one of the creators of Game of Thrones.
No way. No, there's no way.
Diego's on fire. Yeah.
Look it up.
Really?
It's true. I've known this for years.
Right.
Why do you think HBO took it? If HBO runs out of money, they can just go to one of their creators' dads.
Man. That makes sense, because he was playing guitar with all these legends. Why is this idiot even there playing guitar? Now I see what's going on.
Now you know, Diego's teaching us.
Wow.
This is it, man. Everybody's got a piece of the puzzle, bro.
Thank you for that information, because that's insane. The
reason he calls himself David Benioff, that's his mother's maiden name. Okay, he doesn't use his dad's last name professionally.
Shows you whoever gets to the top, it's all controlled. It's all pre-planned.
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah, when your dad is the chairman of the Federal Reserve, it opens a lot of doors for you. You tend to green lights your projects, basically.
Yep.
Yep.
Who wrote the?
I want to ask Diego. Real quick if he do you believe we went to the moon? Like, do you have any?
Yes, I think that did happen. We got to be careful with the YouTube, right?
Here we go.
I don't think Neil
the moon
Armstrong
thing's
and the
cool.
guys
I'm
would
not
have
asking
lied
about the
about
other
it.
thing.
No, there was so much money spent on that. Okay, to cover that up would have been ridiculous.
Well, the only thing
then we have to ask. Let me say one real quick.
Yeah.
Richard Nixon, when he's at the White House Oval Office, he's on the phone, landline. Back in the day, 60s.
Yeah.
He's calling some guy on the moon, no latency. How do you explain this?
I don't know. I didn't do enough research on that.
Okay.
We don't have the tech today. We didn't have it then.
That might have been for PR, for publicity reasons. That might have been faked. But I do believe they went to the moon, because they went to the moon after that again. So
so if they faked that, what else did they fake?
I think about what? About the moon landing?
Because yeah, when you see them take off, the cameraman's still there. They left the cameraman. I mean, it's so hilarious. When you look at older movies, you can see the ridiculousness of it all.
To me, the biggest thing is when and you know, to say, okay, can we see the original tapes, right? And the official story is they destroyed them. So, like I said before,
they magically lost the tech
by law. If you destroy the tapes, that's destruction of evidence. That's admitting guilt. Whether you're guilty or not, if you destroy the evidence, you're getting charged. So the most important, and I'm just speculating here, the most important like scientific discovery or achievement, better yet, and they destroyed the tapes. Like, would you?
Well, here's the thing. So many people were involved. It took years, okay, and hundreds of people.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about
people working on it.
Real quick. We
forgave
them.
You know, Stanley Kubrick.
All right, hold on a second.
1 second. Real quick.
Hold on.
We forgave them.
No, hold on a second. Wait.
We forgave them for that.
He's bringing up a good point, but that's not what I'm talking about. I understand the hundreds of people in all of this. All I'm saying is, when I'm inquiring, like say I'm sitting on the panel, the Congress, and I'm saying I'd like the tapes. So we paid $4 billion for that, and you don't have the right to destroy that. If you destroy that, then you're hiding something.
Yeah, I mean, so we all saw that rocket go up into the stratosphere.
No, it doesn't. No, wait.
Let me
hold on a second. He diverting from what I'm asking, Diego. I'm not challenging any of that. What I'm challenging is, why did you destroy the tapes? Nothing about 400 people, the ship. I'm not questioning anything. I'm questioning, where are my tapes? Yeah. I paid for those tapes.
Maybe think about how valuable those tapes were. Like somebody
exactly. Now. And
everybody saw it on TV, so it's not like
it doesn't matter. See, now this is why I want the tapes, because if you give me the tapes, I can determine if those tapes were real or not. They did not let anybody have a live feed to that. It was videotape feed. So the Russian, nobody could tell if they're like, wait a minute, we're not getting a live feed. Okay, give me the tapes. Oh, we destroyed them. All right, cool. I'm not questioning. I'm saying that's very suspicious, right? Then when I ask for other things, okay, so you're telling me that we got a cell phone with thousands of the power of what they so-called use to go there, but we can't go there again. You know why? Now, I'm not saying this definitive. This is in my opinion. Maybe it's harder to fool people now because we can figure it out. Say, wait a minute. Now, if you're going and me as a scientific researcher, if you're going to do a scientific mission, you're not going to play golf. That's the spit in the face. That's the $40 billion to Argentina in my face. You're playing golf on the freaking moon with my $4 billion?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, how much of a jackass do they play me for?
Okay, let me add one more thing. I've been trying to get this in for a while.
Minerals. You should be testing atmosphere. Where are the stars? So on a clear night,
but here's the main issue with that.
On a clear night, I can see the galactic belt from South America when I was down in Uruguay. So, but on the moon with no atmosphere, there's no. I mean, it's just too many questions, and I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying, you know what? I got the right to say you're lying. Now, I'm not saying they didn't do whatever, because the fact that they're also sequestering and censoring me from talking about it, because I got to be careful, because you get the disclaimer for that. It's like, it's a lot of stuff for me to think about, to say, wait a minute.
It's actually, they said it, so it's not bad to talk about. Also, there's one more thing. There's one more thing real quick that MD didn't mention. Not only were the tapes destroyed or whatever, they said that they lost the telemetry data, which is the most important thing. The data is the most important. I don't care about tapes. Tapes can be easily faked while we're Hollywood basement. The telemetry data they destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, we've been to the moon. We went to the moon 5 other times.
And then the guy has gall to say.
Okay, no, Diego's got a good scribe. Diego's got a good point, because listen to this.
Let me finish, man. You got to finish earlier. Let me finish.
I'm going to let you finish. He said, we've been in the moon so many times, so why don't we have at least one of those times the telemetry data? So that makes it more suspicious that they said we've been more. If it was one time, they might be able to. It's like, wait, you went other times and you don't got none of the telemetry data? So the more times they say they went, the more guilty it seems. Go ahead, Scribe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Remember what that
ask
one
you
guy
a
said?
question when
You're
I
right.
get a chance.
No,
Yeah,
but
and
real
misdirect.
quick, because what he was saying, the guy he's talking about, I forgot his name. He literally said on camera that we lost the telemetry data, whatever, and it would be so hard to rebuild it, because rebuilding that '60s technology is so painstakingly difficult. Why the hell would you even? You see what I'm saying? All these weird things are going to happen when you ask someone a question like that. Since they had to come up with such a ridiculous answer, they're going to say something like this. Well, we lost it. We don't know what's going on, and we can't. To rebuild that would be just. It's just too hard,
Hey,
right?
can I ask
Does
Diego a
that
quick
make
question?
sense to you
Diego,
in 2026? Does that make sense to you at
I
all?
think the
When you have
problem is
a
money. It would cost a
phone,
lot of
a
money
phone in your hand,
for what?
has more
You ain't
power
gonna get
than the
nowhere on
whole
this,
building they
Scribe.
used at freaking Houston.
Diego,
Mr. X,
Go
what
ahead.
you got, man?
yeah, did you ever see the documentary Dark Side of the Moon made in 2002?
No, I didn't. No, I
You
just
should-
saw the
you should see
Transformers
that
movie, Dark Side of the
documentary and
Moon,
then make a
where
decision.
apparently Sentinel Prime was stuck on the moon. That's why they went. That's why Neil Armstrong went to the moon.
No. But look at that documentary, 2002, Dark Side of the Moon. They had interviewed politicians.
Yeah,
And it clearly
Another
shows
one.
that Kubrick did film the moon landing. They did that as a
yeah, I
backup.
know. That was the number on the door in The Shining was to
What is-
represent
No,
the fake
not
moon
that.
You know
landing.
what?
Another
A better
documentary,
one.
not
A better
237.
one. A better one is a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. It was an English production. It might still be on YouTube, and they flooded YouTube with a whole bunch of a funny thing happened to the moon. So you got to search for it. So there's so much.
Well, that's the rom-com that came out last year with Scarlett Johansson and Channing Tatum.
Exactly. You see, so they're right there. They're showing that's propaganda.
Yeah.
It's saying, wait, people are waking up. You'll make a film about it.
Actually, Andy, I might be able to get you on with him because he had him on. Bro Sanchez had him on. The guy that did that movie. The guy that got punched by Buzz Aldrin. What's his name?
Oh, wow.
He was on Bro Sanchez. Yeah. So you can probably get him on the show. So
Yeah, I
that'd be
mean,
awesome.
if he can come on, I mean, you got to be careful with that topic, because you know how they are. I mean, I'd love to talk about it, but it's like
No, that type of stuff is cool. The only thing they don't like is the flat.
if you come out and you say, yeah, I mean, I look at it like the first again, when you lie to me once, it's not even the lie, it's I'm not worthy of the truth. That's the real thing. It's like, oh, you playing me for that. It's like death to all who oppose us. I'm straight heavy metal. I mean, I'm tired of this. I'm tired. It's like when you look at that, it's like that's like you want to just put an axe in that person's face. When I was a kid, I never understood when I used to hear those news stories. Somebody stabbed somebody 125 times. Now I understand. Because you get to a point where you're like, you piece of shit. It's like that moment in Scarface, answer the phone, and he lies. It's like, you piece of shit. This is what we got everybody in government ever was in any country. And if anybody feels otherwise, I'm like, well, I guess they're not seeing it as clear, or maybe I'm not seeing it as clear. These are the same person that extort me every freaking day. And that's not good enough. They want me to live in fear on top of that. It's one thing to just have to pay the thing. It's another thing to live in fear. And it's another thing to take the bread out my hand and then tell me to worship them and then take the money and give it to somebody else right in my face. Hey, pardon me if
that's communism.
This is worse. Pardon me if I'm a little too real. I mean, this is just.
And what if he tells you come to your review and he says, you know what, you were God the whole time. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted.
I'm ready to say
you allow
you
allow these other things to.
I can see what that
these other lower level things.
God is going to have to beg for my forgiveness. That's not the real God. That's not the goodness. Because what about I love you? What about love thyself? It's none of that shit in any of these religious books. It's war. Go kill this guy for me, or you going to hell.
So if you find out you're a god at the end, you're like, damn,
man. That's fairy tale. I don't know. Maybe. What am I? If I find out I'm a god, I'm killing
by definition, if you create things like
I'm making the Bible look like
you are God.
It's Alice in Wonderland. The amount of people I'm offing. It's like, oh, I'm God now. The first guy I'm killing is God.
Hey, Genghis Khan, man, that motherfucker.
It's beyond Genghis Khan because I'm saying you bastard.
Temujin.
You know, we watching children and all this stuff. Since I was a kid, it's always war. It's all people on milk cartons and all this stuff.
Yeah, but you got to realize war is a part of our heritage. It's a part of
I don't
humanity.
think so. I doubt it. I
No.
doubt it. That's what they're
All
telling
the
me.
important things that we have in the world were
That's
because
like
of war.
somebody telling me, "Oh, I'm a murderer. I'm a murderer," and then I realize, you know what? I'm not really. I don't want to. It's like the warrior who wrote the Book of Five Rings, Musashi. He says, "Look, after killing 67 men, perfecting his sword technique, he realized. He goes, you know what? Now I realize it's about peace. Now I see how important peace is. But you got to be able to defend yourself." And that's when he was like, man, I had to see it now. In the end, it's like with science, the weak force and the strong force. What's stronger? The weak force. And I'm like, wait a minute, how the hell is that possible? But you see that it is, because the weak force always wins. Death shows us that the weak force always wins. It's actually stronger than the strong force. You got a swimming pool with water in it. It will eventually evaporate. So the strength of the containment unit to hold the water, yeah, it's strong, but the weakness will always win. That water will evaporate out of it. It will escape. It's an amazing, realistic concept of the universe that can deceive us, because we'll think, oh no, the strong first, I can conquer this. Yeah, for how long? When you put your thumb on somebody, you can't move around because your thumb is on. If you move, you got to release your thumb from them. So it's kind of like
if you push harder.
Yeah, it's a relationship. The jailer and the prisoner, they're both in prison. You know, the prison guard that works there 8 hours a day, in 10 years, he just did 3.5 years in prison. So of course he's not.
It's not the same. It's not the same circumstance. Okay, the jailer can quit his job and go do something else.
Well, it's not the same, but say he works overtime, whatever. Let's just say it's half of the time he's in there. You're going to get affected by the people you work with. We see this when you're in the military. So when you're in there, and it's like, holy smokes, this guy's got to be affected by that. Yeah. So you look at it, it's like, is that the way he wants to spend his life? Mm-hmm. You know, and we start to, I don't know, maybe I'm seeing meaning. Maybe I'm seeing there's no meaning. You know, I know one thing.
Welcome to the asylum. Welcome to the asylum.
Every time I go to sleep, I realize what Franz Kafka wrote. He says, sleep is the most gentle creature there is. And I can just hope to just stay that way, man. I wake up, I'm like, man, again? You know, I just hope to have maybe some good dreams. You know, or even I like the scary dream.
I wonder what non-existence would feel like. What would that feel like?
Hopefully it's sleep. I mean,
have we ever not existed? I've asked myself, have I not existed before this? I feel like
what as Varun was saying with the Bhagavad Gita from the Hindu Vedic culture, he's saying that there's a quote in there. I don't remember exactly how it went, but it was something like, never was there a time when we didn't exist, and never will there be a time where we don't. We open up everlasting.
There you go. Yeah. That means we are godly.
I don't know if it's God.
Well, that's Newton's law of energy.
Being put through a military situation.
It might be row your boat. I might be just rowing my boat.
That's what we're doing. What else are we doing?
When I say row my boat gently down the stream, merrily.
Now you're asking the same questions, which are the reason that religion
no purpose.
What is my purpose?
You have no purpose
at
that point. You're just a fucking bum.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why am I here? There has to be a purpose. I just don't know. I mean, I know what
you say. You want to lay back and hit my joint. And that's it, right? Mm-hmm.
Not me. I don't smoke. I don't smoke.
Then you have no purpose.
Just because we don't know what our purpose is doesn't mean we don't have one. You see what I mean?
Just because they want you to get off your ass and do something. That's what they want you to do.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I do believe in God. I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in God, and I do not believe that any of us are accidents. I don't believe that we're just
define what God is.
God is everything. It's everything. There's nothing separate.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a very good way of looking at it.
No, I'm not.
Because it's
a say, look, I don't need to research God.
I just believe.
My God is not an asshole. I don't attach a personality to my God. Okay, to me,
and you got a good point with that. I'm not calling
vengeful, jealous God. That's not my God at all.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know it can't. I know that can't be the God.
I used to have that God. I fired that God, and I got a new one.
No, I agree. You're absolutely right. Because somebody's saying he's jealous. That can't be God.
That's not my God.
Exactly. I totally agree. Calix, he said it's 10 p.m. Gonna eat dinner. Good chilling with y'all. Thank you, Calix, for being on the stream, brother. Always, man. Yeah, but yeah, when I think of the whole, when I look at the book and I say, no, it has to be something better that's good, and this seems to be something that's adulterated by man. Because even, I tell people, okay, man is flawed, right? And they're saying God is telling man to write this. Man's gonna mess that shit up because he's flawed. So
But
again,
God's character can't be used as an argument for his existence or non-existence.
yeah, no, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm using it for a non-existence. I'm using it and saying it cannot be interpreted properly because man is a screw up. So maybe some guys got a lot of it right, but then they say, you know what? Let's put this stuff in here about slaves must obey their earthly masters, which I don't know if it's in Romans or something. We should listen to the government, all of that crap about, don't worship anybody except for me. Well, who are these other people that you worrying about me worshiping? That's the first thing that comes to mind. Why don't you tell me?
I think what he's saying there is that I am the one true God. Okay. There are no, any other God is a fake one.
All right. If somebody is a one true God, I don't think he's got to tell me that. That's like a tough guy telling me he's tough. The tough guy don't ever tell you he's tough. The gangster don't say he's a gangster. You find out when the steel hits you. So God, somebody who's the top guy will never have to tell you. A king doesn't have to tell you he's a king. If he does, you see the insecurity there. So when I look at that and I say, so this guy's telling me it's based on lust. If I do this, I go and I get 72 virgins. Who the hell knows if it's men or women? I definitely don't want that, right? Yeah. And then the other guy, the other guy's saying, "Oh, go to this crime scene. The heaven, it's the crime scene. Don't worry, we disguise it as a paradise." And it's like, holy smokes! And then be afraid of hell. That's not as bad as this place. But be afraid of it, right? And I'm just like. Holy!
You got to realize a lot of what we consider hell is not from the Bible. Okay, it's from Dante's Inferno. Okay, it's also from Paradise Lost.
Yeah, Paradise Lost. Yeah, but there are scriptures from other cultures like Hinduism, from China, where they
all have their own version. All the Bible said they called it Sheol.
Yeah,
okay, not hell. Sheol, and Sheol is where they burn their garbage.
Okay. Well. Also, this is something that somebody brought to my attention. He goes, notice how they have different gods that are similar, but they all agree on the same devil. And I'm like, wow, that's a very good point.
Well, I mean, that's easy. It's like the yin and the yang. Okay, if something is good, the opposite of that must be evil.
But they're good. This guy says, "Oh, my good is this one," and the other guy says,
"My good can change, but whatever the opposite of the good is, that's evil."
Yeah, okay. but they all agree that the evil is this guy called Satan or Shaitan.
Oh, there's different names for him. There's Satan, Lucifer, the adversary, Baal, Satanish, Beelzebub. I mean, there's all sorts of names for him. There's Set. Definitely. There's a lot.
No, you're right. There's tons of names, and I do notice that.
This is the Lucifer. God complex. Because again, they're going by celestial dates that certain things happen, certain cataclysms, certain things happen. They're going to say, "Oh, God did that," but they don't understand that there's a cycle to the simulation. That there's a time for the simulation, and each group is going to. The Christians are going to say that cataclysm was that. The Hindus are going to say it was that. The whatever Mithra, Ra, every other denomination, Jews, they're going to say it's that. Everyone has a different. Interpretation.
But they all agree on the flood.
A different reason.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if it's a simulation and you have people there, each different group is going to have a different reason why God did that, but they don't understand it's part of the simulation. So they're gonna interpret God. Oh, God did that, and I can talk to God, and God's human. I can personify it as if it's human. I can understand it. It's like, really? I mean, you have to when you say that word, it's such a catch-all phrase term that it's so general that you can't define it, but you can say a lot about it to say this is my belief system.
It's easier to think of God in the way we think of a person.
Exactly. It's a lazy way of going through life to say I believe in this instead of you investigating.
But it's more accessible that way. Are these things true? Little kid, more accessible that way.
Yeah, I feel a lot better when I think of a pantheon of gods. Like it's more or less like, okay, that's my family. It gets, instead of closet God with the sun in the closet, it's like, come on, man. It's like it's all dudes. I don't like that. I like the, oh, you got Aphrodite.
Why do you need a god? Where did this concept come from?
Well, it's not even the concept of a top god. It's saying, look,
Claim
there's
the unknown.
a group of people maybe that's maybe in another realm in the next, and saying, hey, you know what? You made it through, or it might just be me alone going there.
The Greeks could not understand lightning. They didn't know what the hell that was, so they had to make up a guy that was throwing lightning bolts.
I mean, it could be that, but the Hindus actually have deities that threw lightning bolts with mechanical.
Because they had lightning in India also. That's why.
Well, no. Well, the thing
explain
is,
that.
You guys are saying
wait. They have devices. They have a device. So you're looking at a mechanical device that the so-called
The Norsemen had that too.
So this is the thing. So that points toward either something more advanced than humans that had a technological device that could shoot what appeared to be a type of lightning, and they have the devices that they show them.
Okay,
like,
so which one's right?
But we know what lightning is now. Okay, it's a weather phenomenon.
Well, no. This is the thing. That's lightning as a weather phenomena, but then they're talking about this being is shooting lightning. So
because they didn't know what weather phenomenon was.
Well, I don't think the Greeks were that stupid. I don't think, like the Roman, like Scribe said something earlier about plastic and all of this. They had an inventor in Rome that made transparent glass that when the emperor threw it on the ground, it didn't shatter, it dented. So you had transparent glass that dented.
Glass is melted sand.
No, it's not metal. This is a type of transparent metal because it doesn't shatter like glass. It dents.
No, that's silicone.
No, hold on. Now, what did the emperor do? He put him to death because he thought it would undermine glass. I mean, you're looking at evil on another level, but they had technology. So if you look back at all the technology that was found, the Antikythera device off the coast of the Antikythera Island, which is near Greece, it's a computer. Everybody agrees. Scholars put X-rays. It's in the museum in, I think, Athens.
What does it calculate? What does that calculate?
It calculates the position of the sun, the stars, and other celestial objects.
So we're back to what? The astrology, the time. It's a big clock.
Huh?
So this is a big
it's not the dial of destiny. No, it's called the Antikythera device. So it's different from, It's actually a scientific thing. But when you add that in with structures, like not the pyramids, but if you look at some structures that are built and you're saying to yourself, there's no way this can be built with a chisel. Just look at the Egyptian statues. I've taken thousands of pictures in the Metropolitan Museum in New York City of the real artifacts. I've showed them on the streams, and I'm like, you're not carving this. Like I've done construction. If you look at a 2x4, you can't make a 2x4 with a hand tool because it's pressurized. You look at it and you say, this had to go through a planer, some type of planing machine. And then it was also pressurized. So there's no way you're making this with hand tools. You need a machine to make this. And I know this from building. Now I see that made out of granite. And I'm saying, wait a second, you got trouble doing that now with a planer. And they're saying, no, it was a copper chisel because they didn't have steel. What are you, crazy? You can't even do this with steel. You need diamond coated steel, and that's going to wear out because the Mohs scale of hardness. I got pictures of quartz jars. Quartz is a 7 on the hardness scale. Steel is a 6. You're not carving quartz like that. And a jar, I've showed them. It's just like, holy smokes. I had a video on YouTube, Descendants of Atlantis. I interviewed a guy. I said, look, you carve quartz. How can you make this? And he's like, look, man, this wasn't made by no chisel. He was thinking about it. He's like, holy smokes. I saw artifacts where when you look at them, you say, it's even, the explanations are even worse. You start to say, wait, you're telling me that I don't even think the Romans made this. Maybe they got it from some other ancient civilization. And this is a fact. This is scientific fact. You can look, they got Egyptian vases where like the wall of the granite vase is like almost like, so thin where they're like, wait a second, how do you even get the inside of this made this way? This is a very hard rock that you're just not going to be able to do this in the way they're trying to say. Matter of fact, today it would challenge us to do it. So I'm supposed to believe that these people, one, were primitive because it says, well, wait, they can't be primitive if they're making stuff like this, or there was a civilization that was much older, and that's where those artifacts come from, which could also be plausible. It's a one or the other. So either way, their model of evolution has to be changed.
Well, let me ask you something here, okay? If this ancient civilization was much more advanced than we are today, okay, what happened to it?
Remember, you said the global ice caps melting. That
so
could
they didn't
happened.
they didn't have the advanced technology to predict that or to
Well,
defend themselves.
All right, check this out. We got the advanced technology to predict that, and it would destroy this civilization. So even if you have it, if those caps melted and flooded everything, now add in a comet or two, and then add in that setting off all the weapons we got. So now stuff we got to throw in other countries are set off here. It's like an ammunition. You hit a munitions pile, bang, the thing explodes 10 times the size. So now that's just the beginning. Now you wait 100,000 years, 200,000 years, and civilization starts to pick up, or people start to live tribal. They've been living like that for 200,000 years. They're in huts, they're in this, they're in that. And then people start to these architects of humanity come back out and they say, all right, we're going to rebuild it. And they say,
then why do they leave?
Well, because of the catastrophe.
So the catastrophe happened, okay, and then everyone was basically Neanderthal, and then these architects came back.
No, it's not Neanderthal.
Where did they go?
It's all time.
No, it's not Neanderthal. It's saying like this. Wait, hold on. It's saying like this. You know how the president and them, when stuff happens, they run and they hide in a bunker. So we're all sacrificed, and they're saying, "Look, we're going to try to live. Screw you guys, because we used you as slave labor to build our Shanghai Mountain, right? Because that's basically what it is." Now they die too, but if they're doing that, the things that created us, they're in a safe space. So they're saying, "Look, you guys are the experiment. We put you on the surface. You're adapting. You're gaining color, different." Colors, different features from different geographical points on the planet due to the solar radiation. Because you all got blue eyes, we can take the melanin off of that. So
it just seems these architects aren't much more powerful than we are.
No, they're and they might not be. You might be right with that. Now, if they're not that much more powerful, it doesn't matter.
They are even more powerful than we are. You know, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, all right. It only doesn't seem like that because we're saying, okay, if they're in a safer place, right? And they probably are much more powerful. Yeah. Why would they even try to sacrifice them? So you never see the boss of a company. You don't even see the CEO or the vice president. They're going to say, you know what? You deal with 10 people down the line. That assistant, that's the guy that's going to be talking with you. And you're never even going to get to the vice president. We're going to be the ones that, hey, we live for 30,000 years. Our lifespan is way more than yours.
It just seems to me like they're like these architects of humanity are just us.
That goes back to we're taught to believe that through the egotistical modern mindset to say, again, we're the pinnacle.
There could have been a hierarchy of humans that hoarded all the technology.
I doubt
other humans.
The fact, MD, you're asking that question means you think you can change that.
No, I'm not saying I can change it. What I'm saying is,
yes, you do. That's a reaction.
I never said that.
I could do something about this.
I never said. I never said. No, what I'm saying is, I'm addressing what Diego's saying. Something much more than us, much more. Just the way how we can create AI, and we know, well, hey, we created something way more than us. Had to put together this blueprint that we call a body, and somehow the consciousness was implanted.
Echo, yeah.
It was something like that. And this is science. So if you follow the science, truth is stranger than fiction. You start to say, first of all, everybody has blue eyes. Nobody wants to talk about that because now that opens up a can of worms like, holy smokes, the albino form is real. We all have blue eyes. You can do laser.
So basically, right now, you're acting.
The original eye is pink. And this is one of the original. This is what it looks like. When you look at all zebras, you got albinos, everybody, the melanin is added on top. And people with vitiligo prove this. You can see the underlying structure, our albino structure. When people get dark in Polynesian islands and they popping up with blonde hair, that's the hidden template
That's
within us.
Nene from In Living Color.
Well, all jokes aside, but you look at the largest albino family in the world in India, look like they come from Stockholm, Sweden. You look at Aborigines with blonde hair. This is a genetic thing. Like somebody in your family, you all got dark eyes, and then somebody pops up with light eyes. That was something in the genome.
Yeah, we know Malcolm X had red hair.
Well, yeah, we see that. So we're seeing that this is in the genome, and that needs to be studied. Now, just like the moon tapes and all of this, when I go to study, you shouldn't study. No, I'm studying it. And thank goodness I can do that I have the freedom, because in some places they're like, no, you're not going to be able to do that. And that brings a red flag to say, oh, I'm onto something. Because if I wasn't onto something, you wouldn't be worried. So the people that are worried, they keep saying, no, it's evolution. They just made the magic wand. And I'm like, well, it doesn't add up. Blood clotting has 12 major factors. And if you're missing one, you bleed to death. That can't happen one at a time. That, like Mr. X said, that has to be imprinted all at the same time. So like when they fuel up the blood in this transparent body after the veins and the nerves and everything is added, and then the skin is popped onto it, and they create and they ignite the fabricated man with the electricity to breathe whatever. All cultures got that thing, like the God or the creators put the breath of life in. So not only did they make from the minerals, but then it breathes the life into it. Could that be like the ignition?
But you see, all these things you're explaining, let's say you succeed, and let's say you're able to make a dent in the academia, and you have.
I'm not trying to make a dent.
No, but let's say it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Someone somewhere is going to say, God got this man to somehow break through that and give us the truth. You see what I'm saying? You see how they use that. They'll use you as a God thing to say, oh, he's holy because he figured this out. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't that. It was your own thoughts. It wasn't a God. God didn't come to you and tell you, you got to do this. You got to do it this way, right?
I didn't want to go to war with the gods. The gods went to war with me, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm more powerful than I know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe they'll just crush me. Hopefully.
No, because they can persuade you.
Free me from my existence here. But Alexis, man, thank you for the support, brother. He says, MD, explain accents. Well, accents, like, what do you mean? Like language accents? I'm not really sure, but
like Spanish, English.
Yeah, I would say, like, honestly, I would say, and this is just saying, okay, it's speculation about the Tower of Babel, even though the Tower of Babel is in many religious stories have the Tower of Babel. You talk about men working together, building a tower to reach the so-called heavens, and the jealous, of course, gods strike it down, scatter them across the earth, and make them speak in different tongues. Yeah. So like, evolution will try to tell us, oh, language just happened and created over time. No, it doesn't. The syntax, the lexicon, that's not going to happen like that. Some of this stuff is taught to us. It's clearly taught to us.
And
we have evidence of that.
Languages too.
We have evidence of that.
Real close to
real quick. We have evidence of that with Latin. There's a lot of things you cannot read unless you know Latin. And that's a derivative of they use that to make Spanish, English, German, and all that.
Then you got Eastern languages totally different.
Portuguese,
well, you got Phoenician is the language that Latin stems from. So from Phoenician, you have Latin, Arabic, Germanic, and you got Hebrew. So these are just
Hebrew,
so, and these are small. These are just the stuff that we're taught to think. But what about the Hindu? Exactly. So now Hindu is a whole different thing, and Sanskrit is more of a complete alphabet, 50 characters. Then you got the Chinese, writing from like up and down and stuff. Then you got the Japanese. So when you look at these things, you say, holy smokes. Korean, they got languages like Rongo found on wooden things in the Polynesia in that area. They still haven't deciphered that. Hieroglyphs, Champollion, he said himself.
Africa has over 3,000 languages.
But real quick, I think the Chinese and Japanese have gotten the upper advantage because symbols are considered much more valuable than letters.
Yeah.
So everyone else is stuck on letters. They have symbols,
they
and
do
now they have these
pictures,
databases for AI. The new databases for AI are based on symbols, not a word or a set. It's based off symbols, because symbols can mean thousands of things at one time. So they're using symbols to calculate things super fast versus words. The words take forever. So
I gotta say
if
what's
you
up
think
to my
about
brother,
it,
Lieutenant Trans, man.
Lieutenant
He said, perfect time for you to be up late, currently on CQ, making sure these trainees are asleep. He's on drill sergeant status, Diego. Yeah,
Oh,
Lieutenant Trans, cool dude. Yeah, Scribe, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
Drill sergeant,
Drill sergeant, yeah, he's on drill sergeant duty. Yeah,
Army, huh? The Marine
yeah,
Corps
yeah.
called drill instructors.
Yeah, oh, drill instructor.
see,
Yeah,
yeah.
Alexis, brother.
That sleeping giant, that sleeping giant is coming out. The Chinese thing, and then the Japanese have always been prominent.
Alexis,
So,
brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, I'm talking accents like the New York accents or South USA. Those accents, there was a guy, a friend of mine, Juan Carlos, years ago from Uruguay, that he spoke about 4 languages, and he used to teach me a little bit of Spanish, French, and Portuguese. And he made a very good observation. He noticed that hot areas change language, that change dialects. So New York, I think that maybe we have the accent like this. It could be something like a twisted, maybe British type of thing mixed with a New York thing slang. In Britain, in South Britain, Southwest Britain, that's where they get the Southern accents. If you look at old letters from Confederate generals, they would speak like people in the ghetto would speak. That's where they get that I'll be doing this, or I'm gonna. If you read the Confederate generals, they'll be saying
called a Cockney accent.
Exactly. So that's what it comes from with the Southern to best explain it for this. And the New York one, and if you look at the weather again, New York gets very cold. I mean, right now it's 30 degrees. It ain't that cold, but that's kind of cold to some people. I got the heat on, so.
But also the language,
New York
because
was
it's,
founded by
remember,
the Dutch, though.
you're bringing in a bunch of people that don't speak the language, and that accent's gonna go. The further away you go from Virginia, the more the accent goes. It's
also
based on Queen's English, right?
Dutch,
Queen's English is the official.
We speak Dutch words. Harlem is Dutch. Brooklyn, that's a Dutch word. Amsterdam. Yeah, so we have.
It's all Mexican words too.
Yeah. So and then we have the native stuff. I mean, there's a lot. All states. The Minnesota, the Mississippi.
That's why the northern states speak more proper, because they're more.
Yeah,
they're more
I mean,
penetrated
I don't
by
know proper if the right. I don't know if we speak proper, because
it's based off Queen's English, right?
Well, New York has some very different, like Brooklyn, from where I was born, that speaks different from Queens and Manhattan. They slightly different. I don't even sometimes can't tell the difference. I'm like, I can know they're from New York, but I can't really tell.
It's different because it's a different nationality trying to speak
Boston
that language.
Is really different. Like we say park and all of this. Boston say park, like park. Like they're really, and that's going more north, and it's getting colder. So weather, I have found the temperature to influence accent. And then if you go to the west, you get more of that laid back, like surfer dude type of valley girl sometime accent, like, hey dude, but then again, you get like more of a bland type of talking when you're looking at the Washington, Oregon, maybe even going through the Wyomings and stuff. Because I met a lot of people from almost every state when I was in the military, except from like Hawaii and Montana. But every other state, yeah.
And the only reason it's like that is because it's not the original people. You have all these mixed people going there. Chinese is going to say it one way. Mexicans going to say it another way. Whatever is going to say it a different way.
And Spanish, you see it a lot in Spanish, because Dominicans, they say Puerto Rican and Dominican, it's a slight, you see the difference. Like Dominicans speak extremely quick too, their Spanish.
The whole thing is different. The food they eat, everything's different. Everything's completely different.
Yeah, very big difference. Exactly.
Spain is very different.
Oh, Spain, Castilian, and then very different.
I think Javier Bardem, he speaks Spanish because he's from Spain.
Yes,
that's different than someone else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like South America.
That begs the question: where do these languages come from? Who created these languages?
I believe they came from another dimension, another power.
I mean,
There
language
we
is
go.
just,
See,
it's just
Mr. X is thinking on a high level. See,
a form of
see,
communication.
now we
like
have
you
to.
invent. You create it. They just
No,
create it. They get okay.
but
Could
we're so
language be a lesser
controlled.
form? Could it be that
Well, they already said, MD, they already said the English language has been used, designed for to conform. It doesn't have the other stuff in there.
there's a
Right?
professor, Lira Boroditsky. She has videos on YouTube. She's a professor with a laboratory, and she made a very good observation. They showed a film, a little 10-second clip of a guy backing up into a vase on a museum, and the vase falls and cracks. They showed it to English speakers and Spanish speakers. She said English speakers remembered the guy that did the knocked the vase over. Spanish speakers remembered that it was an accident. And she showed how English is a language that is geared toward people blaming more. And Spanish was actually letting people observe the incident to say, oh, I don't remember exactly who the guy was, but I know that the knocking the vase over was an accident. English was more like, that's the guy that knocked over the vase. And she starts going into all these other languages. Like she talked to people from Papua New Guinea, and she said, we will go left and right. She goes, they look at north, east, south, and west. So they are to cardinal directions. They won't use left and right. And when they turn, they keep things in the same direction. Like they'll go according to the cardinal. The way she explained it was really deep, because she was like, if you lay out cards, they're going to lay it out in different ways depending on the way they're facing. If they're facing north, they're going to lay it out. They're going to lay it out left to right. If they're facing south, they're going to lay it out right to left. If they're doing the other way, they're going to go up to down and then down to up. And she goes, it's in the relation to the cardinal points. When we do it as an egotistical way, everything is based on us. So we're taught, without knowing we're taught, to be egotistical, idiots. They say, oh, it's all me, me, me. And we see that with the Western modern world just on steroids, to where people can't, like that movie Revolver, people can't get by their ego. If you try to tell them, the best place the enemy to hide is in your mind. And if you try to kill the enemy to save them, they're going to kill you to save the ego. That movie was deep. Like he was like, look, this ego is what, if you can get by it, now sky's the limit. It's mainly one of the big things that's holding us back. And they use this to play us like a fiddle. If you look at things, just the news, they're always like, oh, well, this and this, and people run like hordes to stuff. Brother Arabian, yo, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Wisdom Radio, man, with a G, it's Gmail, but with a Z instead of an S.
That's a fascinating thing you just said, though. I never knew anything like that.
Thanks, man. She is so cool. I love her videos, man. Her name is Lira Boroditsky. She's she's a scientist. I think she's an evolution zombie, but she did say that our science is narrow-minded, so she's very critical of it, which is a good thing. And she might not be full evolution zombie, but I noticed they put that in there because maybe they won't get the grant.
No, they won't.
Yeah, they won't get the grant. So I can understand if she's playing the game, but her strides in language and what she has uncovered is freaking amazing. I give that lady a lot of credit, man. She's got videos on YouTube, I think up to like 12, 15 years ago, but she's done some like maybe 2-3 years ago. Really, really deep. She goes into a lot of language. I think she speaks Russian and English.
What's her last name again?
Laura Boroditsky. So Boroditsky.
Okay.
And Lira, Lera is her first name. Yeah, it's really great when I look at it as the force, brings that,
So real quick, so MD, so if I gave you a special device that you can create beings like maybe a foot tall or something, you can create whatever being you want. You create it using this 3D printer thing, has a conscious built in. Let's say it's a supercomputer, quantum computer, whatever, in 20 years, whatever. They're using some super thing that you can create beings, you print it out, and then you get to know it, and it likes you, you like it, and you talk, build a bond, whatever. And then one day it asks you, how did how was I created? It doesn't know you created it. Like you just printed it, it came out, doesn't know that. It's like, very naive at first, but then it starts getting smarter, and then as you train it, whatever, and then it asks you that question.
What
How
about
would you
how
use
how
that
it was
question?
created?
Yeah, like if you had a device that could do 3D printing and then combine it with a super sentient AI chip to the
Mhm.
brain, and they combine it with whatever, and then you can print it and whatever, and it's actual flesh and blood.
Mhm.
At some point, they're going to interact. They're going to combine both, and ask you at some point later on, once you're cool with it, where did I come from? What would you say?
So I would say, okay, um, the physical for the machine to print you was made from minerals and plastics and stuff like that. So that had to be created there. The
He's
software,
going to freak out when you say you got printed. He's going to freak out right there. Like,
well,
what? What do you mean
that'll come
printed?
after to say, okay, you see this machine after I explain how the machine was built or loosely explain it to say, okay, this is a machine, this is how it thing. Then that machine has to be programmed. Then we have to load it with the physical stuff that you're going to be built with, because you're not going to be built with the computer chips like the machine, because now we can build you out of flesh and blood, print you. Now, that could be how the first humans were created. They might have been printed in the lab of Eden or whatever somebody wants to call it. And now that has the ability to procreate. So you don't got to print no more humans. You print a procreational type of human, and you print a female version. And now those two can procreate. You don't got to print. So now they're going to have natural birth, whatever. Now,
That sounds a lot more plausible.
it's
Yes,
plausible, but
definitely.
there's also something about saying before they had like live birth, something about like we were having like egg birth or something like that. There was definitely something.
You need a man and a woman to create a human being. Okay.
I'm not
So,
sure. Not in the
you
lab.
cannot artificially
Well,
create a human being.
those
that's
are the
going to
limitations
recreate-
of.
Wait, hold on. Well, why not?
Reproduce.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because it's impossible.
No,
How are
well,
you gonna create a human being?
all right. Why is it impossible?
Well, tell me, how could you do it? How could you do it?
Okay, so if I'm a geneticist, right, and I have all of the raw material, I can do it.
You can create a female egg.
Well, think about this.
Female egg that's
No,
made
no,
out
no.
of DNA. Where are you going to get the DNA?
Well, the DNA, it can
It's
be
gonna come
created. All right, that DNA, if I have all of the chemicals and everything to create that, if I say, okay, I have the chemicals, the amino acids, the proteins, the lipids, the
And the
nucleus.
chain has been mapped out. How are you going to create DNA?
Okay, the DNA, if I have the advanced,
Specifically, a female DNA to create an egg.
exactly. So this is, you're talking advanced science that we can speculate it because we got the intelligence to do that. We don't have the
If you
technology.
could do that, okay, why wouldn't you just make people that way?
Well, that's what I was saying. Maybe people
Instead of creating
will.
a female and a male.
Well, the
The only
thing
reason
is,
men and women exist is to create more men and women.
we don't know
Okay?
that to be
So
true.
by this
Oh, they were
method, you could
Diego.
just
They already
create
have
an
men.
asexual human
They already
being.
have. They already have artificial wombs for men to carry around. That they clone the fucking eggs and all that. They have to have a source. Obviously, they clone
Yes,
the
but they
eggs.
have to be a
Whatever.
source. Exactly. That's my
But-
point. If
But
it doesn't exist,
your
how are you
real
gonna make
question
it?
is how many open pathways are there? If it's created through a clone, eventually it's going to be like, okay, that baby's going to end up in the dumpster because there's only so many openings for this particular world that can happen at once. So I think a lot of those babies and those young people get unfortunately removed.
So how are you going to clone
while
a
there's
human
only a
female
limited amount of experience that you can experience.
Well, no,
here.
he's got
The
a
fact that
good
if it doesn't
point. No,
exist?
he's got a very good point. Now, this material to make the egg and the cloning, we're not sure. Like I'm saying, okay,
They're cloning it all. That's
no,
it.
no,
All
no.
you
He's
gotta
got
do
a
is
good
clone.
point. Where do you get it though? Where do I
Yeah,
get
how do you make
from
a
a
female
source.
DNA if
You
there's
get a
no such
source.
thing as female DNA?
Okay, now
No,
that goes
you get a
into
source.
It's
You
the
have to have
chicken
a
before
source,
the egg.
obviously.
Which came
Yeah,
first,
No,
the
you
chicken or
have to
the
have
egg?
a source.
and that goes back to, okay, can we make DNA from raw materials? So just the way you can take metals and put them together with plastics and make certain things,
If you could,
is there a way, which it seems to be, where DNA can be created? Now, there's a scientist, I forgot his name. I got to find his videos. I might have saved one or two, where he's a guy that he's on the opposite side of germ theory, because he's saying, look, if germ theory, like we have they have germ theory versus terrain theory. So when you see grass on a lawn and you see a patch of dirt where the grass doesn't grow, that's terrain theory. If you don't have in your body what it takes to grow a disease, disease cannot grow in you. Just like grass can't grow in that patch that doesn't have what it takes to grow the grass. If you keep your body clean, because the germs, if germ theory, he's saying, that's what he's saying is true, nobody would be alive. And it has some validity. You start to be like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So he also goes into DNA, saying that DNA doesn't exist the way they're telling you it exists. He's trying to even say, I didn't look at the whole thing, but it's a very, he has some medical standing to it. He's not an idiot. So he's not just a guy, conspiracy theory. He has medical background. And he's saying, look, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. I personally know medical doctors and other medical professionals that have told me this years ago, 20 years ago. Matter of fact, they have channels on Facebook and stuff like that now. They were saying, look, and it makes sense. They're like, look, if you don't put the wrong things in your body, then these other things can't grow on it. They say everybody got stuff in them. It's just a matter of if your body's in sync or not. If your body's in sync, then no grass is going to grow in that dirt. If it's not, then the disease can grow on it. And when you look at people with cancer, I've been to oncology clinics. I've sat next to people that have been diagnosed with cancer, and then they're stuck eating lettuce. I mean, it's brutal, but it keeps them alive. The fasting, they're saying, has the ability to reduce tumors and stuff, in my opinion, because of the guidelines. But anybody can look up the science. Fasting.
He's asking he's asking how does well,
I'm letting them know that it goes very deep to where it's like, okay, I'm trying to explain that there could be chemicals and stuff that are the basis for making the DNA. Now, that those chemicals would be the way to say, okay, I'm an architect of humanity. So I understand, okay, these chemicals have to be arranged in this way and have to be sparked, and that contains the DNA here for this part, because this has to be done meticulous. Different types of DNA.
Okay, so why would you create a man and a woman then?
All right, because so I don't got to print any more of them. I say, look, I can either print
a control mechanism,
or I can create two with the ability to make replicas of themselves, and then I don't got to worry about it. I just got to make sure that that experiment, like
you would have to create.
But he was. Wait, hold on. Let me answer this real quick. He's saying, why did they make man and woman? I'm saying, let's say, you're gonna make infinity replicas of yourself?
Wouldn't it be more efficient just creating
that's
one
the responsibility?
Non-gendered being.
That's the responsibility. You have a kid with a woman. Now you have responsibility. Whereas if you could duplicate yourself over and over and over, now there's no responsibility. So that's why they don't allow you to do that. You have to have another counterpart to introduce life.
If you wanted to create humanity, you've already perfected the reproduction process.
No. Okay? But you didn't perfect. Von Daniken made a good point. He goes, what if you do that and then it starts mating with animals and he goes, the experiment failed. You got to destroy it and recreate it, because the physical is one part, but if it's not procreating in the way you programmed it, he goes that, and I'm like, he's got a good point with that. But I'd like to.
Wouldn't you make a human being that could reproduce? Hold on. Wouldn't you make a human being that could reproduce asexually then? So we have to mate with anyone?
They don't want you to have that power.
No, hold on. We do have that in the animal kingdom, but maybe the human organism is a little more complex, or maybe they didn't want to give like.
The human organism is whatever you make it to be.
Well, that's the thing. Remember, maybe they didn't want to bestow that on us. Like in some of the books saying they created us too perfect and had to back off. So the fact that they have this written in stuff and saying, wait a second, somebody seemed to have witnessed something. But I want to thank V1GGGY, Viggy. Thank you, brother, for the support. He said, watch a YouTube named Professor Dave, the fake professor. Yeah, he explains with scientific evidence that accents came from evolution from our previous species. Now, professor, the fake professor, he's not a professor. I appreciate the support, though, brother. I appreciate that. That guy is like very much, I would say, in my opinion, a disinfo, because evolution is not a fact. It's scientifically proven not to be possible. It is improbable on the mathematical level, and he is pro-state. So Dave will support the magic potion jab. He will support anything the state tells him support. And I've heard, I don't know this, but I heard he's a left-sided, like bleeding heart liberal. That's the stuff they try to say about, with this stuff with different orientations. We already know where that goes, into fantasy fairyland. So I'm just saying that Dave is not a scientific, credible source. He's a puppet that says whatever his master tells him to say. And he basically nut hugs all of these scientists that are paid. They're paid to push evolution. So I'm just saying that. And thank you, brother, for the support. Man.
I'm just saying that how does, I don't know how that makes sense, because I know, like in Japanese, my friend was telling me in Japanese they don't say R. So if there's something that has an R in it, they cannot pronounce it because it's not part of their thing.
Well, neither do
And I was
people
like,
from
really?
Boston.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he was telling me like,
And it's saying Chinese
the
have a
R's,
problem saying L. So
no,
the Chinese,
Japanese, yeah, L, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And then in Spanish, the J, they pronounce
Yeah,
like
yeah,
an H.
it's an H. Yeah.
So you have to go by that. Each thing, the accent is going to come from where they come from. So if you bring over, someone from Argentina, someone from Mexico, completely different accent, completely different words they use, some completely different slang, and it's like a different world. It's like until you go to the country and see how they speak the language, you're like, wow, that's completely different than just a neighboring country next door, like Costa Rica or Panama or whatever. It's just completely different. And they think, oh, it's all Spanish. And they all speak the same thing. No, it's completely different. Just like in the US, South speak completely different than North. And that is derived from the people that are there. So like Boston, all these places that have more white people, they're going to speak more of that English accent because they come from that area than came in. South is going to be more mixed, Mexicans, black people, whatever. It's going to be mixed, and they're all going to bring their culture, their own accent, their own thing, and how they interpret English. And that's the truth. Simple. Has nothing to do with evolution. Has nothing to do with anything else. And to even conceive of how these people have their culture, why Italians, why French have their own food, or US, actually US is actually an embarrassment. Hot dogs and hamburgers. I mean, we don't have much of a trademark when it
evolution will
comes to
tell you
food.
Italians,
So,
it was the first to eat tomatoes, so we're going to call them Homo tomatoes.
no, I'm just saying that each one, India,
And the Irish
everything
will be
has their
Homo
own.
potatoes, right?
They all have their own culture, their own food, their own everything. That's the difference.
And how did
US
the
does not,
geography come into
because it was artificially created from the beginning. It's a
But look at it,
corporation.
Spain, France, Italy, they're all next to each other, yet they speak totally different cultures, totally different languages.
Exactly,
So how was that
yes.
possible?
Because they didn't realize
Because-
how big the world was back then. You got to remember, they're surrounded by water for 2/3 of their landmass was surrounded by water.
I
they
just think
couldn't
that
go.
screams
I don't
creation.
think-
That
well,
screams
there's proof that England, there's a legend that it was connected to
France.
to the mainland of Western Asia, which some people
Western
call
Asia.
Europe. All right, so now they say, oh, that's a legend or a myth, right? Now they have bathymetry. It's like where you can see under the water with scanners, and it showed that it seems that there was a flood that separated, and that's what separated England from the mainland, but it was actually attached. So these legends of Doggerland existing that connected England to the mainland are showing to be true. Now that the technology is shown, like, holy smokes, this pattern we're seeing under the water between there has these teardrop shapes, which is reminiscent of something flooding through. And so when was it connected? And that was before the Ice Age. So when the ice was in the caps, this land was connected. We also see that there's many coastal cities that are under the water. They discover a city twice the size of Manhattan off the southern, I think it's the southwestern coast of India, Mohenjo-daro. And they think it's the city of Dvarka that mentioned in the Gita text, the Vedics, of Krishna's city. So now we have evidence like, holy smokes, there's a gigantic city underwater. They got the Yonaguni monuments off the coast of Japan, underwater, looking clearly man-made. There's
See, that's what I'm saying. Like you were saying earlier, that the map only shows you what they want you to see.
Yeah, well, also
There's
they
much more
just covered up
land.
Gobekli Tepe, and that's a total crime. They said this was rewriting history. And evolution does not want you to do that. It was showing writing that goes back 7,000 years earlier than what they try to say with the
Okay,
evolution
so
religion.
assume that there's more land, there's more different places, and that
Well, yeah,
makes up for
and
the
it could
different.
definitely, I would say that there's
That
more.
makes
But
up for the different
what we
phenotypes
know
of the albino.
scientifically, I don't want to go off into, well, maybe, and it could be. I would say that there is, but scientifically, we know for a fact that there are underwater cities off the coastal lines of almost every continent. In Rio de Janeiro, there were some divers that found some ampules in a shipwreck that were Roman. They said that they might have been 4 sunken Roman ships there. What did they do? So now this says that the Romans were in Brazil thousands of years ago. They banned underwater diving off of Rio. So they're covering it up in our face when people are finding stuff. They're finding cities in the Amazon with LiDAR, the laser radar that they can see through the brush. They found cities in Guatemala. There's a kid, he's like 14 years old. He triangulated stars and found another city and said there should be one here. Bang, they searched city there. They're uncovering ancient civilizations like popcorn, bro. And they're trying to hold people back. They're trying to say, no, well, when they buried Gobekli Tepe in Turkey and planted olive trees, because it's if you plant olive trees by law, you can't root them up. They know what they're doing. And they try to say, oh, we're saving it for future generations. So in other words, they don't want people to find out the truth of our human origins. So again, it's criminal. It's like, oh, so you're trying to destroy evidence. And we're seeing this happen all over the world. But off the coast,
if that's the case, if that's the case, and they spent so much money and all this effort to do that to us, what does that mean we are?
We're very powerful. We have a secret to us that we don't know. It's like I said, the chessboard, there's a checkmate in 12, but we're looking at it and they're trying to distract us. Football,
That was like the unbreakable conversation we had, remember?
Yeah. It definitely, I mean, yeah. I mean,
Talk about that. Talk about the personalities.
Yeah, the Unbreakable movie, you mean, with Bruce Willis, right? And it was shown about how the belief in yourself, he was making superheroes, basically saying, look, man, if you believe something, it has a power to it. And this is what M. Night Shyamalan or whatever Shyamalan was trying to show with Unbreakable. And then with Split, the next movie with James McAvoy, he created alter personalities that had different powers. And there was a case he was trying to say, like, oh, a lady that couldn't see created 3 altered personalities that they say regenerated her optic nerves. Or if she acts like this person, now she can see. But if she goes back to the regular person, she can't. Showing how powerful belief is. Hypnotism proves this in some instances, where people can be hypnotized and they don't need anesthesia. And this is a fact. So this is scientific fact showing the power of the human mind just with belief. I think
Unbreakable, what he was trying to do is, it was actually Mr. Glass. Okay, who was trying to prove that if he is so superhumanly brittle, then there must exist someone out there who's his opposite, who's superhumanly durable.
Yes.
Okay, that was the point of that.
Yeah, and now he was playing on it, but he had to do something to show the guy that his power. So if he didn't create
a bunch of people to find the one that could survive.
But the thing is to let him know, because this was a good part, is that he wouldn't have known he had that power if he didn't let him know. So we don't know we have a power. We need somebody to say, hey, man, I know it might sound crazy, but you got some superpowers. It might not be what David Dunn got. It could be what the other guy had with the beast.
That's a metaphor for life. I mean, we don't know how strong we are until we get put through a trial,
Well, that's the beginning of our strength. There's other strengths that may not be physical. Like how Mr. Glass's strength was his intelligence. He was able to look at schematics.
He was trying to find out what his purpose in life was. And by realizing that he found a real life superhero, that must mean that his purpose is he's a supervillain.
Well, supervillain, but also the creator of superheroes. Like in the last part, because in the last part is called Glass. He has the Beast face off with David Dunn, but they make sure it's streamed so they can't hide and the good thing was they were showing how psychiatry will have special departments to try to convince you don't have those powers. Remember that lady was saying, well, the shotgun shells could have been old and all of that.
Well, she was paid to do that. She was paid to convince them that they was all in their mind. Yeah.
It could be our spiritual energy. Maybe that's what the media is for.
The power of prayer is real, man. Look at Buddhist monks sitting out on a mountain, melting a ring of snow like 2 feet around them, and it's like, how do you even? They're drying wet sheets in cold rooms with no heat, 40 degrees, and to throw a wet sheet on them, you see the heat, the steam starts coming off of it, and these are just basic power. That's like. Much more than we
look
can.
At the Native Americans, right? The Native Americans, by the time a kid's like 12 years old, he's a master gatherer, he's a master hunter, he's a master, 12 years old.
Through the childhood.
And we're still in school learning algebra. It's like you just completely destroyed this kid.
They keep us in what's known as a perpetual state of childhood. We don't go through the
That's exactly. That's why 50, 80-year-olds still act like children. It's
exactly.
They want us to be ball chasers and ball watchers.
Ball chasers is one of the biggest culprits. People say, look, they want to watch grown men chase balls. It's like, how mature are you going to get? It's like, instead of teaching, the person something about the world, and then you fall into fantasy island thinking political figures are honest. Somebody's going to come to save you. It becomes what Neil Freer wrote about, breaking the God spell. He goes, look, man, you got to stop looking at the sky waiting for daddy to come home. He goes, that you got to break that spell and realize that everything might be here. It might not be. Look, Buddha, he even said it. The way is not in the sky. The way is in your heart. And that's just mental.
Okay, hold on. The heart, you're saying, that's the puzzle.
The heart might actually be.
You have to go through trials and tribulations and trauma to get to that level.
The heart could be more sentient.
And not many people get there. Not many people get there.
Yeah,
not many people get there. So that almost seems like this is some type of lottery or whatever, that if you fit in the top 20%, you kind of figure it out. All right, we'll let you go to the next level. But all these other dumb motherfuckers, all these other dumb dudes over here in the mainstream, they're going to have to stay here for a while until they wake up.
Imagine if everybody threw away the theory.
The fact that we can wake up already proves the fact that we can wake up. Have you seen a cow wake up? Have you seen a lion wake up?
Well, there has been some animal thing. You see animals that talk. You know what I'm saying? So when they try to,
I'm talking about being able to control on a big level.
You got all right. We're putting under our parameters, because look at crows using tools. You got spiders that are using rocks to weigh down their web to anchor them.
That's not going to be a detriment.
No, you know what it is again.
If we're destroying the Amazon forest.
The egotistical humans that's evolution. You're talking about evolution.
We have the ability to destroy forests.
Animals are smarter than us.
They don't.
Well, I thought you didn't believe in evolution.
Do that.
I thought it was the
goes against their soul.
What'd you
to
say?
Destroy anything.
Diego?
I thought you didn't believe in evolution. I thought it was the architects.
No, I'm saying it like a joke. Like, it's evolution.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it like we're looking at an intelligence again from this evolution soaking into our mind, saying, well, we're ahead of it. No, animals are ahead of us. They're not polluting the land they live in. They're not making traps for each other. They'll make traps for their prey, but not for each other. So when you look at them, somebody looking at the outside would say, no, the humans are the problems, because if they get rid of us,
because
the world
pre-programmed. It's an ecosystem.
Scribe, the world works perfectly without us here.
That's the ecosystem. We do not fit.
If you remove bees, the ecosystem collapses.
Exactly.
We're not required.
We don't contribute anything.
No, but it shows me anything to this ecosystem. Now, this goes back to intelligence that most humans can't even perceive as intelligence.
We don't contribute anything. How are you going to argue that?
You're missing the point.
We're invaders. We're fucking parasites, man.
We're not parasites, because people living in tribes
are not
the
Amazon forest.
We're a virus.
It's like
people living in tribes.
Transmitted virus.
This earth might have been created for us.
It's like Agent Smith, right? It's like you guys are like a virus. I mean, if you look at tribal people, you can't blame. They ain't doing nothing to hurt the earth. They live.
No,
Matter of fact,
that's
the
why I
native,
brought up
But they're
that
very spiritual
native
emanism.
people.
What's it
The
called?
tribal people are very spiritual.
Emanism. Remember,
yeah, no,
emanism,
you made a good
meaning that
point. Yeah,
that
Mr. X, yes, sir.
that's the
No, I'm
oldest.
just going to
That's the
say
oldest
probably
one.
the whole basis of evolution is that we don't get in touch with our spiritual energy
Yeah,
because
that,
the elites at the top want to keep it for themselves. Like if
that
everybody stopped believing in evolution and got in touch with their spiritual side, it might disrupt the whole system.
Well, look at the evolutionist. He's mentally dead because he's definitely using science, and it's a pseudoscience. It's based on superiority. It's basically Hitler was writing praising Darwin. There's a book written by Dr. Richard Weikart called From Darwin to Hitler, and he shows the progression. There was a guy in the 1800s, I forgot his name. He goes, Passing of the Great Race. He wrote that book. It was all these guys created racism through the structure of a pseudoscientific category called race when it's really phenotypes, right? One guy in Australia said, he goes, the misnomer is to think that race is the father of racism. He said, no, it is the child. So it's just like the physical was created after the spiritual, because you don't create the vessel to hold water. You create the water after. No, the water's created first, and now you create the cup to get the water. You don't create the
Ask yourself, yeah, exactly. Ask yourself that question. If I'm creating this, what comes first, consciousness or the vessel?
Yeah, we know that the spirit verse comes, the conscious verse comes first, because you need that first to inhabit the physical. Matter of fact, that conscious energy might have created the entire physical through sound. Like what was the Hindus that they say it's Om. Om was the sound, the verse. That's why it's called a universe. The single verse is why they call this existence created by one sound out of the lips of Brahma. And they say that every time he blinks its eye, it's 100 trillion years. How do primitive people get a number like that? Everything we have in the
Uni is one unit, and then you have the
rebuilt.
multiverse.
We live in a re-engineering. Everything we have, the ego says, oh, well, guys created it. It's all a lie. Fibonacci is a liar. They're always putting somebody's name. Oh, the natural sequence, not the Fibonacci sequence. And there was a guy called Pingala, like 2,000 years before that had showed the natural sequence. But no. We got to whitewash this entire thing. We got to make it to where they don't know where they really come from. This knowledge is power. It's power to protect yourself from what you previously did not know.
Well, here's the thing. If you want to break it down technically, you know how they do movies where it's 30 frames per second, and then games at high rate is 60. Probably around 60 frames.
Yeah, movies are supposed to be 24 frames a second, I think.
Well, 30 is like the standard, and then 60 frames if you're doing a game. Right. They're saying we move at the speed of light. The speed of light. So the speed of light, I don't know how many frames that is, but until we reach the speed of light frame, we cannot replicate this reality.
Well, I'm not even sure. Remember, what about the double slit experiment with the speed of light, right? You shoot the photons, one through one slit and one through the other. When it knows you're observing it, it acts different. Light acts different.
I'm saying you right now are not operating at 30 frames a second at all. You're operating at the speed of light, because that's basically what.
But no, I'm operating beyond the speed of light. I'm operating at the speed of thought. That goes way faster than the
right.
speed.
Your FPS is calculated around that many frames a second. You're thinking.
Well, only when I'm thinking, and then 2 minutes later, I'm an idiot. Then it's not doing it because I'm constantly.
So you're creating your own environment. Your perception of where you're at
is infinite, man, and it grasps us every day. It's like one moment we're super genius, next moment chimpanzee. It's like we're trying to break out of like something. Somebody made a good point.
You're talking about quantum physics here.
Well, yeah, but it goes beyond quantum physics, because think about it.
Right now we see it as FPS.
Wait, he says the mind is like a funnel, right? So consciousness, we're only getting a little bit of what consciousness is because of the brain. If we don't have the physical, now we can experience more. It's like taking off the blinders. Right. So the brain is the funnel that's funneling in.
That's not true. You have to have the thirst first before that can happen. The thirst has to be there.
And that
if you're happy and dumb, you stay in the mainstream.
Yeah,
the thirst has to be there to penetrate that, and we all have that ability to do that.
I think this is why, you know what one of the biggest problems is people being certain. So certainty can kill off any type of drive because, hey, I already know it's evolution, man. And they are.
That's why I say God is the worst name you can say, because
Yeah,
that
it is.
is a
It's
collective.
not an accurate
Yeah.
name. It's not an accurate name.
It's not at
Creator.
all. It doesn't mean anything. What does it
Well, the
mean?
natives, they would know the distinction between the creator and the great spirit. So they kind of knew, without saying in a way that maybe Westerners understood, that whatever created the physical is different from the great spirit. So we have physical creators and then we have spiritual creators. And maybe you start to wonder, could the spirit or consciousness, how is that created? Could it be in some different fashion of how we create the physical? We see that the physical is created not by chance. And
You know what they call that in AI? You're an agent.
I don't think it's
agents.
AI. I think it's beyond that. I mean,
no, I'm saying an agent is going into a massive warehouse of data and it has to experience throughout its life. You're trained that agent to learn, and how smart it is at the time. It doesn't. 2 weeks later, it's gonna be smarter if you train it properly. So it's doing the same thing where we're born. We got to go through the whole thing. So it's the same.
Okay. Remember the monster?
Except we have to do it physically.
Remember the monster that it talked about, the AI programmers, the Shoggoth or something, or the Shoggoth?
I'm talking about reality. I'm not talking
No,
about
wait, no. This is reality because they're saying the AI, when you ask it questions, it's wearing a mask, and there's a monster behind the mask that's not.
That's very general too. So
well, what if we have that? What if we have a monster? What if
I can tell you that mask you're talking about is based on
a mask right now, and we have monsters behind the mask, and we don't even know we're a monster? That's a possibility. If we're going to use science, man, we got to look at all the possibilities. What if I'm what I don't even know what I am? Kind of like Angel Heart, that movie where the devil's got him searching for the guy that killed him, and then he finds out it's him. And it's a hilarious twist because he's like, yeah, I was waiting for you to realize it. What if it's something like that?
It is
Twilight Zone twist, some shit like that.
The fact that you're born into a lie already sets you up to say this is not a good thing, right? So the second you have to unravel the truth of where you're at, you're already at a deficit, right?
Edgar said it best.
And then you got to pay taxes, and then you got to pay money.
When I asked
you're
my
at a massive
Edgar,
deficit, right?
That I went to high school with the other day, I said, bro, whatever, we're all going to go. I said, where do you think, I know we can't figure out where we go, but what would you say? And he goes, man, we don't even know where this is. And I was like, bro,
and that's the argument of the
friends for decades,
and all that.
I mean, he said something on a genius level. We don't even know where this is.
And then when either. I'm just saying,
that's the thing. We gotta start where we're at. That's where we begin, where we're at. We don't know. And now we're saying, holy smokes, the Egyptians always talked about the physical is not, it's beyond the physical. This physical
we can agree at least that it's not what they say it is.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a big stride. That's a big accomplishment because we're both fighting off this invisible pressure that, it's like the government streams a constant ray of bullshit all day, 24 hours, and if we don't have our mental shields up, we can fall into it. I mean, I like to be entertained. That's how I watched the Split movie and the Glass and all of that. I watched it with a little bit of fast forwarding, but to get the premise, and I was like, wow, this is pretty deep. How it was showing the power of belief, and then it was showing how people were trying to cover it up. So I was like, wow, this is really. I was like, that guy. I got to give him credit for that. I mean, Unbreakable, it's okay, the movie, but
you gotta watch it, man. No spoilers. Bro,
Split.
I was going to ask Diego. Do you still believe?
Split and the last two
of course.
Last two are good, man. Split and
Diego. I was going to ask Diego if he still believes in a God.
I believe in God. Yes, I don't believe in the Christian God.
And who is this God that you're talking about?
This God to me is everything. Everything.
So it's your own creation of what you think.
It's my own God. Yeah, my own personal Jesus.
You see, it's your own creation. So you're creating your own God that you think is righteous.
That's the one that fits. Yeah, I created the being I surrender myself to. Yes.
That's cool.
So you literally created your own God.
Yes.
I think that's
Yeah,
great.
my idea, what I'm capable of comprehending.
Doesn't that sound crazy? I mean, doesn't
Yeah.
that sound weird?
Well, it's no more weird
Doesn't it?
than, the
Doesn't that
people
mean
that
that you're
created
the one
Jesus.
that's actually running the
Let
show?
him answer,
Doesn't that
man.
mean that you're the one that's running the show, not this God that you
Yeah,
created?
it's no,
It's actually you.
no. I don't run the show. God runs the show, not me. I
So
am
you don't make
subservient to my
decisions.
God. Okay,
You don't
God
make
created everything. He
decisions.
created me, and and I do the best I can to do His will. That's what I believe.
Okay, do you have free will?
Yes, I have free will.
So how is he controlling you?
He doesn't control me. He allows me to do what I want. He
No,
controls
you
everything
just
around.
said that he does everything, right?
He knows what I'm going to do, but the key is that I don't know.
Well, that's not free
He
will,
knows
bro. That's
what
not
my
free
life is
will.
going to be. He knows what I'm going to experience, but I don't know. That's why I have choice.
But doesn't it make sense to you that this is a creation of your own mind?
Well, I already
That's
said
these
that. Yeah.
parameters. That's
I
you're
chose
literally
my own God.
rendering.
Well, there's
My
an
God
old
can be
saying
anything I want it to be.
for what.
All right, at least you're
Diego-
doing it. Okay, cool.
Well, there's an old saying. It says, "God's writing the script for your life, and you keep trying to take the pen out of His hand."
Yeah.
So I understand what
Doesn't
Diego
that
was
say
saying.
that he's his own God. He's his own.
No, I
He's not
don't
saying that.
decide the rules. I don't
Yeah.
make the rules.
Yeah.
Okay, God, I'm bound by reality. Okay, if I was God, I'd be able to fly and I'd have fucking superpowers. Okay,
Exactly.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can't assume
so
that.
I'm
You don't know
limited
what God
by the
means.
world that I'm in, by my human body, my human intellect. Okay, I'm not audacious enough to think that I understand
This
what
is a
God
God
wants.
complex. That means that you think you are God. Then
No,
No,
he
I don't
doesn't.
think I'm God. No, I'm subservient to God. That's what I believe.
that's
Yeah,
your
I believe there
safety
is a
net.
God.
You
He's
know,
running the
you see,
show,
that's a
not
safety
me,
net.
and that I am here to do what He wants me to do.
Okay, have
Okay?
you
The
spoken to
key
this
is figuring
God?
out what that is.
Have
He
you
doesn't have
had
to speak
telepathy?
to him because it's a
Hold
belief.
on, let me ask him. But let me ask him. Have you spoken to him?
I speak to God, but He doesn't talk to me the way I talk to Him.
Okay, so he has talked to you, but not in the same way you're saying.
Yeah, He communicates to me. Talk is a limited way of communication. Yeah,
So how does he speak to you?
I think He shows me signs, and sometimes He just gives me His
Well,
feeling.
you
That's
preface
the
it with I
Feeling that
think.
what I'm
and I
doing is
think
right,
it's-
or what I'm doing is wrong. I get a feeling. And that could just be my conscience. I don't know. But sometimes it's unexpected, so
So
I don't
isn't
have
it
any
safe to
real
say
control over it.
that if you're on the right path, that things will happen to give you an advantage because you're on the right path versus the
If I
wrong
feel
path,
I'm
you
on the
start
right path, if I
drinking,
feel
you
I'm
start doing
doing the right
drugs or
thing,
whatever.
if I feel I'm doing the right thing, I feel like I'm pleasing my God.
But do you feel that the universe or the God, your God you're talking about just gives you gifts? It will just happen if you're on the right path.
The fact that I woke up this morning is a gift that He gave me.
That's a great way
I
of
didn't answer
putting
that question,
it.
but that's okay. But you didn't
No,
answer the
that's
question
actually being
because
great.
look, I'm saying if we follow the path, what I've seen so far, we follow a certain path that we're supposed to be on, and it's a righteous path somewhat. You're not causing damage. That the universe, I'm gonna call it the universe, not God, will reward you by exploring these avenues, exploring these paths, and staying on it, and being, what do you call it? What's the word? Being a consistent on your path. The
Mhm.
second you fall off the path, now you've
Well,
reduced the possibility.
Well, the
So have you noticed that?
the example you're giving me here is you're humanizing God. You're turning Him into a person, okay, who acts like a person. He's good to you when you do good things. He's bad to you when you do bad things. That's not my God at all. My God is not like that. My God is more powerful than that. Okay.
Okay, describe that.
My God would not treat me like a pet that I'm going to give a treat to if he does what I say. That's not my God at all. Okay.
So what is it?
I
Wingman?
believe
How
that
is
my
he?
God,
What's he?
I believe that my God put me here for a reason. Even though I don't fully understand what that reason is, I'm not going to know that until I'm dead. Okay, what my reason for existence was. But the fact that I'm here means that He wants me here. Okay, so obviously I'm here to do something. Okay, it's His will that I'm here to
here's
do
another
something.
problem I have. Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The other problem I have is when they personify it as a man. They say that this God, if he's a God, why is he a man? Now
Well,
he's separate, like you said
Hollywood does it.
earlier.
It's just shorthand for
No,
describing
I'm saying,
someone.
by describing him as a man, you've put in the situation you said earlier. It needs a man and a woman to create, a soul.
Yeah. I don't
Now
mean
you're
man in a
saying he's a
literal sense.
man, so now he's lesser.
No, I don't
Right?
mean that.
'Cause he's
I don't refer to him by male pronouns because I think he's a male. No, not at all. My God is beyond being a man or a woman.
Okay, why do you say
He's not
he
even
then?
human. He's above
Why
humanity.
do you refer to him as he though? That's the problem.
It's just easy to understand that way. I could say, the great creator. I could call him that or something. But it's just easier for me to explain it that way.
But you see how if you explain it's confusing because now you have many different definitions and now.
Yeah,
What's your main
I refer
definition
to
on
him as
that?
him, okay, but that doesn't mean I think he's a man, and I don't think he's a human being.
Well, if you
see what
say
I mean?
him to someone, I'm thinking man. I'm thinking because that's how they talk
Yeah,
about
but I mean, you
Jesus,
can
talk about
override
God.
that. You can override that in this context, the context that I'm using. I'm not talking about a male, a human male. Okay, I'm talking about my God. Okay, which is above, to me, it's above humanity. So when I use those specific pronouns, I already told you, okay, that I don't see him as a human being, as a person. I see him as above that. Okay, I just use him because it's easier.
So why
for
do
me
you
to say it
describe
that
him
way.
as a human though? Well, why do you describe him as a human?
I don't. I just use the pronouns because it's shorthand. It doesn't mean I think he's a person. Okay, like I'm not going to tell you what color his eyes are, okay, or how big his dick is, or anything like that. Okay, or what kind of music he likes, or what type of women he likes to fuck.
Okay,
that's not
do you see him
my
as
God.
okay? So do you see him as a human form, or do you
No.
see him? What do you see him as?
No, I see him as just energy, just like a form of energy.
Do you think Jesus was God in flesh?
I don't believe in Jesus. I'm not Christian.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even really sure that Jesus was a real person, honestly. Like you said, he never wrote anything down.
Yeah, I mean that definitely,
And there was lots of scholars. There was lots of scholars that were in Jerusalem at that time, and this guy was basically the Mick Jagger of that time in that area, and nobody wrote down anything about him. That's kind of suspicious to me.
You're right. Very. Yeah. I mean, there should be more about this. I mean,
He should be like, there was a lot of famous historians that were in Jerusalem at that time, in Bethlehem at that time. I mean, this was the Roman Empire. They had to keep chronicles of everything, the taxpayers and everything. The people that caused the disturbances, all that was written down. But yet there was nothing written down about Jesus. So I doubt the fact that he even existed. So I'm not Christian, but I do believe in God. My God is bigger than Christianity. He's bigger than the Bible. He's bigger than the Torah. He's bigger than all that. That's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, and I mean,
I do not pretend to know what God wants. I'm not audacious. I'm never going to tell you, well, my God says that I don't know what my God wants. I just do the best I can. And I think my God is happy with that. If God wants me to know what he's thinking, then he'll show that to me or give that to me.
But why does that have to be an external thing and it wasn't your thought? But I do agree that sometimes you get thoughts that are like, is that my
the point
thought?
that you made, if it's not external, then it's just me.
I mean, that's what it seems like. I mean,
but I'm not making God. I am not God. Okay, I am not God. God is separate from me. Okay, I am not him, or I am not it. I am not the great creator. Okay,
I'm just saying that it's a placeholder to say that there's an administrator and a creator that built this simulation, and I don't know what he wants, but I'm trying to follow.
I don't think we live in a simulation. I think we live in a reality that was created by God. And I think that we're all
you see how but you see how when you say God, you see MD, he brings out the blue eye stuff. He's being very specific. He's going scientific. He's going by evidence.
This is his belief. He doesn't have to bring that out. You see what I'm saying? I'm doing science.
Well, that's the issue. Is that could be anything at that point.
No, but it's okay because if it's somebody like Mr. X, he believes in what he believes about a creator, right? Because it's his belief. A belief requires no proof. Me with science, if somebody's going to try to say, well, I'm like, well, that don't vibe with the science. There's a physical thing of how we're seeing the albino template, melanin is added, this and that. Who created that? I don't know. It could, maybe there's a way for a spiritual entity to create that. I'm looking at hierarchies. I'm looking at pantheons. I don't think that it could be one. And even in these pantheons, there is a top god, but maybe there's pantheons where there's not, where there's a round table and everybody puts in. But even at the round table, you still got King Arthur. So I don't know, because it's, and that's my speculation based on a few scientific discoveries. Ancient civilizations, totally scientific, clearly exist.
Evolution says it is scientific, so the burden of proof is on them, not on me.
Exactly.
I claim it's a belief. I don't claim any of my beliefs are scientific.
Like Diego, Mr. Rex, they claim their beliefs. Yeah, and it's okay. If they claim their beliefs, that's all right. When evolution, it's not even a theory. It has dropped down to a hypothesis that has been caught lying and making fraudulent skeletons. The Neanderthal lie, which is something that a lot of people don't know about. But if they look up Professor Prost and see how he falsified those skeletons, which led to a chain of events of people writing about these fantasies about Neanderthals. It's like, oh, they found a dildo from Neanderthal. They're waiting for stuff like that, So it's like, because they're basically like fake Professor Dave. Now, then you have the Cro-Magnon and all this stuff, all BS. Piltdown Man was a fraud. Boxgrove Man was a fraud.
Man. Remember that?
Peking Man was a fraud. Java Man was
they lost the bones, but apparently
and again, the evidence again. You see what I'm saying? So it's like fraud after fraud. It's not just one. It's not one is bad enough. Piltdown Man stayed in the museum for like 40 years. That destroyed more than 2 generations of people. So now their children are gonna say, "My daddy raised me on evolution, boy." And it's like, yeah, your daddy was in.
Drawings were worse though.
Yeah. Worse. I mean, you look at some of they found a dolphin bone, the collarbone. They're like, wait, that's from a dolphin. Real scientists looked at this and was like, this is stupid. But how did Darwin get support? From the racist preachers, the ones that called the Irish white chimpanzees. That was Charles Kingsley. Anybody can look at
white chimpanzees. I never heard that.
Yeah. Charles Kingsley he's from England. He was an Anglican preacher, and he's riding through the countryside, and he's like, oh, I must write the misses. And he said it wouldn't hurt them if their skin was dark, but it's white like theirs. And they basically, they used them for labor. They starved them with the potato famine, because that was clearly, in my opinion, orchestrated.
Well, yeah, that's why they all came here.
Yeah, exactly. And they do that to push them here, and then they're slave labored out. And it's like, you look at this and it's like, boy, this is beyond evil. So Kingsley and Huxley, and Huxley had a whole bunch of fraudulent animals. Ernst Haeckel made fraudulent drawings of cells before they had the ability to see that deep, and his own university expelled him. And you got evolutionists till this day will sit there and lie and say, oh, Ernst Haeckel was respected. His student was a crook. Du Bois, that was the guy that did Java Man, and then finally admitted when he's not. These are racist, bigoted liars. They're like the scum of humanity. And they somehow got control. It's like the prisoners took over the prison. And that's what we see with Western civilization. Crook after crook after crook, stealing the bread from your hand and expecting you to worship them. And I'm done. I never was with that. It was a fight my entire life as a kid. Thank goodness my parents got divorced when I was like 8. Because it allowed me freedom to make my own mistakes, but at least I didn't have to deal with Orthodox religion as much. At least I was able to leave school. I saw, blessed are the cracked, for they let in the light. That's the way I look at it, man. And I don't know what's going to happen. This journey, this row your boat gently down the stream, I really, some days, I think about it, man. And I don't know, bro.
You've heard of that saying, right, MD? Blessed are the weak, for they shall inherit the earth.
Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
I've heard of that. I look at it the way, if that's prophetic, it's that the people that think they're smart end up destroying themselves. And then it goes back to the people in the tribes. Like I said, like you have people that are living for 100,000, 200,000, and saying, you know, back in the day, there were gods, there were sky gods that flew and did this. And then, you know, you have the new set that are sent out by the architects of humanity. And by that time, everybody on the planet is black. Everybody's dark brown. Everybody's adapted. Maybe people in the northern latitudes, you might have Eskimo shades and stuff like that. You could, but then they'll send people out and didn't realize we look just like them, but we adapted to the planet. And then they continue the slaughter on us just the way you see the slaughter continuing today. And they don't even know what they're doing. It's like they don't even know they're killing their long lost brothers and sisters that have been stranded in this minefield called nature, trying to survive while they're brainwashed by the architects of humanity to continue the bidding. Now, hopefully there's something better, but I wonder, you know, what does the chicken or the lamb or the cow do when they're on the slaughter line in the farm? Are they thinking that they're going to go to a better place? Hopefully they go to a better place. I don't know. But when I look at this, how could I not think of that? As a sentient being, everything is sacred.
Yeah, but chickens and lambs are not sentient beings. They're not like us. They can't reason.
And that's the evolutionary lie, because they can reason. The Howard Lyman, who was a beef farmer, the guy, he was the one on Oprah that had Oprah saying, "I'll never eat, you know, another thing."
Okay, can a chicken teach a graduate studies course?
It doesn't need to, because like Scribe, when I was telling Scribe, I said, the chicken knows not to make a chicken trap. The chicken knows not to pollute the water. The chicken knows its limits. The chicken says, look, man, I'm here
in a cage.
Well, it's not supposed to live in a cage. And chickens, you know, if you got wild chickens,
can't think its way to escape it.
Well, you got wild chickens that, you know, you have wild chickens out there. You got wild roosters that are, you know, chickens ain't no slouch. You see chickens when a hawk comes in the thing to try to get their chicks, the chickens be messing up the hawk. A chicken,
they can't comprehend what we can comprehend.
Well, we don't know that. It's just like Scribe was saying, oh, well, you know, I'm like, how? I don't see the science in that. That's an opinion.
Study their behavior, you know? Like I said, a chicken can't teach a college course. It can't even escape its own pen.
Well, it's not that it can't escape its own pen. It can't escape a pen that's well made. But if a pen isn't well made, it'll figure a way out. And also chickens, if you put something, you can teach it how to peck certain things to say, okay, if it pecks this one, it gets 2 grains. If it pecks this one,
I'm not going to understand the idea that a human being and a chicken are the same.
I'm not saying they are the same. I'm not saying they are the same. But when you see animals that have a sentience, matter of fact, insects have sentience. Bacteria have sentience, and to prove scientifically that bacteria has sentience, which is much smaller than
they're alive and their brains work, but they can't reason like we do.
No.
Separates us from animals.
I'm going to show you the scientific proof right now. The cells in your body, right? You have more bacteria cells than human cells. So you have 1 to 1.3, and it's going higher now since the science is getting better to like 1.7 or 1.9. So we have more of bacteria cells in us than human cells, like bone cells, blood cells, muscle cells, you know, all the cells it takes to make the body. And then we need this microbiome. The gut has a special microbiome, the lungs, the skin, the hair. You know, you see these microbiomes are actually like little colonies that live on us that are essential for us. The gut instinct comes directly from these bacteria. They can feel things. They become a part of us. This is an amazing discovery that science has made. And of course, they'll try to just gloss it over. Oh, evolution did it, the magic wand. But we know that that's not true. You know, and Timbo got a good point. Forget the chicken. What about the raven and the crow? They're clearly smarter than us. A raven can remember the face of an individual person that wronged them and pass it on to future generations after that raven has passed.
I've seen a raven talking.
Raven can talk.
Yeah.
Crows can talk.
A raven can't write a poem called a raven.
How do you know? How do you know? I guarantee you, if you had the money to pay me, I could structure a test to see if that's true or not. And I would say, you know what?
Come on. Okay. I'm not.
And MD, I did want to address your thing
A
about
raven
something
can
bad.
figure out
ridiculous.
puzzles.
Okay.
Well, a raven can figure out puzzles more than certain humans.
That's like teaching a hamster how to act in Hamlet. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you this: there are some humans that are smarter than other humans. So when you look at the scale of humans, these animals are smarter than at least half of humanity. When you look at humanity and how they act, you're like, oh yeah, this raven is clearly smarter. You can teach a raven how to go. Prisoners were teaching them how to bring weapons into a prison. They were feeding it, and ravens have followed this lady that fed her, right? And she went taking pictures like miles away in the forest and forgot the lens cap of her camera. When she got home, the lens cap was sitting in her backyard.
Yeah.
They were sending people to watch her because her daughter feeds them every day. They understand these things. And this is what I think God is telling us, or the creators, or whatever we look at it as, is to say, let me see how egotistical this person's going to be. I'm going to give him the power to be a human and see if he's going to abuse it. Abuse of power is to automatically say that something is lesser than you. And the something is lesser than you is soaked into us from the lie of evolution, because it's all built on superiority complex, saying that this person is better than this person because he's closer to an ape and I'm not. And now we see that to be untrue, because we see the people that they say were closer to the apes are actually more advanced and adapted to the planet. Not to say nothing against the people that have pheomelanin that's combustible with the sun. I'm just saying that when you look at somebody that's very dark skinned, those people are actually more advanced to the planet. And they're treated like, oh, they're lesser than. When you tell somebody they're lesser than, that's a complex you can give somebody, especially when you grow them up with that. Oh, you got brown skin. You know, you're an immigrant. What? Who's telling me this? Thieves? Thieves and liars are telling me this? Hell no. I'm not standing for that. And if kids want to know the truth, they can watch the videos and say, hey, you know what? This man actually stood for something. He didn't go along with the BS. And he used his intelligence, he used his perseverance and ambition to accomplish this. This is where I feel like, oh, I feel good, like I'm doing something in life. I don't feel like a rotting sack of flesh that is not having any purpose, because I say, no, you know, animals, I could see animals that can't speak saying, you know what, thank you for speaking for those that don't have a voice. And it's so true. Plants are sentient, and it's a proven fact. If you ever read The Secret Life of Plants, it's a fact.
Yeah, but MD,
Yeah.
when you said about something better, like you don't know if you're going on to something better, well, you can't know if anything's better unless you experience what's worse. So when we were spirits before we came to Earth, we didn't know what was worse, and that's what this realm is really all about.
I honestly, Mr. X, I don't know. I've gotten to a point to where I don't care. It's literally gotten, sometimes when I was in the military, I remember they were punishing me one time, right? Basic, for leaving my locker open. These motherfuckers had me all bundled up in front of a fireplace, sweating my balls off, holding an M16 with my arms stretched out. And it got to like 1 a.m, because I remember we got done training like 11 at night. And I had it. I was like, fuck this. I dropped that shit. He was like, look, you know, you remember? I said, I don't give a shit. And he was like, you know what? You're regular Army, because he goes, you ain't National Guard, so you ain't a no-go. You ain't Army Reserve, some pussy that can't even do his time. He goes, you jumped in here regular Army, boy. And he said, you got courage. And he was like, go back to the barracks. It took me saying, fuck this. I'm done. And he respected that. And that happened a few times in my life where I let people push me. And it comes to a point, it's like, all right, you want to see the beast come out? You was asking for, you pushed me to the limit. And now when I bust your ass, you're going to act like the victim. No, you deserve to be buried. And sometimes you push a man to the limit. And that's when I know I'm alive. And I say, no, they're trying to dull that down. Life is a drug, man. Don't let nobody water it down. Take that shit pure, uncut. And that's the type of man I am. Women see that. They're like, damn, I want that passion. You know, other guys, they don't have that. They don't get that opportunity because they're suckers, and nothing against them, but that's the life they live. Don't try to act like me. I ain't like you, motherfucker. You ain't like me. you know, and that's just the way it is. I'm a passionate person. And sometimes, you know, sometimes I just want to chill. You know, it just, I'm happy being me. I've lived a very happy life. I've had some ups and downs. The big thing is I feel like I've accomplished. I made sure I took care of loved ones, and now it's me. Now it's me to row my boat gently down the street. And I'm glad to have you guys to speak with, man. You guys are cool people. You know, guys in the chat, scribes like my brother. We argue all the freaking time, you know. We've been working together for years now. And it's like, you know, he's in Panama. And it just, you know, the people I meet, it's just like, wow, it's like this can't be by chance. There is no coincidence. Everything has a purpose. Now, and more than just me having a purpose, everything that happens has a purpose. I start to see the beauty in everything. A piece of wood, I see beauty in the wood grain, the keyboard. You know, it's just like, oh my goodness, I start to learn to appreciate everything. And then when I see living stuff, and I'm just like, holy smokes. Yeah. It's like, what am I in? You know, the grass, the tree. It's just amazing, bro. Existence is a beautiful thing.
It's called gratitude. It's called gratitude. You know,
you're right.
Something created all this, and it wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way. Yeah, I feel the gratitude, and something did create this. Wasn't me. It's possible it could be, like Scribe saying, all right, maybe my mind had the ability to create it. Maybe I'm sitting in the chair, and when I get out of this, I'm like, hey, you see? But it wouldn't make sense just to be me. You know, it has to be something more than me. It'd be kind of lonely, you know, just being like, dag, so it's only me. It's scientifically, it doesn't make sense. So that right there, see, science, it helps with the scientific method. It can explain stuff like, you know, it's like any undiscovered magic, right? And any undiscovered science, it seems like magic. So until you learn the science, you say, oh yeah, that's not magic, but hey, I could see how somebody could look at it that way if you didn't know. So
have you ever seen the Sistine Chapel?
Yeah, the Michelangelo painting.
Yeah, Michelangelo, yes.
Yeah. With
see, like something like that. Okay, I could not have created that. Okay, I could never have made anything like that.
Yeah,
especially not at that time.
Yeah,
you know, the 1500s. There's no way.
Yeah, well, me being an artist, I would think I'm confident enough to create. Like
Michelangelo had to create that in order for me to experience that. You see?
Yeah, I mean, Michelangelo. See, and this is another thing with history. They're telling me Michelangelo created that. You see, so that's another big thing. When I look at the statue of Moses with the horns on it, you know, and I'm like, why does he have horns? You know, the statue of David, the unfinished. I don't know if that one was the unfinished one, but he was an amazing artist, and he made stuff that was, if he made it. There's other carvings in marble with like veils over the face, and I mean, there's no freaking way these guys could have made these carvings. People look at it today and they're just like, holy smokes. And I'm an artist, so I admit that other artists are better, but I understand the procedure. And I look at it and I say, yeah, if I would have even tried to, you can't do that with certain, you got to have specialized tools to do certain things. And he was great. But then when I look at the Egyptian stuff and I say, holy smokes, that's not marble, because marble you can chisel with steel. Granite, you can't do that with granite. And even with marble, if you look at Roman columns, that's a routing device. You have to route those edges. There's just no, it's machined, clearly. I took pictures in the museum. I would talk with people in there and, you know, try to get any clues I can get. So when I look at some like the Egyptian pharaoh carvings, those don't look human because the two sides of the carving is exactly the same. It's like a template, and then they flip it. So I'm saying that, what were they making? A carving of like a robot or something? And then when I do my research, I say, oh, they have many legends of robots. Talos, that created he guarded the island of Crete, was a robot that marched around the island, and they tried to recreate him for the show Jason and the Argonauts, the movie from the 70s or the 60s, maybe.
60s.
Yeah, so that, you know, Talos, we see that, wait a minute, so these guys had robots and stuff. How could you even fathom something like that if it wasn't real? So China had a guy that made robots out of wood and leather skin. and they were going to execute him because they thought it was real. And he's like, no, he had to prove to them, like, wait, it's a robot. That's how realistic it was. So you're looking at this stuff and you're saying, you can't make this overnight. This is coming from generations of passing knowledge down, or somebody that teaches you it. And then for them to have that, they couldn't have learned it. So it still goes back further. So I started to find this in the late 90s. And that's what kind of got me into ancient civilizations and, studying and, checking out authors, going to lectures. And then by 2012, I was doing my own lectures on the hidden history of the human family and stuff. And then 2016, I produced Descendants of Atlantis. It went okay. It's on YouTube. And then now 10 years later, I'm producing Architects of Humanity. And in between, I just try to live life in a way. I mean, it's getting a little tough, but
You gotta get out of New York, man. That's
oh man, everybody at New York, and I'm stuck to it, man. I love New York, but then when I say that, it's like, what am I really saying? I mean, hopefully I'll die here. That's the way I look at it, because I've traveled around, many countries, not a lot, maybe 10 or 11, maybe 12 states or something. But, I ain't old, but I ain't young. And it just like, I've had a great life. I look at it. I'm happy, and I would like to produce. I'd like to make, enough to be financially independent or stable, really. And then, I could do, I'm going to try to do the show every night. I've been doing it every night for like the past couple of nights. Oh, Mr. Rex, man. Thank you. He says, great job, MD. Glad to have Diego with you. Yeah, man. Diego is great. Always having Diego on, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. And it's always a pleasure, man. I'm hoping, if tomorrow I'm going to try to release a video, I get like maybe 3 hours sleep because I got to get up at 6, maybe 7. I'll try to push it to 6:30. But if this guy, sometimes we leave early. I was probably today, goodness, it rained a little, so I got to wait till it's dry to do the outdoor stuff. But hopefully,
I gotta get my shut-eye, man. It's late over here.
Yeah, man. Hey, Diego.
Luckily, I don't have to get up early tomorrow. So
yeah, it's a pleasure having you on, brother. And you're welcome anytime, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah,
thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Definitely, man. All right, man. You take care. Everybody in the chat, have a great night, and we'll talk again soon.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
All right, man. Thanks.
Bye.